Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the Nitpick Podcast, where it's the usual suspects, Exdeath and Mr. A, and
That's right.
we are playing Fire Emblem, the very first Fire Emblem for NES or Famicom. Um, we're playing the 2011 English translation patch by Kurino, I think it is, on romhacking.net, which is kind of an old translation. I think there's a better one. But one particularity of this translation you'll notice right away in the top there is that our main character is named Mars, like the god of war.
Okay, yes.
Um,
I thought Kratos was the god of war.
Ever since Smash Bros. Melee from 2001, we know this character as Marth in America, of course.
Ah, yes, that's right. I just checked our audio, and I think I am too quiet.
Okay.
Just
Yes, we did have that problem.
Oh yeah.
I think I probably I've kind of forgot to do a little bit of sound mixing before we started here. I will turn up the audio input and then I'll go into the emulator and turn down the volume on that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because that'll boost you, but I think it will make the game too loud. So we'll turn it down a good way. Okay. So Sheeta has come to Marth, or Mars, who's just kind of camped on this island, and her city, because she's the princess of, I forget what it's called in this translation, but Talos or something like that, which is where this castle in the far end of the map is. And so we have to go rescue her kingdom from bandits. And because this game is on NES, there's not very much cartridge space for cutscenes and stuff. So it was probably explained in the manual or something, and in the remake is explaining cutscenes. But Marth is like an exiled prince from a foreign kingdom that's been conquered by the main villains of the game. The game kind of just...
I see a flying horse. That's pretty cool.
Yes, a Pegasus. That's Sheeta. So one of our characters here is a Pegasus Knight, which is a staple overpowered class from the Fire Emblem series.
Awesome.
I guess I'll quickly explain the gameplay here. This is a fairly simple tactical RPG game where the characters are just divided into different classes. Like this guy I'm moving right now is an armored knight, like a heavy armor foot soldier type of guy. So you can see he has very high defense if I bring up his stat screen, and low movement. So he's a tank sort of character. And then this guy, of course, is an archer. We kind of want to keep him back. He can shoot at two range, two tiles of range, and not at one. He can't counterattack at one tile. So we protect him with the armored knight, and he attacks. And then we have this little thief in the corner that our first goal is going to be to kind of kill, because we don't want him robbing us. So show the combat. We bring up this screen, and this basic combat is how this whole series has gone ever since the start. But there are definitely some mechanical particularities. You'll notice the thief got to attack twice against my knight here, and the way that this usually works throughout the Fire Emblem series is if you have 4 or more difference in your speed compared to the other character, you get to attack twice.
Okay.
But in this first game, it's actually just whoever is faster gets to attack twice, even if it's only a 1-point difference. And I guess to add to that, the effective speed that you are fighting at is equivalent to your speed stat minus the weight of the weapon you are using. So in most other Fire Emblem games, there's kind of a mitigating factor you can use to use heavier weapons without losing as much speed. It's either a constitution stat that's kind of intrinsic to the character, or it's or your strength stat. But in this game, it's just the speed of just the weight of your weapon. There's no way to mitigate that. So the weight of weapons is fairly important, and that makes swords quite good in this game, because swords are light compared to lances and axes suck because they're really heavy. So
Okay. I thought that the thief attacked twice because he stole an attack.
oh wow, that would be cool. But no.
You said this. You have not played this game, right? So which is the first Fire Emblem that you played?
It was Fire Emblem: The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance, which is a fairly the fans like it, but a fairly random entry into the series.
Okay.
When I first was getting into this game, it was a few years after like the Game Boy Advance and GameCube eras were already over, and because this series wasn't very popular prior to like the 3DS, it was kind of hard to get your hands on a copy of any given one of the game by that point. So I was always kind of limited by just like which of the games I could happen to find, and the first one that I found was Sacred Stones.
Okay.
and that's even more pronounced nowadays because like I bought the GameCube one. My brother and I bought the GameCube one for like $30 or something in 2009 or whatever, and now it's like $200 to get that fucking game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm lucky I still have my copy. So right now what's happening is it's the enemy's turn, and their bandits are attacking Jeigan, who's the old man of the party. And his role in the game is kind of to be the character who carries you through the early game, but doesn't keep up very well, like doesn't scale very well into the mid to late game. And this is an archetype that's explored throughout the series of Fire Emblem, where the characters that the fandom refers to as just the Jeigan of the game exist. They're usually pre-promoted as a paladin because the paladin class that he is like the upgraded version of the social knight, which is what my other two mounted units are.
Social knight.
Yeah, it's usually translated as cavalier now, but this weird old translation calls it social knight. Yeah,
that's fun. I have heard a few names already, and I'm already getting confused. I posted a helpful video for any of our Discord members.
Yes.
Yes, how to tell apart all 596 Fire Emblem characters.
This game.
Have you seen that one?
I've seen the thumbnail, but I didn't actually watch it. It's by David Gilbert, though, the guy who did the Mega Man video we talked about.
He did, yeah. I like stuff generally.
Yeah, he's funny. He used to work for Kotaku or something like that, but now he's just an independent YouTuber, I guess.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought he was an independent YouTuber, and now he works for Polygon.
Oh, maybe it's like he was, and then he worked for Polygon, and then he stopped, because I believe he has been like fired or whatever from Polygon.
Oh no.
I don't know about fired, but it doesn't
Polygon fades back into obscurity without it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he for 2 years. Oh, okay.
What a shame. It was a good contract. What a rotten way to die. Okay. Yep, so we're just clearing out some bandits. This is a pretty easy map because it's like trained knights, even if they're from Lost Kingdom versus bandits. And we have Old Man Jeigan who can just destroy everything. So as I was talking about the Jeigan archetype, as the series goes on, these characters get really, really overpowered because they have like good scaling when they're supposed to suck later on. But this guy, so level ups are random in Fire Emblem, but this guy has like a 10% chance to gain any stats at all when he levels up. So most of the time when he levels up, he will just not gain any stats.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
Therefore, he is effectively just as strong now as he will be at the end of the game. But these games are actually very beatable. Most Fire Emblem games are very beatable if you mod it so that everyone has a 0% chance to grow any stats every time they level up. So Jeigan is quite balanced, especially compared to later characters like Seth from Fire Emblem 8 that I mentioned, who's incredibly broken and just kind of destroys the entire game if you want him to. But he can still kind of hold his own later on if we feel like using him. And Mars here is also a notable character. In the remake of this game, he's kind of bad. But in this game, because of a few different mechanical differences, he's actually really good. And you kind of just want to spam him a lot. And like my priority will be to get as much experience on him as possible. And a very funny thing about this particular game is that the AI is actually hard programmed to just attack Mars no matter what if they can. Like even if they can kill another unit, or like archers are effective against flying units. Like they do bonus damage, but they will still attack Mars in preference to attacking a flying unit, just because the AI is hard programmed to go after him every single time they get a chance. Which means that you can use him as a sort of tank or like bait. Like normally the archers would limit where I can put my flyer, because I don't want her to get shot down by them. But if I put both Mars and her in range, then he will distract the archer, which is actually very useful and gives me much more freedom of where to place my flyer.
That's like a permanent passive taunt.
Yes, like what Teemo has in League of Legends.
Yes, and any tank has in WoW.
And depending on your level ups and stuff, and also power up items, which is something we'll get into eventually. Like Mars can be just distracting all the enemies to attack him, even though they don't do any damage to him. So it's quite silly. It's one of the funny quirks that you get with really old games like this. Although this game is not quite as ancient as you might think, because it came out in 1990. It came out in, I think, April of 1990. well, the Super Famicom would launch in November of the same year, which doomed this to being one of those JRPGs that came out too late in its console's lifespan to have a dream of getting a North American release.
Hmm.
And it didn't come out in North America until 2020, December 2020, when it would be launched on the Nintendo Switch's like online shop, but with a very arbitrary exclusivity uh, thing. So it was taken, like, delisted from the store on March 31st of 2021, kind of like the Mario collection that Nintendo did around the same time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which I think for the Mario one was didn't really make much business sense, but the business reason behind it in the case of this game, I think, is that this game is so old that it probably wouldn't have found much of an audience or sold very well unless they kind of tricked people into buying it by saying, "Ooh, if you don't buy it soon, you can't get it ever." So
Right, right.
it makes
Classic.
more business sense to me that they do it with this game, but it is also kind of a scummy move still.
Yeah, yeah. This artificial scarcity. That's what people are upset now. Dark Tide, the Vermintide 2 sequel came out, and it has like time gated because of cosmetic shop items, which is like
Oh, okay.
why. It's literally just to instill FOMO. Anyway,
Yeah. Capitalism, right?
yeah, man. I wonder what Yahtzee would have to say about Cap.
Well, I think he definitely has the artistic objection to capitalism, as explored in his latest extra punctuation, where he complains about the sameness of AAA games.
Yeah, yes. A controversial video.
In some circles, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should introduce Fire Emblem a little more before we get into that masterpiece of a video and the controversy
Sure,
surrounding it.
sure.
So let's see. Yes, so Fire Emblem has a bit of a weird tradition of releasing quite late into its console's lifespan, with the second Fire Emblem game also coming out for NES, presumably a year or two later. So when the Super Famicom was well into its lifespan, and even the fifth Fire Emblem game came out for the Super Famicom in like 1999 or something. So that was near the end of the next generation's lifespan. Like the
Wow,
N64
okay.
was almost done by the time that game came out, and it was on the Super Famicom.
Yeah,
Very
jeez.
strange thing. So as you can imagine, none of those games saw a North American release, and it was only with the seventh one for Game Boy Advance that Americans finally got their hands on this game,
Okay.
or on this series. And it has become fairly popular since then by kind of embracing like the waifu simulator side of JRPGs. So
Hmm.
around the 3DS era, it gets really that way. This series, and prior to that, it's a little bit more serious. With this game, the developers talked about taking influence from like classical mythology and stuff like that. One simple example of which we can see already is that two of our party members right now are named Cain and Abel, after the famous brothers from the Bible, of course.
That's right. Everyone's favorite biblical brothers.
Yes, and the title of this version is Ankoko Ryu no to Hikari no Tsurugi, which translates to Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light. But the Shadow Dragon, the titular Shadow Dragon, was originally sort of divided into two entities, an Earth Dragon named Gaia and a Sea Dragon named Neptune.
Okay.
But apparently because of like space limitations on the cartridge, they ended up dummying out Neptune, and Gaia
Oh,
evolved into this game's final boss and made antagonist Medeus, who is an Earth Dragon.
that's a lot of elemental adjectives in the title.
It is,
Fire,
yes.
shadow, and light all interact.
It was sort of simplified down to just Shadow Dragon for the American release and
Okay.
the remake, because there was a DS remake of this game, which was the first time it came overseas
Hmm.
in any form, but which is quite substantially different in terms of mechanics. Although the map design and the characters and stuff are all basically the same.
Sure.
So I haven't played this game past the first couple of maps, but I sort of know which characters are good from playing the DS version, because it's fairly consistent between both versions as to which characters are good, which is always kind of a thing you have to guess in Fire Emblem games because, well, it depends a little bit, but the growth rates, which is the chance they have to gain a stat when they level up,
Hmm.
matter. There's debate over how much they matter within the fandom, but the game
Okay.
doesn't tell you what a character's chances of like what their growth rates are. So you
Ah,
have to either just look it up or like guess, I guess.
Well, if the game
So,
doesn't tell you, it's almost that gives me the impression as an outsider that it's intended by the devs for it not to matter enough
hmm,
that for you to need to know. I guess I don't know.
maybe both fan patches tend to put a system in to let the viewers see the or the players see the growths in the game.
Okay.
I guess it matters less than it would immediately seem like it would matter, because one would think that it's very important to be gaining stats, but you can kind of get by without it if you're really good, I guess.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's like level one Dark Soul level one Dark Souls runs.
Okay, so right now I'll sort of demonstrate the core of the gameplay, which is checking menus and math. So I'm thinking of
Okay,
putting
that's fun.
Mars on this village because he's the only one who can visit villages. But that would expose him to three different pirates, so I have to like make sure what he can survive if he gets hit by all of them. And
Okay.
the formula is pretty simple. It's the amount of damage you take is your well, the amount of damage you deal, I guess, is your strength plus your weapon's power plus minus the enemy's defense. So these guys have 5 strength, and Mars has 7 attack or 7 defense, and then Iron Axe, which they have, has 7 might. So it's 12 minus 7, so they'll do about 5 each to him, which means he can survive all three because he has 18 health. He can narrowly survive all three, so it's okay to put him here. And this will spawn Riff, who is a healer, which again, this would be a dangerous position for him, except that the AI is all hard programmed to go after Mars, so they won't attack him. So he'll be safe.
Thank goodness.
Yes, we wouldn't want a defenseless old man to be getting attacked by bandits. And
Mhm.
incidentally, as far as I know, there's no way to actually check the stats of weapons in this game. So I imagine it was sort of intended that you'd have the like manual open with you that the box came with back in the day. But for my
Okay.
purposes, I've written down the weapon stats on a sheet of paper that I
Ah,
have next
smart,
to me.
smart, smart.
Yes. Again, most Fire Emblem games let you check the weapon stats. This game is just really old, and there might even be a way to do it. I just don't know.
I don't know. I'll look it up for you. Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon. Check.
Go ahead, yeah. It's kind of hard to find information on this game because no one plays it. Like even Fire Emblem fans don't play this one because it's so ancient.
Yeah. Oh, on Reddit. PSA: look up the weapon stats online for Shadow Dragon.
Yeah,
Oh, they're supposed to be in the manual, which you're supposed to just reference. So yeah, not in the
yes.
game. Not in the game.
I had to make my own manual. That's what I thought.
And you were right.
Very cerebral approach to gameplay for children in the 90s, but
It exercises the mind. That's good for children, I hear.
yes. It'll help them. All the kids who played Fire Emblem probably got really reasonably good grades in math. Actually, I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
as a kid, you just kind of put things wherever you felt like and see what happened playing this. That's definitely what I would have done.
Yeah, exactly. If you lose, you just play something else.
Yeah. Okay, Marth got a critical hit there. They do 3 times as much damage, thrice as much damage. So usually, if
Ooh,
somebody gets hit by a critical hit, they die, as
nice.
as happened with this guy. And
Wow, a
now,
triple. Okay. Usually it's double, of course.
yes, critical hits are a big deal. And similarly, effective damage you calculate as if the weapon had thrice the attack power. So a bow hitting a flying unit is an example of that. Because
okay.
if the bow had 3 times as much power, but you don't triple the strength, so it's not as significant as a crit. And there are also specialized weapons. Like actually, Marth has a special weapon, the rapier, which is effective against cavalry and armor. And he also has different animations for when he uses the rapier, so that's fun. That actually doesn't happen in very many other games in this series, because
Well,
it's
that is
a
cool.
it's a
Yeah.
staple as well that the main character has a rapier as his special weapon.
For a game that has limited cartridge space, that is impressive.
Indeed, and this game had encountered a lot of problems during development as related to the cartridge space, to the point
Mm.
where even part of the data on an NES cartridge that is normally reserved for the save file was like converted and used for the game. Um, and certain more ambitious things had to be cut back as well because of cartridge size. So there were supposed to be like, I guess not animated, but like bigger visuals or cut scenes, which were cut, one of which was supposed to have featured Marth standing over Jeigan in a pool of blood. So this
Oh,
character
man.
was supposed to die as part of a story, like beat at one point in the game's development, but that was canceled. That didn't happen because of cartridge space. He was spared by cartridge space,
Wow.
so we get to keep him.
That's
Yes.
great.
And in the sequel, he's still around, but he's very old, so he can't fight anymore. He just serves as like the tactician character of that game.
Sad.
Well, it's good that he gets to retire. It shows that the Marth's army has, good retirement policies for medieval times. Let's see. This game was made by Intelligent Systems, which until the release of Famicom Wars in 1998 or 1988 rather, was mainly a hardware developer for the NES. And with this game, they were sort of, and Famicom Wars, I guess, they were trying to move away from that and focus more on what they called simulation games. So Famicom Wars was just like the prototype version of Advance Wars, which we covered previously.
We did.
And for this one, they wanted to move away from the sort of more modern war type of setting of Famicom Wars and towards something more resembling an RPG, which we see here with the characters leveling up and gaining experience and stuff as they fight. And
yeah, I guess Fire Emblem strikes me as like a mix, right, between like a tactics game and RPG. I guess Final Fantasy Tactics was the same.
The core fighting mechanics are the same as Famicom Wars or Advance Wars. Like the way you just pick a unit to fight another unit and then they share a round of combat and that's that.
Sure.
It's just with the addition of stats and also permadeath, which I haven't covered yet, but it's a harsher version of permadeath than FFT had, where in that game you had like a couple turns to resuscitate somebody. In this game, if their HP ever hits 0, they just die and they're gone for good. And so this first game was kind of heavily designed around that. With the characters we have now are actually some of the best characters in the game, and characters that join later in the same classes are kind of intended as like backup versions of these characters if we lose them. But in practice, people usually just restart the map if one of their characters die, like they reload their save to get them back. So the permadeath has been sort of de-emphasized throughout the history of the series, and now it's more towards just game balance with all the characters being good. So you can use whoever you find the most fuckable, basically.
Yeah, that's my impression. Well, I had the impression that this game, like permadeath in Fire Emblem, was kind of important to the series, but it sounds like that's not quite so much the case anymore.
Yeah, it was an emphasized mechanic, but not so much now.
Yeah.
And one of the differences between that could be linked, I guess, to the change in director, or I guess not director, but because the director for this game was Keisuke Terasaki, but the concept, scenario, and design were all by one Shouzu Kaga, who was kind of thought of as the original creator and sort of the brains behind early Fire Emblem. But he left he left Intelligent Systems in 1999, which was around the time the 5th Fire Emblem game came out, I think.
And the year before Hitman Codename 47 came out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And Kaga has since worked on some games called Tearing Saga, Berwick Saga, and Vesteria Saga, which are basically just like a legally distinct version of Fire Emblem, and are referred to by some fans as the Kaga Saga games.
That's fun.
As differentiated from Saga, where like the G is capitalized, which is a Squaresoft property.
Okay. This gets complicated.
Yes, the world of JRPGs, it can be hard to tell games apart.
Yeah. Fair.
Okay, so we cleared the first map and we just kind of go straight on to the second map, and now this mercenary guy named Ogma is joining our party. He was hired by like Shida's dad, our girlfriend's dad. And he also has these 3 subordinates, Saji, Maji, and Barst. So just to add to the confusion around characters, let's look at the different portraits for these 3 characters.
Yeah.
Yes. They are the same, except Bart's is more blue than Saji and Maji.
Yeah, and he has a different name, so that's fitting.
Yes, I think Saji and Maji are supposed to be twins.
Okay. I was talking, or I was at like a Friendsgiving thing with some of my wife's co-residents, and people got into the subject of baby names, and I think it'd be fun if someone had twins if they named them Remus and Romulus.
Or Cain and Abel, perhaps similar endings to those stories.
Yeah, I guess. Although, well, yeah, sure. No, neither of them founded Rome though, and Rome's way cooler than whatever those guys did.
Are you a
Although
Roma
in
main
the
too?
lore of Vampire the Masquerade, Cain is the father of all vampires. So I
Yes, I
guess it's
remember that.
kind
That's a similarly significant accomplishment to founding Rome, I suppose.
I think it's more significant, just not real. So, well, I guess Rome was not founded by any one twin either. That's kind of that's a legend, of course.
Yes.
Anyway, well, I was going to ask you. I think we've talked about this before, but what between Fire Emblem and Final Fantasy Tactics, I think you prefer FFT, and I would like to know why, or if I'm wrong, why you like the other one.
Okay. I guess I do think if you analyze them, Final Fantasy Tactics does have a lot more over this game.
Okay.
I think the first thing that I would point to is the story. There are one or two Fire Emblem games, maybe three, being generous, that I kind of admire the story, but I think they do have a lot of like anime tropes in them, I guess. I've been thinking about this is not something I invented or anything, but I think it's useful to differentiate between anime and animu, which is a good, helpful like umbrella term for all the shit that like people stereotypically associate with anime, I guess, like the
Okay.
waifus and the harem shit and the boob
Sure.
physics and all that kind of crap.
Yeah.
And Fire Emblem has always, even the best ones, have their share of Animu characteristics, um, which is not too much the case in Final Fantasy Tactics.
Okay.
Uh, and that game also had some very serious themes and all that stuff, which, again, one or two Fire Emblem games do, mixed in with some quirky anime bullshit. But a lot of them are kind of typical fantasy adventures, I guess, that aren't really too interesting to think about. And
Okay.
the main reason why I'm playing this game for the stream is because I do want to eventually stream the two or three most interesting Fire Emblem games, but I kind of wanted to contrast them against the typical Fire Emblem games. So I wanted to play at least one to sort of demonstrate what the series is normally like.
Okay.
And for that purpose, I thought, what better game than the very first Fire Emblem game?
Good thinking. We'll see.
Thank you. Well,
Okay.
this is pretty typical. And then I guess in gameplay terms, Final Fantasy Tactics did have a lot of things like more interesting mechanics. Like I remember you were kind of pleasantly surprised by the fact that height was a consideration in Final Fantasy Tactics, which is
Yes.
not the case in this game, of course, or any Fire Emblem game, in
No.
fact.
As a tactical mastermind, I'm actually quite offended by that. Okay. Well, yeah, I do remember. I mean, all the Final Fantasy games, whether you or I have played them, I've really not noticed any like animu. No, not any. I shouldn't say any. There's some, but like very little. You know, because I get annoyed by that as an anti weeb. I get annoyed by that
Yes.
kind of thing. It doesn't appeal to me at all. You know, it's fine, but it's just like okay, it's there. I couldn't care less. All right, from a there's nothing positive about it for me, and I always liked Final Fantasy for it doesn't feel like it includes that. When what the stories have strengths and weaknesses, but like my understanding is again as someone who knows very little about the series about Fire Emblem is like you said, you kind of build a party of the characters you find most fuckable. At least that's how it is now. It didn't start off that way, but
Yeah. Well, when Kaga was designing this game, he had apparently gone on record saying that he thought like RPGs at the time had good stories, good plots, but were weaker on the character aspect. And
okay.
he wanted to make a game where people would care about the characters. And he also said that for him there was no main characters to this game, not even Marth, even though it's really fucking obvious that Marth is the main character of this game,
Okay.
up to and including the fact that he has in gameplay several main character privileges, including weapons that only he can use, and also if he dies, it's a game over. Whereas if
Yeah.
anyone else dies, go back to this. You just keep going on without them.
Okay. And he has his permataunt as well, which we talked about.
Yes, that as well.
So.
That's exclusive to this game. No other game in the series has a mechanic like that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well.
And also some characters don't have any dialogue at all in this game, like Cain and Abel, for example, are just kind of in the party, and most characters don't really talk anymore after they join. So I mean, it comes down to cartridge size issues with this game again, but I don't know that he really particularly succeeded at that. Probably the main thing that would serve to make people care about the characters in this game is the gameplay attachment to them and like trying to keep them safe so that they can keep fighting with them and all that kind of stuff.
Sure. Same as XCOM, you could say it has, you know, the XCOM has no character dialogue or whatever, but you can role play as caring about your soldiers if you want.
A little bit like that. Well, people do form an attachment to their XCOM soldiers because of experiences they have with them in the game, I guess.
Yes, allegedly.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
I still remember my medic from my first XCOM playthrough who I had from the beginning to the end and was the Christ analog at the end of the game.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, so I guess Fire Emblem can have that. It also has a kind of, you know, the characters are designed to have some differentiating traits and personalities, shallow though, you know, they may be.
I think one of the problems, I guess it's debatable how much of a problem this is, but throughout the series, because there are so many characters, like as they go on, there's this support system where you can have the characters have friendly dialogue between battles, which serves to flesh out the characters a lot in theory, but because there are so many, the writing staff often fall back on having characters have these big single defining like gimmicks to them.
Okay.
So I'm thinking of in Fire Emblem 9, which is in my opinion is the best one. There's one girl that, or the best one narratively at least. There's one girl that just kind of is like really hungry all the time, and that's mostly her personality. Is she's just really hungry all the time. There's some characters in that game that have very like deep storylines with strong relation to the overarching plot. But then you get one or two that are just kind of hungry or something like that.
Hungry or something.
Some other such gimmick.
Sense.
There's one character in the sequel to that game who's just like a really over-the-top lesbian. That's all her whole characteristic.
Okay.
Like every cutscene that she comes in, she has to be like, "Ew, men are icky, and I only like girls and stuff."
Guest written by Cthulhu.
Yeah. And then the other thing, to go back to the Final Fantasy Tactics comparison, I'd say another thing that really helps that game is it had very strong like gameplay character customization where there were all these different builds you could come up with and try out, which really isn't a thing at all in Fire Emblem. There's no real character customization except for once in a while you get power-up items that permanently boost a character's stats, and the decision of who to distribute those to is the only kind of like formal character customization that exists in this game.
Okay.
Which is okay. It's interesting to play around with the strong limitations that gives you. But, you know, it cuts back on some of the depth compared to what Final Fantasy Tactics had, I guess. This is still one of my favorite series to just, like, play all the different games and fuck around with the mechanics and stuff and try to play more and more efficiently and stuff like that. So I spent probably more hours on Fire Emblem as a series than almost any other series. Maybe not like EU4.
Okay, wow. Damn. Cool.
Yes. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Let's see something else I forgot now, as is painfully apparent. All right. Oh yeah. Well, earlier, that video I mentioned, the Polygon, the David Gilbert Polygon video, like what he does is kind of classify the characters similar to like, you know, what you were talking about, girl who is hungry, which is like old man who is your mentor, like
that's the Jeigan
rude
archetype.
knight or whatever, and but he ends up with like 20 different categories, so then he has to like simplify them from there, and it just becomes like pointless because the categories are too broad.
Yes,
so there's too many characters.
That could actually serve as satire of the Fire Emblem fandom, because they do actually like to invent character archetypes and sub archetypes and stuff like that. Like I did bring up the Jeigan archetype, which is the old mentor paladin guy who's supposed to.
And I remember his name from that video. Yeah,
who's supposed to like fall off as the game goes on, but oftentimes is just really overpowered. And then fans tried to say that there's a subcategory of the Jeigan, which is the Oifi, which is the one that stays really good throughout the whole game. And they just, they go on and on like that. Like another archetype that's often talked about is the so-called Christmas Cavaliers, which Cain and Abel here would be the prototypical example of, because Cain has red armor and Abel has green when you
That is very specific, but okay.
Yes, and well, throughout many games in the series, you do have two starting cavaliers in your party who have green and red armor, respectively.
Ah, okay. So it actually fits. All right. Cool.
Yes.
If it fits, it fits.
So, for example, Fire
That's
Emblem
good.
6, you have Alan and Lance. And Alan is the red cavalier, and Lance is the green one. And Fire Emblem 7, you have Kent and Sane, who are Kent is red and Sane is green. So it does recur. And it kind of makes sense because if you had to come up with new anime characters every game all the time, you might eventually start repeating some.
You'd have to. Yeah, no, it's
Falling back on archetypes, as is also the case with Pokemon. There are Pokemon archetypes, like there's the Pidgey archetype, the low-level bird from the start. Almost every region of Pokemon has its own equivalency of Pidgey.
okay, okay.
And Rattata kind of has the same thing going on.
Yep, that's I remember that. Like and the bat.
Oh, there are a couple bats. A lot of the time they just have Zubat again.
Yeah, Zubat, that's the one. Yeah, Zubat's like everywhere. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
From my very brief foray into Pokemon.
Zubat is one of the prototypical like Pokemon that you get tired of seeing spawn every second in caves.
That's why I
You're gonna
remember
get
him.
harassed by
I'm sick
Zubat.
of him.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, Final Fantasy doesn't really have that issue, right? The Final Fantasy just has less characters, I guess.
Well, it does have less player characters, definitely.
Yeah.
There has been talk about like character archetypes within Final Fantasy as well. Like Lightning will often be compared with Cloud, for example.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say it doesn't. I shouldn't say it doesn't have that issue, but like to a much lesser extent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think visually, because the Final Fantasy characters are so flamboyant, it's there's like more immediate differentiation, I guess.
Yeah, fair. When it's all like night-looking people, they kind of blend together with blue hair.
I think it probably also does partially speak to there being more creativity and budget and talent behind Final Fantasy. Because some Fire Emblem characters kind of just like look like a normal anime character that you see in every anime too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's...
Which I guess I couldn't think of as many Final Fantasy characters of whom I would say that. Did they just look like generic anime characters?
I mean, like to me, before having played the game, if I had just seen a picture of or well, I guess it's popular enough in pop culture, but like if I had seen a picture of Cloud, I'd be like, oh yeah, he looks like any anime protagonist. Like I know who it is.
Fair enough.
Because Final Fantasy VII is so popular, but
well,
now that I've played it, they are much more memorable, but mostly because their personalities. But their designs do play into it as well. They are uniquely designed.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of thinking of there's a very low standard, like really generic anime character that you see sometimes, like the black-haired nice boy anime protagonist. It's the protagonist of every single harem anime. Yeah, Shinji kind of looks like that, but there's an even more generic version beyond that, I guess.
Yeah, I think well, like the protagonist in DDLC.
Yes.
Who is never shown in the game, but in the fandom, that is how he is portrayed, as like black or brown haired schoolboy.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Sure. Quite a number of different anime that have that guy as the main character. Yeah. And also a very stock personality. He's usually like really over the top nice to everyone.
Yeah. To
the point of coming off as like
DDLC
naive
also
or
right. Yeah, I was gonna say naive. Yeah, DDLC kind of lampoons that as well.
Yes.
A little bit.
His only like standout characteristic is how much of a fucking dumbass he is, that guy.
Yeah. Gosh, I hope Sayori's okay. Anyway, all right. I mean, the only Final Fantasy Fire Emblem characters I know are from Smash, of course.
Yes.
So Marth.
Where people also complain about the sameness of the Fire Emblem characters that keep getting released for Smash.
Yeah, even in Smash, they kind of pick samey one.
Yeah, they tend to always pick the main character, which again, the Lord is also kind of an archetype, usually blue-haired.
Yep.
Very noble.
Dark clothes, blue hair. Yeah, long sword as a weapon.
Yes, you typically a rapier.
Or a rapier, yeah. Is Marth's is like a sword though?
Yeah, Marth has Falchion as his weapon in Smash, which is his like legendary weapon that you will acquire late into the game,
Oh,
as opposed
which
to
is not a, it's not a falchion. It's just called that.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. That's funny. All right.
What is the definition of a falchion in weapon making terms?
It's like a curved sword with kind of a thick, like, or not like a. Oh no, I'm mistaken. I was thinking of a. Yeah, it's just like slightly curved.
Okay.
Single-edged, one-handed sword.
Well, the falchion in Fire Emblem is not curved, so yeah, it does not meet the normal definition of a falchion.
I guess it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be curved according to this definition. As long as it's single-edged. A curve helps a single-edged sword because more force on a point. Katanas are also single-edged and curved. But okay, well then maybe it is, but I think it's double-edged in Smash. So
yeah,
get wrecked. So.
So what we just demonstrated was recruiting a character. So this guy Kashim was an enemy, but then we got Sheeta to talk to him and use her feminine wiles to trick him into joining our party. So now we have him. He's an archer character. He's a hunter, which is slightly differentiated from hunter. Archer, I think they can move further.
Okay. And they primarily shoot animals.
Yes. They get a combat bonus against animals.
Cool.
No, that's not true.
I know.
There aren't any animal enemies in this one. Unless you count dragons as animals.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so.
That would be like a hippie perspective. I ain't into that.
That would be a funny thing. I'm sure like Terry Pratchett or something probably explored that, the idea of like a knight going off to kill a dragon and hippies protest it.
Oh yeah, that would be a Terry Pratchett thing to do.
Yes.
I guess the Harry Potter books treated dragons as just like a type of animal. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had dragon entrance.
That's true.
Not the movies, but
I think the only instance of a dragon actually appearing in that series is in the fourth one for that Challenge Cup thing.
I think you're right.
The whole book is based around one of the challenges was to fly around a dragon and get a key or something.
Yeah. I was thinking probably mostly of the Fantastic Beasts book.
I never did read that.
No, it's fun. It's fun. The movie
is completely unrelated to the book.
Yeah, exactly. Is unfortunately unrelated.
I've heard that
my wife was like
Grindelwald one was really bad. That got very poor reviews.
Yeah.
It did not appear on Sight and Sound's top 100 films of all time.
It didn't.
But neither did
my wife was like trying to get me to watch the new one or something. I was like, I haven't even seen the old one. She's like, what?
Fantastic Beasts?
Yeah. I was like, I heard they're awful. I have no interest.
I think the very first one was supposed to be all right, and then after that it gets really bad. I think that was the consensus that I saw.
Based on a lengthy video essay review on YouTube that I watched of the entire series, I think that is correct.
Oh, okay, good. You are more informed than I. I remember I think the second one was Crimes of Grindelwald, which was a part of the backstory. It's kind of mentioned in the Deathly Hallows book.
Right, it's like the big bad guy before Voldemort was Grindelwald. So they decided to attach that to the Fantastic Beasts movies for some reason. Yeah, not a different spin-off series. I don't know.
The idea of Fantastic Beasts just became the like catch-all name for Harry Potter spin-off movie.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. I think even among fans of the first one, like the second one, like retconned a bunch of stuff and was just like less fun overall, from what I heard, which was the saving grace of the first movie is it was like silly.
Didn't take itself too seriously.
Yeah, exactly. That can be good. Yeah, that move that I never heard of that before. That top movies of all time list is apparently updated once per decade.
Yes,
that's kind of interesting.
Sound poll. Well, that
Yeah,
kind
same
of
tone.
it's. I think it's from there that the sort of traditional idea of Citizen Kane being the greatest film of all time comes from,
Oh,
because it
okay.
it dominated that for quite a while before sort of passing the mantle into Vertigo. And then the most interesting thing about the latest iteration of the list is that both of those films have been displaced by Jean Diomond, 23 Quai du Commerce, 1080
Yes.
Bruxelles.
Yes. Which Charlie Critical did a fantastic review of.
Yes, that's a great video. The moist meter for Jean Diomond.
Yeah, the moisty. Um, yeah, I should. You know what? I should watch more Hitchcock films. Maybe that's what I'll do with my wife because we kind of like random shows that I give a shit about. Um, because I've seen in film class in high school we watched Vertigo, and I just don't remember it. Like I'm sure it was good, but and then I've never seen Citizen Kane. Well, that's not Hitchcock, but
No, that's
I guess
Orson
they're around the
Welles.
same time period. Yeah, it's Orson,
It's good.
famous drunkard Orson Welles.
We've talked multiple times about how, film critics jerk off to the movie techniques in Citizen Kane, but independent of that, I think the story is
Yeah.
fun enough to be just enjoyed as a regular old movie. You probably won't have your mind blown as much as the title of greatest film of all time makes you think you would be.
No, that's okay. I'm you know me. I'm a generous in my opinions.
I think that
Uh,
is like both Citizen Kane and Vertigo probably will not blow people's mind all that much compared to what the title of greatest movie of all time
no, they
might make
didn't
you
when I
think.
was in high school, but I think I'd appreciate. Not that I didn't like it, but I think I appreciate it more now. Anytime
It's
I watch like a classic movie that's well lauded, I'm usually like pleasantly surprised. Like I remember
mhm.
Rosemary's Baby. I was like, oh, I heard it's good, but it's old. And I watched it. I was like, that was just a really good movie.
Yeah,
And The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I was also expecting like to have to like struggle a little bit to appreciate it, but it still holds up very well. It's just a really fun, really good movie. So
I do
that's kind of
remember you once said something that quite surprised me, which was that you at one point at least had sort of perceived older media as only really serving to like provide a starting point for newer and better media or something along those lines, which was very contrary to my view as a youth, where I kind of thought that like older stuff were these inimitable treasures that could never be topped, and new
okay.
stuff couldn't recapture it, which I think comes a little bit more from being interested in literature, I guess, where you have those works like Shakespeare and even classic mythology that have such a culture attached to them, even
Mhm.
independent, even outside of their own like individual works, that it is almost impossible for something that's being made now to ever have that much to it, I guess, in the same
Yeah,
way
and
at
I
least.
guess like I never really thought about it. I mean, the way you explained it does basically summarize my previous view, I guess. But I hadn't really ever thought about it. And I guess had I been challenged on, I would have maybe split it up by media because you're right. I felt the same way about books and even music. I only ever listened to like, well, not old music, but like older like 80s stuff at the time, and I was like, oh, new music sucks. And which I guess I still feel that way. But like movies, I was like, yeah, old movies, they're fine, they were good for the time. But yeah, I guess that is how I used to kind of feel. Not anymore. Now I struggle to find. Now I just rewatch the same shit over and over because I just like, I know I like this. I'm scared to try anything new.
Yeah, I'm like that with music.
Yeah, music. Yeah, music and shows. I'm like, can we just watch Sopranos again?
See, that goes back to the music. I think you just want to hear the Sopranos theme song again, I bet.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it. That was the best part of the Many Saints of New York is the end with the theme song. Very, uh, I like the way it ends.
Quite good lyrics on
I
that.
like that it ended and the way that it did so. Yeah, yeah. It's the fucking HBO shows have great theme songs. I mean, we talked about that before. With I love the True Detective themes, and The Wire is really fun. And The Wire, it's the same song, but it's like remixed, or like the genre almost changes with every season. So
Ah,
the
that's
remix is
interesting.
really fun.
You
Yeah.
could use that to sort of try to convey the changes in the general mood and position of the characters as the story goes on,
I think
if you
that
wanted to.
was partially the. I guess I would guess that was the intent, although um, it's not quite so explicit. I would say.
I see.
it's just different. Maybe I'll like look up a compilation and post it for comparison, just to save you the 10 seconds it would take you to look it up if you gave a shit. Yeah, and the Wire has a new, or not the Wire. I just said the Wire. The True Detective. Detective has a different song for every season.
So. They got Leonard Cohen for one of them.
They did. They got Leonard Cohen for season 2, which is everyone's least favorite season, but everyone's most favorite raspy Canadian singer.
Yes. He fits into the Bob Dylan category of musician, where a lot of it's about that poetry and the lyrics.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's good. It's fun music too. Like, oh, not like, maybe not fun is not the right word, but it's enjoyable to listen to. It's not just.
Yes, he does have a strong voice.
Yeah, he does. I quite like. Although some people who I may or may not be married to didn't recognize his voice.
That's right. You had a bet about whether or not it was actually Leonard Cohen.
That's right. I didn't bet anything. It was just, am I right or wrong?
So your prize for winning the bet was to be right.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I need.
In most marriages, that's considered to be a very valuable prize indeed.
It is.
Okay. So here in the game, a character named Lena has joined us, and she has a warp staff, which, as the name implies, warps you, and it has infinite range. It can warp anyone as far along the map as you want it to.
That sounds kind of busted.
It is extremely busted. That you can trivialize pretty much the entire game with it.
There's no downsides, no limitations, just...
Well, the downside is, like, if you warp somebody into the middle of the enemies, they then have to fight the middle of the enemies. So, hypothetically, and this is very much a viable strategy as the game goes on, what I could do is I could have her warp Marth right next to the boss, and then just have him kill the boss, and then the next turn he would seize the throne. And you can do this and win most maps in 2 turns, but, like, Marth would have to have the combat stats necessary to be able to do that. So, later on in the game, and also once the enemy's boss types start to transition away from bandits and more towards cavalry, as will happen, because then he can use the rapier against them for effective damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Sight and Sound list, I think, well, it's a poll. Like, they poll, in this case, I think it was like 2,000 people who are in the film industry, I guess, to ask them what their favorite movies are. And it was pretty standard, I think. There are not too many interesting things. So the one thing that has been, I guess, a little bit controversial in the manner of tired internet debates is the top film, because Jean Diamant is very much a feminist film. So, the typical, like, anti-woke versus woke debate happened, I guess, surrounding it, where some people thought they only put that on to be feminist, which, and if you read the write-up, it is like, oh my god, wow, we put a woman-directed movie in the top space and stuff like that, like when you go on their site. But to me, it's like, at least I had heard of the movie before from the woke, or from the Moist Meter video, of course. And it seems interesting, and I have wanted to watch it for a while, but it is, apparently it's just like 3 hours of the main character doing chores, 3.5 hours of the main character doing chores. So probably not the most traditionally entertaining movie in the entire world, but it's at least like made with a specific intent and kind of unique and strange movie, instead of, like, I would have been really pissed off if they put like Everything Everywhere All at Once as the greatest movie of all time.
Oh yeah.
Or like fucking Marvel. That would have been so much worse. So I'm not sure that it's really that much worse than Citizen Kane or Vertigo being first place.
No, it doesn't matter. Like, when you get down to like that nuance of, like, which movie is the best, I think it's all just so subjective.
You have to accept that there's never going to be one all-defining best movie ever.
Like, Zerkalo is 31, but I'm sure, like, a lot of people who saw that just, like, can't stand it because of how hard to understand it is,
I did have a fairly strong negative opinion about Stalker when I watched it. Although
you did, I remember, but that's 43, so it's actually below.
Yes,
Mirror.
Overall, Tarkovsky did quite well. He has 3 films on the list, I think, with Andrei Rublev being the final one.
Okay, I haven't seen
it. Me neither. It's very long. It's 4 hours.
Yeah. But it doesn't bother me.
I think Soviet cinema did overall not that well. I believe Come and See and The Ascent were both on previous iterations of the list, but not on this one.
Oh, not on this one. Okay, I didn't.
Which one
Yes.
commenter actually was the same guy who did that review of the Canterbury Tales thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That guy commented that he thought it might be because of the war in Ukraine that the voters like had an anathema against Russian movies this time, which is
Yes.
possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
But it's because it's not a committee-based list and is a voting one. They at least without manipulating the votes, they can't really do a stunt. So it wasn't Jean Dielman being first was not because some committee decided let's put a feminist movie. The only way something like that could have happened would be if somebody among the voters had been like emailing all the other voters and saying, "Hey, could you please put Jean Dielman as your first place movie?" So that probably did not happen.
Statistically, probably not. Yeah, well, I've only seen looks like 12 movies on there. I think.
Oh wow!
What did Null say? He saw like.
I think he was
yours
30.
24 and his was 30. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm half you guys, but I don't watch old movies.
That shows the level of discussion that AFT has, that the film list just turned into a dick measuring contest of who has seen the most movies.
Well, that's literally exactly why Null posted the Letterboxd version, was because it's easier to measure your dick through Letterboxd.
Yes, that makes sense. I didn't say.
Because you posted the actual like BFI article, and then Null reposted it because it's harder to measure your dick unless you're using Letterboxd.
That makes sense. I didn't realize. I thought he was just like had such a hard on for Letterboxd.
No. There was a reason behind it.
Needed to be posted.
Or I guess I assume it makes sense. Yeah. But yeah. I've seen Vertigo, Godfather, Apocalypse Now, Taxi Driver, Mirror, Stalker, Blade Runner, Goodfellas, Spirited Away, The Shining, Parasite, and Get Out.
Yes.
Parasite, of course, 93. Too low for the greatest movie ever made. But
one of the only class conflict-based ones. They have a couple, like Jean Dielman being feminist, and Get Out is on there because it's anti-racist.
Right.
I'm not sure how many class ones there are on that, though, apart from Parasite. And there's Battle for Algiers, which is communist propaganda, like explicitly.
Yeah. You could argue that Goodfellas has some class-based commentary.
True, it's probably
how the main character becomes a good fella. Yeah,
a good fellow, yes.
Good fellow. Yes. Sorry, I keep saying it wrong.
A bonhomme, you could say.
Yeah. Right, just like Professor Layton.
Yes, exactly.
Everyone's favorite good fellow. How are we doing in the game?
I think Finn Navarre here, who he just recruited, is going to get killed, so that's going to be sad.
Well, all right. It happens.
He had a good sword. I think we'll lose his sword. Oh, yeah, there he goes.
Sword. What a rotten way to get lost.
Exactly. I was trying to have him protect my Pegasus Knight because Mars was not there to inevitably distract him. But he died in the process. It was a very noble sacrifice from Navarre. That's the kind of storytelling you can get through this gameplay system.
Yeah. What would you call that? What would you call that type of storytelling? Like emergent storytelling.
Yes, that's the term for that.
I don't need to ask you. I thought of the word. Yeah. I like that. It when a game relies entirely on that, it can be hit or miss. I guess you have to do it right and do it maybe within limits. Although, you know what? That's not even true, because games like for example, the masterpiece Dwarf Fortress, which came out on Steam yesterday, basically relies entirely on emergent storytelling.
It is just a different approach to game development.
It is.
I wouldn't describe it as being intrinsically better or worse.
No, I was thinking of certain examples where I find that like a shift towards that I perceive as more, I don't know if it's laziness, but maybe misguided. Like I guess Vermintide versus Darktide, where Vermintide had defined existing characters with like a lot of personality, and Darktide you make your own character and thereby kind of lose a lot of the charm, in my opinion, that the pre-made characters in Vermintide had, and the intent is for you to kind of come up with your own story. I was like infuriated. Or I mean, I shouldn't have felt so strongly about it, but I was reading on Reddit. People like this one guy was like defending it. He was like, "Yeah, I never cared about the characters in Vermintide because I didn't make them, but like I made the guy in Darktide, and so like I'm way more invested." It's
What the
like,
fuck kind of rationale is that?
Yeah, I'm like, first of all, you picked from like 20 face options and 3 voice options, so fuck
Yeah.
you. And second, like, what? It's like, well, I guess I know who this appeals to.
Yeah,
Fair enough, but not
one
me.
very bizarre Redditor has a
Yeah.
special point of view on that, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. Okay.
That's just a really bad argument for it. I think there
I
there may
agree.
be reasons for it, but I would say that emergent storytelling and character customization are usually not the same thing.
No, no. I guess yeah. I'm kind of equating them in this specific case, but they're really not. I guess my point is there is now a lack of character development, so that I think if there is any, it will have to be emergent. But yeah, that's not necessarily like what they're going for. I don't know. Whatever. I guess that guy's happy.
Yes. It does seem like Redditors always want to defend corporate decisions on game design no matter what. Or at least there are some people who always have
Some
to.
people. It's always like it's just I guess usually what I find, at least in the circles I stalk, it's everyone is basically like very anti-corporate. But then you'll have like a couple guys with a hot take, and they'll stand out because
Yeah.
people are like, everyone's like, anyone who agrees with them will like upvote that one opinion, so it seems like it has more clout than it does.
The issues of the karma system that Reddit uses.
Yeah, one of the issues. It's similar to like you don't want to, in the US at least, you might not want to vote for a political party you actually care about because it takes votes away from like the enemy of your enemy. It's kind of like that, where it's like everyone agrees with everyone that's anti-corporate, but that means the upvotes are more spread out, whereas like the one guy who's pro-corporate gets all the pro-corporate upvotes.
I guess so.
That's my theory.
I think that is a very misguided voting rationale in America. And people use it in this country too, though, of course.
Right, yeah. No, I don't know. I don't like the there's a lot of issues with the two-party system the way it's set up here.
Yeah. Well, that mentality that you just described perpetuates the two-party issue.
It does. It does. But I think like our voting system is set up such that the two-party system is like the stable form. You'd have to like consistently try to avoid it in order to get anywhere close to getting rid of it. That's my super informed take. According to Victoria too. Actually, that is kind of how it works, because you get like coalitions of like more obscure parties latching onto the bigger.
Victoria 3.
No, in 2. Maybe it's only in mods, but yeah, at least in the mods I play in 2. Well, that is the case in 3 as well. But like in 2, you'll have a coalition of, oh yeah, that's a mod thing, no, 100%. But you'll have like if you want like the communists to win, they're a more extreme version of the socialists. So what you can do is try to get the socialists to win, because more people vote for them, and the communists will latch onto them as like a coalition. So you get like a mix of both ideas, which is how it works in real life too. So I do like that little fun addition.
In the base game of Wiki 2, it will say like a coalition of conservative and reactionary parties that form the government or whatever, but in practical terms, that's just a flavor text thing.
Oh, that's okay. Maybe that is a vanilla thing then. I thought that was I introduced in mods. I guess I just never noticed it in vanilla. It's been so long since I played vanilla.
Yeah.
It just I guess. Well, yeah, because only the main party affects the laws, but I guess I always assumed it affected the like, what do you call it? The upper house voting policies if you're trying to pass reforms and shit, but maybe it doesn't.
Oh, it's possible.
It's possible. That's all I can say.
Well, that's just based on the pie chart of what your upper house is composed of,
that's true.
Which does change after an election.
It does, yeah. That shifts more frequently than your actual main party. In fact, you can change your party. It doesn't change your upper house makeup. Well, it does. It depends. That depends on your.
Yeah, if you're an absolute
Anyway.
government with no voting in it, it does do that.
Yeah,
As we
it
saw with
does.
King Carl.
Right. Yeah, dear old King Carl, the upper house just did what I said.
Yeah, because you were the entire upper house. King
Right. I
Carl was
was
the only
exactly.
person with political franchise. How do you say l'état c'est moi in Spanish, I wonder?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Noel. That is like, I guess Victoria is Victoria unique? No, that's not true. I was gonna say, is Victoria unique in having democratic governments be like in any way beneficial? But EU4 also, like, having a republic makes it easy to replace or boost your rulers.
Yeah.
Because like in Vicky, like not being able to pick your party sucks, but the immigration boost is huge, so there is a benefit. Like CK2 and 3, well, 3 doesn't even have republics, but in 2, like being as absolute as possible was like the meta way to play if you're trying to min-max.
In EU4 it effectively is as well once you get to the era of absolutism, and that starts to matter.
Right.
Hearts of Iron 4 is another example. It is strictly worse to be democratic than communist or fascist.
No, true. That's because of the weird, like, diplomatic restrictions. There's no actual difference in how the game plays for each government.
Unfortunately.
Who you can declare war on, which is the point of the game.
Also, which laws you can say you can go to higher conscription and militarization earlier.
True. Yeah, earlier. Once you're at war, then I think even democratic countries have access to all.
Yeah, but they have, less industry as a result of not being able to switch to total mobilization earlier or whatever.
Yeah, yep. That is like, that specific law is the one that you want as early as possible, which was also the case in Hoi 3. It never changes.
War never changes.
Yeah.
Mobilization never
Until
changes.
It does in Metal Gear Solid 4.
Ah, true. That was when war changed.
That's when war changed.
It changed during Metal Gear Solid 4, but still had not changed by the time of Fallout, interestingly.
It just depends on who's narrating, yeah. Snake thought it changed. Ron Perlman strongly believes it has.
Not only that it hasn't, but that it is impossible for it to change, in fact.
Right, yeah. War never changes. Yes. Got him.
That was a good game.
Which one?
Fallout.
Oh, yeah, yes. Metal Gear Solid 4 was good too.
I didn't like it.
You don't like any of it?
Not really.
Okay, that's fair. I thought the gameplay was like a big improvement. It's just like you only get the good stealth gameplay in the first like 2 chapters.
Yeah. I feel like I didn't even really get to experience the gameplay because it was just like barely there, and then it was all cutscene barrage.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I guess when I say I liked it, I liked that part, like the good part.
I'm sure it has, even in storytelling, it must have moments that are worth it, but I can't remember any.
Yeah. I like the idea of the microwave tunnel that Snake is like suffering through as you just like watch images of his friends about to be fucked up, but then like
that was one of the highlights of the game for me.
But then the fucking Otacon, the little Metal Gear, rolls up and opens the door for you, which reveals that and then he hacks the Patriots. So Snake had no reason to have gone through that tunnel. So like completely undermines the whole sequence.
Well, you can still sort of appreciate the like framing of it with showing the other characters having their trouble and all that.
You can
at the same time.
I like the part where Johnny shits his pants.
I think part of the reason I disliked the game so much was because that going on for so long just kind of set the tone for me to hate the whole game.
Oh yeah, no, I remember you talking about how much you hated that entire sequence. I also
it just goes on for so excessively long.
Yeah. Kojima thinks it's so fucking funny.
He must, yeah. He must think it is the most hysterical shit that has ever been put in a video game. Well, just kind of his usual lack of restraint, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, there's Norman Reedus shower scenes in Death Stranding, although it's like blurred.
Yeah.
Still, that's
Did
there.
they model his cock?
I don't know. It's blurred. Yeah, I guess they could and they just blur it out. I actually don't know. I'm sure someone's ripped the model, and I doubt it.
I know for Beyond Two Souls they modeled Ellen Page's vagina, even though it's
Yeah,
not
and she
used
was
in the
really
game.
fucking upset. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
it is. That is odd.
Well, it is essentially just a waste of like production time because it's not used anywhere in the game. So in Metal Gear Solid 2, when Raiden is running around naked, they did not model his cock.
Yeah, I can't imagine being like the fucking modeler that made that model, and you like go through a design review, and you're just like, yeah, and here's the vagina. Why did you include that? What the fuck?
I think I'd rather that than be the guy who had to model and animate the horse balls in Red Dead Redemption.
That'd be, I don't know, that'd be funnier.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair though. The ball physics programmer.
I think it would be somewhat funny to do like dick animation for a game.
I mean,
like make it wiggle as the character walks.
Yeah. I mean, you need like for bra designers or like sex toy designers, like I'm sure they need to model that sort of thing.
Probably.
Accurately for like bras, you want to get the physics right so it's comfortable. So yeah, totally. Yeah.
I wonder if COD Peacemakers had this same problem back in the
day.
day.
Yeah, back when people wore those cup makers.
What an odd creation that was.
The COD piece, yeah.
Was it supposed to be like the jockstrap but for combat?
I think it's like, I don't really know, but my understanding is it is purely for like
decorative purposes.
Decorative, yeah. It's like intimidate the enemy. Look how big my dick looks in this thing. Okay.
Well, I guess that's similar to the accounts of the Gauls and stuff fighting naked in certain instances.
Oh yeah, Gauls and Celts.
May have been for intimidation purposes, although that was more natural. I think it would probably just look quite silly to have the god piece.
I think so, but I guess back then, opinions change.
Yes, well, even the image of what was considered to be like a well-dressed gentleman or whatever with like the wig back in the day.
Oh yeah,
looks really goofy to modern people now.
I think it's funny that like British courts still use the.
Yeah, it is quite funny. I think they should keep that just for the fun factor.
They should. I'm glad they kept it. I wasn't complaining. I haven't been really paying attention to the plot in this game.
I've been most just like spamming past the text, I think. So we're Marth, we're trying to right now we're trying to reunite with the Kingdom of Orleans.
Okay.
Which it's a kingdom. It's become independent from France, it seems.
Yeah.
It's translated as something completely different in the DS game. I forget what it is, but it's like another mythical or historical country.
Camelot.
Not that one. Forget.
Okay.
I think Macedon is one of the names in this game, but not for that one.
It's not mythical.
No, that's historical.
It still exists.
Crimea is an important kingdom in Fire Emblem Path of Radiance.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That's Path of Radiance is that's not the new one. Is the Three Houses.
Yeah.
It's like a more recent one though, right?
Path of Radiance is the GameCube game.
GameCube. Okay. Yeah, maybe I think it's like what I have a couple of friends, and well, they were twins in high school who were Fire Emblem fans. I think Path of Radiance was the one they like showed.
Yeah, that one's really good. That is my favorite Fire Emblem game. But it is mainly the story that is the best element, and the gameplay has some quality of life issues.
I remember getting into an argument with them about like when Oblivion came out. Well, like any any new game, everyone's like, oh my god, the graphics. But like Oblivion compared to Morrowind was like, just like, holy shit, how can graphics get so good? Like a few years later, I mentioned that exact thing, which is like, it's interesting how games look so good when they come out, and then later it's like, oh yeah, it's getting kind of dated. It's I can't believe I thought this was the pinnacle of graphical achievement, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, what? Like Oblivion still looks like incredible. It's like, yeah, it's a good looking game, but it's you can tell it's a little dated. They're like, what? Then I saw how they played it, and they had it on the PC, and they had like a weak computer, so they play on like lowest settings, hooked up to a CRT TV with like ultra washed out colors and like super blurry. It's like, what the fuck? So it made like less sense that they thought it looked good. It's like, this is the worst look thing I've ever seen.
I guess maybe it's like their standards were lower because they had to play games on a shitty computer.
Well, no, but they had like a Wii and a GameCube and all that. Like fucking Fire Emblem
Yeah,
Radiance probably looked better than the way they played Oblivion. What?
that's what I was thinking, is that you were gonna say it was like it spoke to their Nintendo fan standards that they hadn't seen the amazing
No, it was
graphics
just
of
odd that
Oblivion.
like it's like, no offense, I wasn't like trying to make fun of them for having a bad computer, but it's like this it's like the worst looking way to play Oblivion, and you're still arguing with me. What? Anyway,
I do think Oblivion is a good example of a game that has whose visuals have aged, I suppose, which to me speaks to the lackluster art style, I guess.
yeah,
Without me to be too harsh on it.
no, I would agree with you. Also, I don't mean to be harsh. I think like the a lot of there's like a lot of cool art, like architecture and stuff and designs in the game. But if you just look at like the textures and the faces
Character
and stuff,
models
yeah,
tend to be
character
very
models,
ugly.
yeah, yeah. It is very hard to make even when a game came out, it was hard to make a like decent looking character. I mean, they look fucking weird.
Yeah.
That was like the first time Bethesda had like the face, custom face slider mechanic, and it was like, oh, what
The human characters were
fuck?
not exactly beautiful, and even in like Daggerfall, it was just
Oh no, no. Oh, and Morrowind, they looked ugly as fuck, but I mean, it took less effort to make one. So.
That's why I like to play it. That's part of the reason why I like to play as a lizard man, as a Argonian.
Oh, same actually. When
They
I
just
first
look
played
like
Morrowind,
lizards instead of
yeah,
really fucking ugly humans.
yeah. I think the Argonians, like Khajiit, always look like really bad,
Kind of weird, yeah.
But no, when I played Morrowind, I was like, all of these fuckers look ugly as hell. I'm just gonna pick an orc, just like lean into it.
Oh, sure, that makes sense. Should have this guy stay behind.
That was my first character as an orc. Actually, that's my tradition now with Elder Scrolls games. I always play an orc first because I did it in Morrowind.
Interesting.
Mm.
I don't know if I've ever played as an orc in an Elder Scrolls game. I mostly just play as Argonian. In Skyrim, my main file was an Argonian. And in Daggerfall as well, I like to play as that.
Argonians are proficient with spears in Morrowind, which is a weapon that was taken out of the game entirely in subsequent entries.
What a shame.
Yeah.
I like the Warhammers as the weapon just because of the concept of them in Skyrim.
Yeah, actually, I think, we were playing Oblivion. We got my dad bought us a new sound system for our PC, just like some speakers and a subwoofer. Around when Oblivion came out, I remember like turning the subwoofer up to like maximum and like smacking a wolf with the Warhammer and made like the room shake. Good memory of that.
That's fun.
Had those speakers for a while and they stopped working. What a shame.
They're good speakers. Would have run away today.
I don't even know. I guess, yeah, they worked. I don't know how objectively good they were, but they worked for us for a while.
Doesn't matter if they're objectively good as long as they work for you.
Well, yeah, they could have worked for longer maybe, but for the time they worked, no, it didn't matter, I suppose.
I guess so.
Well, what did you think of the extra punctuation?
It was good. Let's see. So Yahtzee proposes. Well, first of all, it begins by examining the question of whether games have to be fun, which
Yeah.
was spurred by the game. What was that H.R. Geiger game that just came out? Scorn.
Scorn. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, he kind of changes the question prompt like immediately, because then it becomes about like not defining fun necessarily, but what makes games enjoyable and how different games, support that. But yeah, and initially my like just looking at the title, my initial impression was, or my initial answer was no, they don't, because of specifically I was thinking of Pathologic, which is designed to be not fun, and like that's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it fun, is how awful it is to play. And there's a few games like that. I mean, even like Stalker, you could say is like that, where it's just like brutal and challenging and sometimes tedious, but like that's all part of the experience. Just like the movie. And
Even Limbo and Inside could be argued to
yeah,
provide examples of this approach to game design.
yeah, and Scorn. That was his example. I think that's a good one. But then he ends up talking about the kind of three legs of the stool of game fun, which are context, catharsis, and challenge.
What's the term he uses? Engagement.
Yeah,
he says that you shouldn't use fun as a catch-all term for video games because of games like Scorn, I guess, essentially.
Right. He basically says like, no, games don't have to be fun. Let's call it engagement instead, and that'll be more useful. And then he proceeds with the video. So yeah, and he actually talks about like the games that he tends to review very poorly, which are these, like loot grinding or AAA Ghost Train Ride, etc. Less that one, but mostly like like Gotham Knights was his pick, and he talked about how those games can be engaging, but it's a different kind of engagement, different kind of fun than like the artsy games that he sucks off. And once again, he used specifically the examples of Undertale,
yes,
Oberdin, and
I do wish people would give it a fucking rest with Undertale.
Well, it's just Yahtzee that loves it so much.
Yeah.
The third one he had on there, it wasn't Outer Wilds. Whatever, doesn't matter. Those types. And I agree with that. Like I'll play like Vermintide is a game that I play frequently, and it's kind of just like a mindless. I turn my brain off, put on a video or podcast in the background, and
right,
just,
which is something Yahtzee also says that he does. I think he likes to do that with like Power Washing Simulator and shit, though.
Yeah. Which I've played Euro Truck Sim, and it's that similar type of experience, just like driving around. So I totally get that, and I think it's good that he brought that up, because he kind of, in his Zero Punctuation at least, he comes across as like just a hater of those types of games, where it's like, you could even say they lack, artistic merit, but people enjoy them. Many people enjoy them quite a lot for some reason. So he kind of acknowledged that. And then I guess, he talks about some examples of games offering different sorts of enjoyment, and some rare games like everyone's favorite Dark Souls that do well in all three of the legs. But then he kind of just lamented briefly, I would say. Some people might argue that he was making a big deal out of it. I didn't get that impression at all. I just said that it would be, it seems that catharsis is the one that all of these like loot grindy and AAA games tend to focus on the most, and it kind of reduces the amount of variety in the industry.
Yes,
because that makes the most money.
Certainly for games like Gotham Knights or something like that, that's the big thing.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are going to reduce the ways in which games engage people to context challenge and catharsis, then catharsis is certainly the one that is offered by Gotham Knights.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, I like this one more than, I like Extra Punctuation quite a bit, but I feel like this one tackled a especially interesting topic, at least in my opinion. So.
Yes, I guess my one misgiving would be that if you take it too literally, I guess you might think of those as the only three valid things that games can look to do, which could be limiting in of itself. But I think as long as you understand that it is sort of just a like broad look at the topic, yeah, that stops being an issue.
Yeah, it's not like those extra punctuation isn't like a 2 hour video essay, which was what you would kind of need to really approach that topic, you know. So yeah, broad view, simple, a simple way to categorize games, I guess, as Yahtzee sees them. Um, I think it was helpful in that regard and interesting.
And we had a bit of a controversy around the video on our server.
I guess a little bit, yeah. One individual challenged the fact that you could even define fun, which Yahtzee acknowledged first thing in the video, and then it wasn't even about that. And then, yeah.
It was very intellectually stimulating, as you can imagine.
It was, yeah. I felt stimulated just recalling it.
That conversation provided context, challenge, and catharsis.
That was truly the Dark Souls of conversations.
Or Resident Evil 4, he said, but to me, I would say Resident Evil 4 doesn't do that well in context. It has some value in that respect, I guess, but not that much. Maybe it depends on if you see the funniness of Resident Evil 4 as it's very good context.
True. I guess, I mean, that is an issue of definitions being quite broad and maybe specific. Like, he has a very specific definition for context and catharsis. I guess you're right. If you took, like, context out of RD4, like, why you're there killing the Las Plagas doesn't really matter. You're there to save Ashley, but, like, who actually gives a shit? You're just there to beat the game because it's fun, you know?
Yeah, I think how annoying Ashley is maybe part of what Yahtzee would say works about Resident Evil 4's context.
Yeah,
we all kind of relate with our mutual annoyance at her character.
Right. Something like that. Subsumes critiques of itself in that way.
It's just like capitalism.
Yes.
RE4 is much like capitalism.
I hope that the remake captures that same cheesiness that the original had. That is a big part of that game.
That was one of the few, I suppose, downsides of the Resident Evil 1 remake, was that it reduced the cheesiness factor.
True, although the original cheesiness there was absolutely not intentional, although it doesn't make it any less fun, so...
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. And then he reviewed, what, God of War? I haven't watched that one yet.
Well, God of War is the latest one that came out on YouTube, but he reviewed Marvel's Midnight Suns, or whatever it was, today.
Oh, yeah, the de novo game.
On the website.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he didn't like it.
He thought it was okay, I think.
Okay.
He didn't bash it as hard as he bashed Gotham Knights, yeah. He said it was
Marvel, or that's DC.
He said it was Marvel brand Fire Emblem 3 Houses.
Oh, okay.
So very topical for today.
It is, yes. I see 3 houses on the screen right now.
Sure, we can actually visit each of those houses and get a gameplay hint if we wanted to.
Wow.
Now Lena is recruiting her sister Mathis, who's just like a generic cavalier in terms of the stats, so very weak is what that means. And he's funny because he will attack Lena if you leave him like in range to attack her.
You let him. Okay.
Yeah. He'll say like, "Oh my God, where's my sister? If only I could see her one more time before I die," while stabbing his sister with a lance. But he's not very powerful in gameplay terms, so now that we have him, we'll probably just put him on the bench. And also, for some reason, he turned everything pink when he got recruited. So it now displays as if my Pegasus Knight is an enemy unit. That's probably an emulation glitch.
Yeah, maybe.
Now that we've done another combat, it's come back to normal. It'd be really funny if Sheeta became an enemy unit now and I had to kill her.
That would be.
It would also upset me because she's one of the characters I've been trying to train this whole time.
Oh, that would be a waste. Almost like leveling Aerith.
Yes, learning her final limit break and doing the side quests for her special weapon and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that you can do those things beforehand, it's part of what made the scene so impactful.
It is,
they had signposted that she was going to die. By not doing that, it would have changed things considerably.
You're right. it makes the impact of getting that umbrella from doing that roller coaster mini game so much more meaningful.
Yes, exactly. You can like really grind out her limit breaks to get her level 4 limit break by that point in the game.
Yeah.
And it's actually very overpowered. It makes your characters invincible for a little while.
Oh damn! At least they make it a little bit worthwhile.
I guess so.
For a time.
You can never use it to like beat the emerald weapons or something. Change the ending if she had it. That would be funny.
Yeah, like if you didn't grind Aerith, then like the world ends and she only saves the world. If you if you defy. That would make people hate the game a lot more, I think.
Probably.
A little.
You know, I think that would probably end up being, as funny as the idea is, that would probably end up being an example where, like, having multiple endings just kind of leaves some players with a less impactful version of the ending.
Right.
Because the one that is in the game is very cool, with her image as the final thing you see before it cuts to credits.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to have, like, you know, multiple endings and have all of them be equally impactful. I think a good example of that done well is Witcher 3, actually. You know, the best game ever made for a time. Because there are 3 different endings, and they do like vary. Like some are better than others, but I feel like they're all like good. They're all cathartic in some way.
It does seem like the Witcher series is consistently a standout when it comes to branching narrative. What with Witcher 2's like big 2 different routes thing as well.
Yeah, it's at least unique in that way.
As silly as it seems, the example the attempt to spring to mind to me immediately is the Henry Stickmin collection, where there's like 15 different endings, all of which do feel like a satisfying and worthwhile way to resolve the story.
Okay.
Although some of them are a bit similar to one another.
Sure. Nier Automata also does have a fuck ton of endings. A lot of them are like just memes, but the ones that are meaningful.
Yeah, the original Nier has a bunch of different endings, or Drakengard, I mean, which Nier is the sequel to one very specific ending of Drakengard.
Yeah, well, all the Drakengard or Dragoon games. Drakengard's such a fucking better name. All of them have like a bunch of endings. That's just a staple of the series. Yeah.
I don't know how good they are, but apparently they're pretty unique. There's one that's like a big homage to the end of Evangelion in the original Drakengard. I think that might actually be the one that Nier comes from.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Yep. that is the Nier timeline, the Evangelion timeline.
What an important work of culture for Japanese popular culture that anime was.
Yeah. Defined the country.
It is considered to be one of the big medium-defining anime. Sure. Although it does also have some things that could be described as Animu in it.
Oh, sure. Just a few.
I do still somewhat think that the proliferation of this tsundere archetype in relation to Asuka's influence is a misunderstanding of Asuka's character.
That's not... I wouldn't say that's Evangelion's fault, actually.
Well, there are other characters like the main girl from Urusei Yatsura that could be considered to be earlier progenitors of the tsundere archetype.
Right. Yeah, I remember us talking about different. Who's the first tsundere?
Yes.
And the yandere. Oh yeah, you and Hal argued about that one anime.
I think it was the other guy. Yeah, Future Diary, Mirai Nikki, because I really do not like that one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The female lead from that is certainly a big, influential example of the yandere archetype.
Right. Yeah.
Which I dislike even more than the tsundere archetype, personally.
Right.
I guess the big problem, well, one of the big problems with the Yuno character in Mirai Nikki is that, like, she does psychotic things and the other characters around her mostly do not react to those things. Like, I'm thinking of the episode where she, like, kidnaps the main character and then all his friends have to come and rescue him, but, like, after that they just sort of hang around with her still, which is, I suppose it's, like, supposed to be that he has a Stockholm Syndrome thing going on, but it just kind of felt a little inhuman to me.
Sure.
There was a funny scene where she runs around in a bear costume, though.
It is fun. That makes up for everything.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Um, yeah, that kind of thing can take me out of the definitely take one out of the story. Unbelievable reactions by characters.
Yeah, that's something I would say was Mirai Nikki was quite rife with personally.
Okay.
There's another part where there's like a really heroic cop character, um, and then they like he finds that his son has cancer or something like that, and then he just like becomes really evil and tries to kill the main characters. There's a little bit more reason for it in the context of the show because he's trying to win the like game they have to win of killing each other to get a wish or something like that, but it's still like he was supposed to be very principled prior to that one thing happening, and his whole character just kind of changes because of it, which I thought
Yeah.
was too over the top and kind of speaks to how the show is constructed with more desire just to put together individual set pieces rather than the big picture.
Sure. Yeah. Makes sense.
The main character also like I think his parents get killed and then he becomes like really maniacal for a little while or like Machiavellian for a little
Mm.
while. After he was like a complete bitch the whole show, and then he becomes really Machiavellian for like one episode, and then he goes back to being a little bitch for the rest of the show.
All right. Had some development temporarily, I guess.
Yeah, so it's temporary character development. But some people will argue, but with me, and that it is one of those like it goes for a dark psychological vibe, and I think every anime that does that is a little bit controversial. Like some people
Yeah.
think that Evangelion is just pretentious bullshit.
Right. Death Note has some of that.
True. I think
I
Death
think
Note
Death
has
Note.
so much just funny and fun conniving against each other that it's most people enjoy it independent of whether they think it's good psychologically.
Right. Yeah. That's true. And I think that like the fact that Death Note falls off so hard after spoilers after a certain character dies,
After the thing happens, yeah.
after the thing happens, it you can't really call it pretentious just because of like how unseriously it clearly takes itself after that event, I
Sure.
guess.
I do think Light is a good character that you can kind of psychoanalyze a little bit because he's very, would you say, like megalomaniacal?
Yeah, he just has like a superiority complex, I guess. He believes that he has the ability to do what is right without the consideration for the fact that what he thinks is right may not be it
Yeah,
in all cases.
and the other people around to kind of foster that attitude because they just suck him off for having good grades in school and all that shit. So you
Yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
take that as social commentary of a certain kind that the way that society treats, I guess, like skills and stuff like that elevates them to such an exaggerated extent that it could create a person like Light. Although that's probably reading a little bit too deep into Death Note.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I think it's intended to be a little deep. I haven't read the manga. Maybe the manga's deeper. You never know with these
I've heard
things.
from a lot of people that the manga is just better,
Okay, unlike Evangelion.
but they say that a lot. Yeah,
Yeah, that is kind of the pretentious thing to say.
it is indeed. No, I do want to read the Evangelion manga eventually, but I have my misgivings about it based on some things I've heard about how the story changes.
Well, but I mean, if the story changes, it's like different, different timeline. Who cares? Same as the rebuilds, they're completely different. I mean, they're intentionally
True.
a different
I think
timeline.
both of those are different, but still similar enough that it is tempting to compare them, I guess.
Yeah.
And how they somewhat miss the point of certain things. Like one change I have heard about from the manga that I think is kind of just missing the point is that the stuff with Kaoru happens basically the same as the anime, but it is said that Shinji kills Kaoru out of anger, which misses the whole point of it being like this almost like heroic sacrifice of Kaoru's and how that devastates Shinji.
Mhm.
How he has this incredible hesitation in that scene where it's Beethoven playing in just a still image for a minute.
Yes. Well, and the rebuilds have the collar thing it's the same kind of sacrifice basically. Arrow sacrificing himself for Shinji.
True.
The rebuilds are like still in. I mean, at least the new one is like in theaters. I keep seeing on the Evangelion subreddit, people are like, "I went to see the rebuilds in theaters. It was so incredible."
Oh wow, really?
I was like, I'd be so pissed if I saw that, like the fourth one in a theater.
I bet the another impact scene with their version of the giant naked Ray. It was really cool to see it on the big screen.
Yeah, bad. I mean, it's really like the fourth one. I think was the one I liked the least, and that's probably the one that's out now.
Yeah, it would be. It only came out last year after all those.
Right, that's why it's in theaters. Like the first three all had like different things about them that I mean, even the fourth had things that I appreciated. But yeah, I think the third was the one with the one that is post second impact.
Yes.
Right, and I like that one for. I mean, like it definitely had some major flaws, but
it really shits on Misata's entire character.
Yeah, it does. But I like the like Shinji and Asuka had like an arc. Again, it wasn't like amazing, but it's good stuff in it.
I guess the problem of 3.0 is that it like really is based around the relationship between Shinji and Kaoru, but that didn't actually really need to be expanded very much. It just has been a very like a fascination of the fandom because it was a memorable and well done part, and because it's cute and they're like you can read it as a gay relationship, which appeals to certain demographics.
Sure.
So they would play that up. Like Kaoru is at most half dressed in his appearances in the prior films before that one.
Right. Yeah, that's right. On the moon. Yeah. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't think about it that way, but like it's just purely stretched out. It doesn't like add anything really. It's just like more. The end result is the same. It affects Shinji the same basically. There is the whole Shinji plus Rei arc, and Rei like learns to care for children and all that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's an argument that 3.0 is the weakest of the rebuilds.
Yeah.
I think you can probably make an argument that just about any of them is the weakest.
I know. It's like I could say that right now. Yeah.
1.0, you could point out that it's pretty much just a shot-for-shot remake of the first 6 episodes of the show, which makes it the most pointless one. And then I don't know. I kind of think 2.0 is the best one. So, but again, it's also a little bit samey. So 3.0 and especially 4.0, they at least kind of stand on their own as something that has its own somewhat distinct artistic intention behind it compared to
I guess that's what I meant. Is it's the most unique. And has a entirely different artistic intention, especially the way 3.0 plus 1.
Thrice Upon a Time.
Thrice Upon a Time, ends. It's a completely different ending from the original show and from End of Eva. Yes,
well, both of those do have an implicitly optimistic ending to them, which you could argue it leaves it on a somewhat similar message to that of Thrice Upon a Time. But I guess like Shinji individually being able to put himself back together mentally is quite distinct from even those.
Yeah, and the world was recreated without Evas or the need for them. And,
very Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica type of ending.
Yes, exactly what I was thinking. And I mean, and it's all intentional, from my understanding. They all kind of represent different. I don't know, like the representations of where Hideaki Anno's like head was at the time,
Kinda,
At least that's what he said. I mean, whether you choose to believe him or not, he did say that like the end, the rebuilds are meant to be different because he feels different. I guess he's less depressed now. Is the point? I don't know.
Basically, yeah.
Or he wants to like symbolically and literally move away from Evangelion. And be rid of it. Maybe, I don't know. Could be any of that.
I heard his doctor told him to stop making Evangelion, like his psychologist or whatever.
Yeah. Well, what's her face? Mary Iscariot, my favorite character, represents his wife, who he feels dropped out of the sky and kind of saved him. which turns out
discussed that
is
on the Spirou stream.
we did, yeah. That may be inspiring in life, but it turns out that's really bad storytelling in the show.
Yeah.
But what?
Good old
Well, she's in
Evangelion.
the manga too.
Is she?
As yes, I believe so. As a completely different character, but also like looks the same and is merry and is his wife.
Interesting. Well, the manga did take like several decades to complete. Like it started at the same time as the show, but it only ended a couple of years ago or something. So I guess
Oh, I didn't know that.
there's
Okay.
time to fit Mary into it.
Yeah, you gotta have her. She's an Evangelion staple now, whether you like it or not. uh,
I do think it's funny that you insist on referring to her as Mary Iscariot each time.
it's such a dumb twist.
It's very meaningless that that is her name.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's the way like he even said he added all like the biblical references because he just thought it was cool, and that one seems like it's supposed to like have meaning, but it's also like it must mean. It's what bothers me about it. It's like artificial forced meaning is how I feel about it.
It does something rather pretentious.
Yeah, but maybe not. Maybe I just harping on it. It's funny regardless of whether I'm justified in being upset.
It is kind of funny. I do think there's more pretentious stuff in Once Upon a Time. There's definitely some pretentious stuff in the original, but not
sure.
as much.
Gotta have some.
Yes, we made it to the gates of Orleans, and we've united with Hardin and his crew, which in the DS game are called the Wolf Guard, so named presumably because there's a guy named Wolf in the party. Who,
Yeah,
if we look at his portrait, I don't know if I showed Gordon's or Archer's, but Wolf is just a purple version of Gordon, again to save space, and I think his Lieutenant Zagoro is just a green version of himself. These two are horsemen, which is the mounted bow using class. And in the DS remake of this game, that is a promoted version of the Hunter, which is what Kashim, that one guy we recruited with the princess, is. But in this game, neither of those two classes can promote, and they're just kind of different classes. So, a little odd. And there's also a scary wizard in the top right corner that you might notice. That guy's name is Wendell. We can recruit him. He is supposed to be very pacifist, but is one of the best fighters in the game. So that's interesting. He's he doesn't like to fight, but when he has to, he's very good at it.
Okay, yeah, that's a classic archetype.
Yes.
Also, that's what's his name from JoJo.
Oh yeah, the guy with the speech. Yoshikage Kira.
Yeah, Yoshikage Kira. Yeah.
If I were to fight, I wouldn't lose to anyone.
That's right. It's funny that he's giving that speech to a child who proceeds to kill.
Yes. Classic character.
Yeah.
That's the only scene I've witnessed from that arc of JoJo, and I still already really like Yoshikage Kira as a villain.
That is the best scene in that arc.
Probably.
Not that the arc is bad, but yeah, Kira's great. I feel like that arc, yeah, actually that may be one of the weaker arcs, like in the fandom. I mean, I still liked it, but
yeah, I think I remember you said that it was kind of carried by Yoshikage Kira.
It was, yeah. It's like very meandering until Kira shows up, and then like that's when it gets good. That's like the last third of it, really, or half, at least half, the last half, and then the way he's beaten is kind of confusing. But well, that's just how JoJo works.
Yeah. JoJo mostly doesn't have any Animu stuff in it.
No, that's what makes it so good.
That's what makes it tolerable.
It just relies on pure machismo.
True. And some homoeroticism as well.
Yes, a healthy sprinkling here and there.
Like with the Pillar Men.
Pillar Men, or Joseph dresses up as a woman to seduce some Nazi guards.
Sometimes that's to be funny, though.
It was definitely to be funny. But...
Like Fantasio from Spirou sometimes cross-dresses, and it's usually for comical purposes.
Yeah.
Although you could also read homoerotic undertones into that comic book as well.
Fair. Yeah, the Golden Wind, the Italy season of JoJo, Italy arc, like a lot of the characters are fairly androgynous
Yeah,
as well.
I remember there was one time it was in the like later arc. Somebody asked the creator in an interview why Dio was naked during a certain scene, and his response was he wanted to show off his beautiful body.
Yeah, yeah. The way, I mean, yeah, the way he draws his characters, he definitely has an appreciation for the
The
human
male
form,
form, yes.
especially the male form. Yeah, but
Something that I feel has been kind of lost in American culture.
that's right. He's trying to bring it back.
As the Greeks had an appreciation for that, but I don't know about
Like
America.
Kratos is always shirtless. Yes.
Yes. I think I definitely think the God of War series is an example of the sort of Greek mythos being filtered through a very American sensibility. With the again, I brought this up on I think when we were playing League, but the most particular example of that is that in God of War there are the first one there are nude, fresh shows of men who are like neuter. They don't have dicks, which
Oh
is
yeah, 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 yeah.
very contrary to the Greek artistic ideal, of course, where you were
That's
supposed to
right.
have a dick on, but it would be very small. That was you know
Yes, that's what makes them attractive. No dick,
specifically.
that's weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think there should be a Kratos nude mod just for authenticity.
It was also
He would have
said
he would
that
have fought naked.
um, there was a Cyclops character that was like had a design at one point that was naked, but they got rid of it. They
It's a
censored it.
shame.
Yeah,
I bet there
Americans.
was a lot more nudity in the concept art, and they had to censor it later.
Yeah, possibly. I think they were all just kind of like squeamish Americans and didn't want to put any nudity in, even though it would have been appropriate to the setting.
I doubt the devs cared that much. I mean, who knows? That's usually like a
I do kind of
corporate
see old
corporate
God of
thing.
War as being like an immature um, American machismo motive. So,
Yeah,
which makes me think the creators also probably would be like homophobic.
could be. I guess that's not inherently a bad thing. You could look at like the new, or even the old, but the new Doom games like that as like a just kind of immature, ultra violent, like heavy metal style thing, but they
True.
do it very well.
That's
Like
why
that's okay.
I've always felt that Doom is an example of a game with a very deliberately crafted aesthetic that I personally don't like at all. But
Sure.
I do think there's a more pronounced immaturity to God of War, because I guess because of how much of like an irredeemable bastard Kratos is and how the
Yeah,
game kind of
that's fair.
presents it as if he's cool for doing the horrifically like cruel and terrible things he does. Whereas Doom kind of has the excuse that you're beating up demons and shit through the whole game.
Yeah, you never hurt any people.
Yeah,
You scared one in Eternal, but that doesn't matter. That's
it's
his fault.
okay. It's okay to scare people.
Yeah, he could have just chosen not to be scared. It's not the Doom Slayer. Oh, Doom Slayer is getting added to Fortnite. Well, yeah,
I'm surprised that hasn't happened before.
me too. I guess I'm not. Yeah, it's happening.
Are you gonna play now?
Honestly, I was thinking about checking it out. Not because of that, but that is like I don't know. I hear especially like the thing that bothered me about it is the building mode, and there's now that you can play without that. Like it's well liked for a reason. Like I'm sure it's a fun game. Not doesn't mean that it's gonna be for me, but I might check it out. My
Sure.
thing is like I don't want to hear children like screaming.
Well, I think
So
you probably will have to avoid Fortnite if that's a
right,
deal breaker
that's
to you.
my issue.
It is very
Uh,
much a small child's game.
yeah, because like Minecraft was considered to be like baby game for children for a while, right? And I
Hmm.
feel like that's a lot of like what many people's first impression of Fortnite may be, regardless of its merits or lack thereof. It's just like, well, kids play it,
I
so
think back to the
it's for
donkey
kids.
video where he's doing the Among Us mode and it's all like 4 year olds.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
the kids are too young to actually understand how to play Among Us.
Right. Yeah, and Donkey's able to manipulate them and win every time.
Yeah, that's a funny video. You think
Yeah.
he'd be a good father based on that video?
Yes. Yeah, I think fucking with children is one of the benefits of being around them.
I think you are supposed to. Part of your job as a parent is to like introduce them to fun, is to instill a sense of humor in your children. I think it's a
Right, yeah.
valuable thing, at least.
Yeah, I'm funny because my dad was funny. I learned how to be funny from him.
Exactly.
You know, so that's all. It's all hereditary. Um, my mom not very funny, so if I was raised just by her, you know, maybe I wouldn't be.
Yes. I think I did experience a bit of um, I wasn't encouraged very much by my mother as a result of being raised by a single mother. I think it does somewhat help to have your dad there to do that. At least depending on what your mother's temperament, because mine was kind of a like, oh, I don't know. If she looked negatively upon traditionally masculine things such as video games,
Okay.
which, it can be a little not so great for your self-esteem as a kid growing up.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like the thing you enjoy most is negatively perceived by one of the more important people in your life at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my mom also like never like. Well, we talked about this. We've had this exact conversation. Yeah, my dad was telling me like he's like, yeah, when I turned 30, I just stopped playing games. I just stopped caring. He's like, that probably won't happen to you because that's like all you do.
I think it's a generational thing. Because my dad
Probably.
actually has gone through the same thing. It took him a little longer, I think, but he also, from what I understand, doesn't really play video games very much anymore, and prefers to watch, or at least ends up mostly watching TV shows with his girlfriend and such.
Sure. Yeah, my dad reads a lot and watches movies.
It's partially because of the practical consideration of like the woman doesn't really want to play video games, and so when you're spending time with her, you just have to watch movies or
Right.
whatever instead, because you can do that together.
Yeah, yeah, it's something you enjoy together.
And you're
Yeah.
getting caught into a life cycle of like you go to your work, and then you come home and like make dinner and shit, and then you like have a couple hours before bed to watch a movie with your girlfriend. So there's no
That's
time
right.
for video games in that busy life schedule, which is why I vowed to never get married.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, here
No,
I
I'm
am.
kidding.
Well, my wife's at work playing.
Yeah,
watching the Fire
that's the trick. You gotta get married to a doctor who does
Yeah,
24-hour
yeah.
shifts.
That's right.
It helps you create a more balanced life.
Yes.
Hmm.
Get a job that you can sleep through most of,
That also helps.
or a combination of the two. Yeah, that's life, man. What's that one quote about having to abandon childish things?
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm talking about.
I believe I do. Do you know the C.S. Lewis quote where he says that people who like are obsessed with being adult all the time is in itself a sign of immaturity?
Yeah, I was actually about to bring up the same thing.
I always kind of valued that advice more.
Same. Yeah, I really like that. I like very much of what C.S. Lewis has to say. I found.
Yes, I remember you've read some of his essay books.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have just one, just Mere Christianity. Although I should read the Screw Tape Letters is supposed to be quite good.
I think I have.
And I've read all of the Chronicles of Narnia.
Oh wow! I think I've only read The Magician's Nephew. I have a book that's the whole saga, but I've never read it past. Yeah. When I was a kid,
You ever
I
read
had
Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? That's like the best one.
No, I don't think I have.
Okay.
I've seen the movie though.
Well, okay. That was like the only decent Chronicles of Narnia movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which is a real shame because Voyage of the Dawn Treader was always my favorite. That's the third book.
I like
a big adventure book.
I like A Horse and His Boy just because of the name of that. That's funny.
I think that one was like my least favorite, and then I think it's just like a bit more of a mature story that if I read it now, it might be higher up on my list.
Okay.
It's about, I think that one's an allegory for like a Muslim.
Interesting. I think it's very disconnected to the rest of the storyline, isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
like it's a mostly incidental story that doesn't have to do with the rest of what's being chronicled.
It is. I mean, they're all kind of like. I mean, they all have recurring characters, or some of them do, but
There's one after The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe where those kids come back to Narnia or something like that, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the second one, I believe. It's Prince Caspian, and then I think at least one of those kids is back again in the Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
And then there's like a big final battle one, I think.
Yeah, the last battle. That's the last book.
That's not the most creative name.
That's Revelation.
Oh yeah.
The book
Yes,
of Revelation.
Aslan's Death and Resurrection is a classic fantasy Christ allegory, after all.
Yeah, well, he is literally Christ.
Oh yeah, that's right.
His character is supposed to be Jesus. So it's a very direct. His nephew is like the creation story, I guess.
It does have that aspect.
It does have
to
that,
it, yeah.
and the witch was Satan. Yeah, and then
I think it's misogynistic to
chair,
turn Satan into a female character.
Yeah, just tricksy women. Witches are popular fantasy antagonists. I think it's appropriate. It's not inherently inappropriate to mix the two.
I've heard that being described as sexist as well.
Oh, sure. The origins of witches like women being portrayed as witches is 100% very sexist. Oh yeah, we were watching. My wife and I were watching this cat documentary on Netflix, which is fine. It's not very good. The Mind of a Cat or something. And like one of the women in there was talking about cats in history, and then she, like, every now and then, if they let her talk long enough, she would just like drop hints that she was like a radical feminist. She'd just be like,
she was like chomping at the bit to start saying radical feminist
she like really
ideology.
wanted to, and they were like, okay, cut. Yeah, she was like it's like cats were often associated with witches, which is of course what the church called all thinking women. The church was run mostly by men, and they like cut her off. So, lady, this is a cat documentary.
It does feel a little bit like she's trying to just force that subject into the...
It really will. But that's what she's passionate about. That's fine. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Just
well, yeah,
a little aggressive. Yeah. That is covered in or that's a theme of Ken Follett's Pillars of the Earth, which is a book about building a cathedral in medieval times. And there are like wise women who live in the woods and make herbs. And
yeah, that's part of
how people feel about them depends on whether they need their help or not.
That's part of the the narrative is that like there used to be those healing women, and then that started to be perceived as witchcraft or whatever as Christianity spread, something like that. As the patriarchy spread, right? Because the Bible is, after all, the blueprint for patriarchy.
It is, yes. There is a witch in the Bible, the Witch of Endor, actually, Star Wars. It's the only one. Anyway,
well, I think Eve eating the apple first is the thing that really upsets feminists.
Oh yeah, that's the big
what have you. Then God says like pain childbirth, whatever's a punishment for that.
Right, and the man has to work in the field.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. She was tricked by a snake. That's a fun little misogynistic joke I would make sometimes to annoy people.
Like I say that the story of Original Sin is a misanthropic rather than specifically misogynist story, if it were me.
Sure.
Taking pot shots at the Bible.
No, that's definitely maybe a more useful take on it as well. Regardless of like I mean, no, that is like the lesson that the Catholic Church at least has taken from it, is general misanthropy, not misogyny necessarily. There are plenty of other outright like commands to be patriarchal in the Bible that you don't need to really get it from that one story.
Paul says that wives must obey their husbands, I think.
Yeah, and not speak in church. Paul is an odd fellow. That's everything he says.
Yes.
At least I feel that way.
He also doesn't really like gay people, as I recall.
Yes, he doesn't.
That was
he didn't like Christians for a while. So, he just he's eager to target people.
So it seems, yes.
That's what the woke take is, that he was like a horrible, like genocidal, racist person.
Right.
I guess like technically you could say that and not be wrong, but kind of an aggressive take against a man who's been dead for a very long time.
Sort of similar to how I
It's
feel
like,
about Robespierre.
yeah, exactly. Well, to me, it's like if you feel that strongly about, like, if you don't believe anything Paul has to say, or like don't care, if you're not a Christian, why would you feel that strongly about him? And if you
Yeah.
do, then you kind of have to work your way around that. So either way, it's like, yeah, Robespierre is another good example of someone that you really hate. That you know, he's gone now. You can sleep in peace.
He can't harm anyone anymore.
Yeah, he can't hurt you anymore.
He is just a good go-to example of a maniac history.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess an ideological maniac.
As popularly portrayed in Assassin's Creed, the French
Revolution.
One. No, I fucking don't know what it's called. Who cares? The French one.
Unity, wasn't it?
Unity, yeah, thank you. Yes.
It was known for being very glitchy.
It was, and then once all the glitch was fixed, it was a solid, solid Assassin's Creed game.
It was another Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it was, but it was like before they went all like Witchery with it, where they just literally copied the gameplay of The Witcher 3, but like worse. So at least it was like Assassin's Creed was like its own kind of unique little single series genre almost, except for a few games that copied it. So even though it was samey, at least it had that. Now
I guess so.
Copied The Witcher, and it's like, okay, well, now it's just that.
And other games that copied it to a greater extent than before, I guess, like Horizon Zero Dawn and such.
Yeah. If you liked Assassin's Creed gameplay, then that was this. You could play it. Now what are you gonna do? No, you can't. You gotta play the old ones. Sad indeed. You can play Shadow of Mordor or whatever.
Yeah. Or the million Assassin's Creed likes that's come out.
Yeah, I guess like Gotham Knights is probably Assassin's Creed-esque. Rest in pieces.
I don't think Gotham Knights is very good, though. That's the problem with that one.
Like AC Valhalla I don't think was considered very good.
No.
I don't know. I don't care. I don't even care if people think it's good.
I don't think Assassin's Creed has been considered good for a while.
Yeah, it was like everyone's favorite was like Black Flag because
that one in Assassin's Creed 2, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, well, two everyone loved, and Black Flag was good. But the two spin-offs, the Ezio trilogy, were all solid games. And then Unity, once it was fixed, was good. And then like the British one that I can't remember the name of was just it was just Unity again. So again, it started to become derivative because like Unity like had a new engine and some fresh gameplay. So yeah, it was the same game, but it did innovate a bit. And then the one in Egypt, not Odyssey, the one before,
Origins,
yeah, Origins. Thank you. That one was also unique, but like unique for Assassin's Creed. It copied the Witcher. I do like the environment though. Like the Egyptian landscape was cool. I thought.
Sure.
Not cool enough for me to have played more than like a couple hours, but
I only watched Junkie's video of it.
Yeah. I think I got it for free or something, or like for a deep sale. So I was like, okay, but then I just like don't care to play it.
Yeah, I'm not too interested in Assassin's Creed anymore.
Nah, there's no reason to be. Even like for fans, like once the original like story ended, not that he was even that good. The main antagonist was the sun. It was like a solar flare is gonna kill everyone. So stop that.
That's interesting.
Okay. So yeah. I mean, but once that resolved, now they're like, because there was always like that background plot. I thought that was cool too in like the first game with the Desmond and like how it's a meta narrative. That was like a neat idea, I thought at least.
It was, but I think everyone found the character of Desmond to be very, very boring.
Oh yeah, he's extremely bland. All of his ancestors were far more interesting, which is why he spends his whole life like, in their heads.
Altair was pretty bland too, but there was a reason for it, I suppose.
Yeah, he had that like naive hotshot kind of personality, and then he came back in Revelations like briefly, and he was like mature and wise. So you know, he grew as a person.
I didn't know about that part.
Actually, Ezio had the same character arc, so there you go.
True. He starts out as an Italian playboy.
Yeah, and ends as actually a really old Italian playboy, but
yeah.
a little more mature. The plot of Revelations was like Ezio tracking down like Altair's final moments or something, so he pops up there here and there.
I see.
Hither and thither. Well, that's Ass Creed.
Sure is.
Anyway, Robespierre was in it. That was
yeah, they kind of just throw historical figures as much as possible.
They do, yeah. You have like Leonardo da Vinci and as Ezio's best friend.
Yeah, they're good pals, aren't they?
Okay. The Pope, you kill the Pope as the final boss in 2.
That's right.
Which
I think
caused the Catholic Church to ban the game.
More games should have the Pope as the final boss, I think.
Yeah, Crusader Kings should, but he's usually pretty easy to deal with, unfortunately.
That one game did, the French one that came out, that had the sequel this year. We talked about.
Oh, yeah, Plague Tale. That wasn't a historical Pope though, but yes, basically. Some bishop.
Yeah, that's not as good.
No, it has to be a historical Pope, a Borgia preferably, the ones everyone hates.
Those are the most corrupt ones, right?
They had their own TV show. The main actor in that show, I only watched like a few episodes, but I saw like a bust of whichever Borgia it was in Portugal in like a cathedral. I was like, oh shit,
that looked exactly, really similar.
Yeah, it's like exactly him. They picked a good.
Maybe they faked that bust as like advertising for the show.
The bust was from the show. Yeah, maybe. Anything new in the game here?
I'm just finishing off this map with some inventory management. The inventory management system in this particular game is kind of a pain in the ass, because in later games there's like a menu. Oh, and I accidentally put on the turbo in the end later. That was not intended. I'm not sure what the key to turn this off is. Let me take a look.
Well, we're stuck here now.
We don't want that. Okay, there we go. It stopped. Yeah, most Fire Emblem games, there's a menu during the combat preparations thing that we've had just for the last couple maps, where you can exchange items between characters. So you actually can't do that in this game. So I had to deploy one character onto this map just to like have him trade items away to somebody else.
I'll be right back. Then I'll get a.
All right, I'll finish this map and take a short break myself. I think to go to the bathroom.
That's a good idea.
Right, I'm back.
Okay. Me too.
We're on to the next map. So Princess Nina, who's the Princess of Orleans, is in this castle. This is the same castle that we like captured the gate of last map, and now we have to go storm the castle.
Right. Okay.
So we're gonna be meeting her. She's an important character in the game.
That's good. Most good games have those.
Yes, it's good to have a princess as an important character in your game.
Right. You don't want to, you know,
Offend the bourgeoisie by failing to represent them.
Right, or subvert the importance of the monarchy, you know, like
Yeah,
has happened
exactly.
in so many countries.
Very important for Japan to keep its monarchist pride.
Right, yeah, and England as well.
Yes, and Spain.
Yep, and Sweden.
Belgium.
Yes. Not Portugal.
No.
No, they're pretty proud of having gotten rid of their king.
So in this map, there's a bunch of treasure chests, and the thieves can pick them. And normally in Fire Emblem games, if a thief takes a treasure chest, it will be in their inventory, and you can kill the thief and take the treasure back. But in this game, it seems like the treasure just kind of gets deleted from existence when the thief gets it, and there's no way to recover it. So to get this particular chest in the far left, we kind of have to warp someone. There's really no other way to do it, so I'll probably warp Marth, I think, because he's got some time to build up his stats and such. So I think he'll be able to storm ahead and defend that chest, because it has a pretty good item, and it has the first power-up item we'll find in the game. It's an angelic robe, which boosts the character's max HP. So
that's always good.
We'll also want to put that on Marth, because he's the one who gets like selectively attacked by every enemy that can have him in range. So tank stats on him are nice.
Marth is a little bit androgynous in Smash. I never knew until someone told me if Marth was a guy or a girl.
Yes, he is. He does have a bit of a feminine look to him. It is the stereotype that a lot of male JRPG protagonists are a bit feminine, and Marth even wears a tiara just to add to the confusion, I suppose.
Yeah, right. Tiara and hair length, and also it's an anime character that all kind of drawn the same.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Basically, the three components of it, and also the build. I guess he's kind of a twink in the end.
Right. Yeah. Kind of live.
He has a bit of a somewhere between just like skinny young man and the more Greek like heroic ideal. In this game, he wears a tunic but no pants.
A little more on the Greek side then.
Yes. I'd say for me, he falls into the category of like masculine enough to still be attractive. Not too macho, because I don't really like, like Bara, like super hairy.
Sure, yeah. No pillar men. I guess they're
okay.
Okay.
But I also don't like when they actually just straight up look like a woman. That defeats the purpose of being gay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm less attracted to women who look like men. It's the femininity
that defeats the point of being straight.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna look at some stats here. I don't think I can get Marth to double attack the thieves no matter what. I think they're too fast. Oh yeah. They have just one more speed than him, so they will double attack, but that means I can use the steel sword.
Just put him on Overwatch.
The predominant gameplay style in this game is a little bit similar to Overwatch spamming in that game in XCOM, because the best way, the ideal, is to have one character who can, like on enemy phase, when the enemy attacks you, they get counterattacked. So it's nice to have one character who has the stats to just like keep killing a whole bunch of enemies all in one turn with his counters.
Sure, yeah. That's actually, I was talking about playing a Legionary's Life, and that's also kind of how you do combat there, because when an opponent misses you, they get a malice to their defense until they like catch their breath. So what you want to do is try to bait them into attacking and missing, and then counterattack, and then otherwise just defend. So like sort of similar. The counterattack is like more powerful, I guess.
Yeah.
Is the key.
In the Fire Emblem series, it depends a little bit on the individual game. I've heard different games being described as player phase oriented or enemy phase oriented. So games where the enemies have lower stats and are easier to deal with, which this game falls into. Most of the enemies here have reasonably low stats compared to our characters. You tend to have more of an enemy phase approach where you'll throw one character in, often with a 1 to 2 range weapon like a javelin, and just have them mow down enemies.
Okay. Yeah.
Sacred Stones is like that with Seth. Seth just takes a javelin and javelin go burr. His whole gameplay style just destroys everything. And Path of Radiance also like that. With the Jeigan of that game, it was a woman. It was the first female Jeigan, I think, named Titania, who could take a hand axe and just destroy people.
Okay, so axe doesn't suck in that game.
No. Generally, swords are actually the bad weapon type, and the reason for that is because they don't have a good 1 to 2 range weapon. Because even in this game, we have hand axes, which can be thrown, and we have javelins. And javelins are okay. I think they have like the same stats as an iron lance, basically, maybe a little heavier. But hand axes are really, really heavy and really inaccurate, and they have shitty power. So even though they can do 1 to 2 range, which is a really good thing to have, they still kind of suck because the stats of them are just so trash.
Sure. Okay.
And now we're recruiting Rickard. So Julian joined us a while ago. He's a thief, and Rickard is his like thief apprentice or something like that. He's like the boss of a thieves gang.
Thieves guild.
Yes, perhaps so. And Rickard is one of the young men who he's recruited to work with him.
I should play Thief on
TMP. That'd probably be a good game.
It would have the Deus Ex issue of I would need to like play it beforehand so I wouldn't get lost because it's very confusing levels in that one.
Very elaborate level design is one of the things it is known for.
Certainly. Yes. Some levels specifically are meant to be
elaborated upon.
Non-Euclidean, in fact, which can be easy to get lost in. I guess I was expecting from this game something more like Final Fantasy Tactics, actually, where the battle map is different from like the overworld map. Or I guess it is, but I don't know, like this castle is like a very big sprawling battle map, right? Compared to like the more contained, like more puzzle-like maps of FFT, I guess.
That is true, definitely.
Yeah, that's kind of the difference. A difference I noticed.
And there's no height or like, well, there is terrain. There's like forests that take more space to move through, and characters. I would say this actually does fall into the category of like a game that has decent variety with the map design that is strategically relevant to the gameplay.
Sure. Yeah.
In contrast to Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, where that aspect was somewhat lacking.
Right. Yes. It's more like Final Fantasy Tactics, not so advanced.
Oh wow. Like Final Fantasy Tactics Regress.
Yeah. But hey, you know what? Sometimes we're pleasantly surprised, right? Like with the Advance Wars, where you liked the edgy one like way more than you thought you would.
I did like it more, yeah. Even in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, I think I enjoyed a little more than I expected to when we revisited it. I just feel it somewhat pales in comparison to the original.
Yeah. It's always a bit disappointing when that happens.
Yeah, like the Deus Ex series is actually another good example.
Yeah. Yeah. You should play Invisible War on Steam. I don't know. I played a little bit of that game and like wasn't bad. It's just like not nearly as good. but I guess it wasn't good enough for me to keep playing it. So
I think it is mostly a forgotten game now. It's not really relevant to anything.
no, it is interesting in that they do that cop out where like all of Deus Ex's endings happen simultaneously.
That is a little interesting, but it's also very, very silly.
Yeah, it is.
Because some of them are pretty much mutually exclusive with one another.
Yeah, they have to like mitigate some of the more extreme, events. It's like, yeah, JC Denton merged with the AI and destroyed the internet, but like not too much. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
That would always be the big problem of making a game like that, I guess, a sequel to Deus Ex.
I think I am wrong about that, but like I think that is the thing. Like it is post like dark age after the internet was fully destroyed or whatever in Deus Ex 1.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly how they make all the endings happen, but I think that's the big one that's sort of relevant to the plot. But it didn't seem to affect people too much because it's kind of still just the same cyberpunk-ish world.
Yeah.
That I would say is a flaw where you like acknowledge this extreme thing happening and then it's just like, yeah, but it didn't affect things that much.
Kind of glosses over
why?
it.
Yeah, why include it then? Pick a different ending in that case. That does seem like a upper management type of thing. It's like, no, we have to make all the players feel like their choices mattered. It's like, well, the choices are mutually exclusive.
Yeah. It's another example where if you chase two rabbits, you will lose both, because it kind of made it seem like none of the endings mattered when they did that.
That's right. They chased 3 rabbits and lost all of them, or however many endings there were. I think there were 3.
3, yeah.
There's 3 in Human Revolution.
There needs to be a word that means both, but for 3, throth.
Huh. Yeah.
You can only say all 3, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm gonna look it up.
If you chase 3 rabbits, you will lose throth.
Nah. All.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's boring. Oh well. Both is the suppletive variant of all 2, which is not grammatical English.
Oh, wow.
Suppletion is the irregular grammatical phenomenon of substituting a different word or root, like using went instead of goed, or ever instead of anywen. Not too common in English, but it does occur. Okay, that's fun. Thank you, Josh Lawler.
Yes. That was very informative.
Yes. Didn't learn that in whatever last time I took English. Well, high school was the last time I learned any grammar. I did take a English class in college. I think I talked about it. The Trans-nationalism class.
No, I don't think I remember hearing about that.
Yeah. We had like a bunch of English classes you could take with like different topics, and I wanted one where I think it was like video games in literature or something, like you like play games for homework, but like everyone fucking wanted that one. So by the time it was my turn to sign up, it was gone.
Yeah.
There's another one where you watched movies, like all the fun ones where you like the ones where you don't have to read. So the one that was open was Trans-nationalism. So it's all right. I like the professor, but class was fine. We read this book about like just like Mexican culture in the U.S. or like.
Okay.
Well, there was one book I liked. It was by China Miéville. It was like a sci-fi author called The City and the City.
Yes, I think we talked about that.
Yeah. So I like that book. Like it's a murder mystery in 2 overlapping but exclusive cities.
So it was a tale of 2 cities.
It's a tale of 2 cities that are on top of each other, and when you are in one, you have to ignore the other one, even though you are physically also there. It's kind of weird. Yeah.
It's kind of like Piltover and Zahn in League of Legends.
Yeah. Sort of, but like those are the ones on top of the other. This is like alternating buildings, or like whatever like someone will be cooking, but they are residents of the other city, so you have to like you can't even acknowledge the smell of the food or whatever until you
Oh,
pass through customs, and then you are physically in the same place but in the other city. But it's a detective who's there's someone was murdered, and it's like the murder uh, is like cross border crime or whatever. So he has to like go through both cities, and then eventually he surpasses all that and is in and outside of both simultaneously.
wow.
Kind of weird. Cool premise.
That
I thought it was
sounds
interesting,
funny.
at least. Yeah,
I'd read that.
I liked it because it was a detective story mostly.
Was the main
And then
character detective very hard boiled and grizzled and everything?
I actually don't remember. I wouldn't say especially, at least not to the point of it being notable. I don't really remember his personality at all.
I see. Does sound like more of a plot and setting driven novel.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah, the other one, it was the Tropic of Orange, which it was magical realism, which I guess based on that one book I've read, I don't think I like that genre. It's a very popular like Latin American genre.
Mm-hmm.
And that book was written by
Which is 1,000 years of solitude
yes,
or whatever.
exactly, such as that. And it was about the final like confrontation in the book was like a wrestling match between Mexican Jesus and the luchador personification of NAFTA. So that was fun.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly as
sounds
weird
funny.
as it sounds. Yeah, it was interesting, but it wasn't a detective story, so I just didn't like it very much.
No. No detective, no sale. That's my catchphrase.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. No shirt, no shoes, no detective.
If I ever get around to making text adventure games, one that I want to do is a murder mystery one.
Hell yeah, like a nice film noir.
I
I
guess
like
call
I
it.
think one of my favorite movie genres is like you know, subversion of like film noir. Like Chinatown. I love Chinatown. That's a great one. And L.A. Confidential. Those are good movies.
I see.
I wonder if Chinatown's on that list.
What about Sunset Boulevard? Have you seen that?
No, I have not.
That kind of fits under subversion of film noir. Because the main character is like a hack writer who writes shitty film noir things, so he does the narration.
Oh, cool.
But it turns out to actually be a psychological character study about a disgraced actress.
Ooh, all right. I do like disgraced actresses. Oh, here's something interesting I noted in the list of top movies we spoke of earlier is one of the number 8 is Mulholland Drive, David Lynch.
Yes.
I'm surprised to see a Lynch movie so high up. I mean, I know he's like I guess he's well regarded, but I felt that, I don't know, his stuff's like often too weird for people to like really actually like.
I think it is more of a pretentious film critic list than a.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
And there is an appeal, I guess, from the perspective of a pretentious film critic to David Lynch.
Hollywood loves movies about themselves.
True.
And I think Mulholland Drive, even negative ones, and I think Mulholland Drive is. Yeah, it is. Mulholland Drive is about Hollywood.
It and Sunset Boulevard are both named after streets in Hollywood.
Right.
So in that very silly way, they are a duology of movies. I think it might actually have been purposeful, like David Lynch named it that as a homage to Sunset Boulevard, but I could be misremembering that.
I don't know. Sunset Boulevard's 82, so.
Yes, and Blue Velvet, another David Lynch movie, was also on the list.
Oh yeah, 84, right there, right near Sunset Boulevard. I'm looking for Chinatown, but I don't think it's not on here. That's sad. That's a good movie.
It is only 100 movies, so there are going to be some omissions.
Yeah, but I was hoping none that I really like.
Some important omissions. Come and See definitely stands out to me as the most glaring one.
Oh, fair, yeah. Barry Lyndon, Wally's favorite movie.
Yeah, Kubrick did pretty well. I think The Shining was on there, and then 2001's in the top 10 as is tradition.
2001 is number 6, in fact. Yep. And yep, Shining is on there. It's one of the ones I've seen. Okay. What is Das Boot? That's a classic. Not on here.
Damn.
Too German.
There are some German movies on the list, I think.
I think so, yeah, but not that one.
If you go on the BFI's site, they like tell you what the nationality of it is under each entry without having to click through or anything. It's more convenient. It's less convenient for measuring your dick, but more convenient for telling what country.
Yeah. Yes.
France did quite well.
Yeah. That's not surprising. I think France has very artsy movies.
It is the country that invented cinema.
They invented art.
True. Found out from reading one Spirou that bande dessinée, which is just French comic books, is sometimes referred to as the 9e art, which just means the 9th art.
Yes.
But you know, I appreciated that they at least treat it as an art, even if calling it the 9th one maybe trivializes it in comparison to other forms.
Yeah, sure.
Because Americans very much think of comic books as a disposable thing.
Yeah, at least in the like high level media. Although I feel like a lot of people, you know, I think the popularity of superhero movies speaks to the fact that a lot of kids who grew up with comic books are now adults and
certainly
treat them with significantly more reverence than the people currently in power in the media do. So eventually we'll start to see less schlocky superhero movies and just have the medium be respected as art and not be so quite forced down our throats as a trade-off. Who's to say?
Maybe. Well, I do, you know, as a minor enthusiast of comic books, I do kind of lament the fact that American comic books are only about superheroes now, which is even though the French comic book industry does very much have its own like default state, like Spirou and Tintin basically are that, like the default state of French comic books. It's at least nice to get something that's a little different from just superheroes ad nauseam.
Oh yeah. No, I do agree. I feel like there's no variation between, or very little between, like the subject of the comic. It's all just like superhero comic, but the hero is edgier. You know, it's like the only variation within you know, the existing medium, not nothing too unique. But also, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't really read comics, so.
Well, I'd say that American comic books can be split into 3 broad categories. The mainstream comic books are basically all superheroes.
Right.
And then there's underground comic books like Fritz the Cat and stuff.
Yeah.
Which also have a little bit of their own default state, which Fritz the Cat serves to be like an archetypal example of. And then there's graphic novels, which are, you know, like blankets and stuff, which tend to be the artier form of it, I guess. Although sometimes indie novels or indie comic books like Fritz the Cat fall into that too. And the graphic novels are the one that probably has the most variety to it. Although there are definitely also like noticeable common things, like the semi-autobiographical or even just straight up autobiographical graphic novel is a big thing. With Blankets being an example of that. Although I suppose Bone also fits under graphic novel. If I'm categorizing it between the 3.
Yeah. I don't know. Bone, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, that's fair. I was thinking Bone is kind of a serial.
It is.
I don't know. I mean, it gets really pedantic about.
I don't think it was published in a periodical though. It was. I think it was only published as like completed books.
Okay. I guess that shouldn't be the criteria either, because
it is
you have the Count of Monte Cristo. It's like, that's not a novel because it's published serially.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter. I was just curious about what the definition even actually was. So, I'm not that curious.
so that's that.
That's that. Movies,
That's
books,
movies.
art.
That's pretentious people saying what the best movies are. Speaking of
Yeah.
pretentious people saying what the best games are, I have a fluffy topic we could do.
Okay,
This might require
sure.
me to pause the game. I made up this dumb tradition for myself where once a year I like write down from memory a list of my top 50 favorite games.
Okay, it's fun.
I did my one for this year.
Yeah.
A week or so ago. We could read it out.
Sure.
If you would like.
Yeah.
I guess maybe in interest of being able to continue playing Fire Emblem, I'll send you my text document.
I was gonna actually suggest that. Yeah.
Yeah. This will still take a sec.
That way, I can live comment on your picks as I'm reading.
Yes. Now, to be clear, we did my top 100 best games of all time. This is my top.
This is your
favorites.
So yeah, no, big difference. Big difference.
Keep in mind that distinction. Let me see if I can find this. Oh yeah, here we are.
One of my favorite movies is Borat. But if I saw that anywhere near the top 100 movies of all time, I would be extremely surprised.
You could maybe make an argument for it.
But yeah, it has artistic significance. It is a very unique film.
Apart from Bruno.
Well, but Borat was first. Yeah, I mean, Bruno was the derivative one.
Very true.
I think Bruno is unique in that Sacha Baron Cohen came closer to dying in that one due to homophobic rage.
It's his dedication episode. Oh yeah, at the top I have like a list of games I considered and then didn't end up. So just once they're actually numbered, and read it from 50th to 1st instead, which is the reverse of what I have it written in.
Got it. No worries.
Because that's more fun to do it that way, I think.
Okay, I do like fun. All right. Okay. 50. Is this live alive? I don't know.
I'm not really sure.
Okay, it's that one.
Yes.
49 Owlboy. Oh yeah, that was a pretty popular platformer or well-regarded one back in the day. I haven't played it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. 48 Journey. Not as good as whatever game we chose
Call
to
of
be
Duty.
Call of Duty 4. Hell yeah. Okay, 48 Journey. 47 Tail Concerto featured on stream. Very nice.
Yes, a personal favorite of mine. Not necessarily a game you'd see on the best games ever list. But...
No. But a charming one. 46 Ratchet and Clank Future, A Crack in Time.
Yes, officially the best Ratchet and Clank game.
Sure. 45 Killer 7. That game looks cool, very stylistic. I considered getting it on that premise, but then I didn't.
Yeah, I really like Killer 7.
Number 44, Ico, the prequel to Shadow of the Colossus.
Yes.
43, Psychonauts. Nice. Yep, solid. 42, Star Fox 64 specifically. Were there any good Star Fox games after 64? Was that like the good one?
I think
I know they did that one where it was like a platformer type thing that nobody liked.
You mean Star Fox Adventures?
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember the name of it.
Yes, that was supposed to be a different game called Dinosaur Planet, but Miyamoto insisted on shoving Star Fox into it to make more sales.
Yeah.
I have that game. I think it's okay, but it's just like a very big digression. And I think in general, Star Fox is fine outside of Star Fox 64, but it really peaked with that game. That game kind of perfected the game model of Star Fox, and it's really hard to do anything else after that without just making something weird. So, for example, Star Fox Command, the DS one, is like mostly a visual novel with story choices that details the dramatic personal life of Fox McCloud. I think he's like divorced and his team broke up or something at the start of that game. Yeah.
That's awful. All right. Poor Fox.
Well, it makes for a pretty interesting game, although
sure.
English translation has really shitty writing.
Oh, no.
But it's funny.
That sounds like it could be good for this too.
Possibly, yes.
All right. 41, Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life. I don't know much about that series except for Stardew Valley is like the same. It's that type of game. I'm familiar with what type of game it is, but why A Wonderful Life specifically? The story, or just that's the best one?
Yeah, the story.
Okay.
It's a little odd to describe, but the name is kind of in a way a misnomer because it's a rather depressing game.
Oh, okay.
Where
I thought it was supposed to be like upbeat and peaceful.
it's very true to life, I guess, in that
Okay.
a lot of the stuff that happens is just kind of implicitly quite sad. So the one man, there's a married couple, an older married couple in the first year, but in the second year, we make that transition. The wife has died, and the
Oh,
man just becomes really, really sad for the rest of the
Jesus.
game. And like even if you befriended him in the first year, he'll still be kind of distant with you because he's just so broken up over his wife.
Damn.
And that kind of stuff just repeats throughout the whole game. Like there's another guy who, if you like, he kind of comes off as like a delinquent type, but if you learn his backstory, like get close enough for him to confide in you, it turns out he's terminally ill.
Oh no.
Yeah, just like shit like that. And it's also the math of the game is highly, I guess, like rigged towards it being your son when he becomes a teenager will most likely become like really angsty and rebellious and stuff towards you.
That's
So
pretty typical.
I think it's the only, for me, as far as I know, it's the only Harvest Moon game who has that much like unique artistic merit to
Okay.
it with all that weird shit that goes on in the town,
No, that's really
sort of
cool.
beneath the happy exterior to it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so it's
Neat.
that's the reason why I have it on. Like Stardew Valley has more stuff as a farming game in it, but it doesn't really capture that thing about Harvest Moon, Wonderful
No, it
Life, as
doesn't.
much.
Stardew Valley is for people to be happy.
It has sad stories. Like there's the blonde guy whose dad is away fighting the war or something for a long time, but he just kind of
Oh.
comes back.
Cool.
The dad just comes
That's
back.
good. Good. All right.
Oh yeah, and the jock guy, it turns out his dad was like abusive, like verbally abusive to him when he grew up, and he has bad self-esteem issues as a consequence of it.
Okay, that is sad.
Yeah, so it has some similar stuff in it.
Gotcha. Cool. I always thought Harvest Moon was like anime Stardew Valley.
A baby game. Yeah.
No, I didn't think it was a baby game. But just I didn't know it had that much depth in stories, rather.
Yeah.
All right. So next is 40 Pikmin. Pikmin, classic little puzzle game.
Yeah, it's another game with surprising amounts of story depth to it, actually.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, and again, specifically the first one. Like the second one's an improvement on the gameplay turns, but the first one is much more interesting as a story because in the first game, your character is dealing with immediate mortal peril because he has like 30 days to live unless he gets off, and it's just really cool because he has these. Yeah, he has these diary like observations where like one night it will be him talking about the new creatures that he found on this new uncharted planet, and then the next night it will be like, I wonder if I will ever see my family again. You know?
Oh no. Okay.
So it gives the character a real emotional range to be writing. Sometimes it's like the joy of discovery of this new place, and sometimes it's the peril. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Closest thing I played Overlord, which is kind of a mechanically a little bit of a Pikmin inspired thing, I think. You control these little imps of different colors that can do different things and solve puzzles. But a very different game thematically.
Yeah. Like
anyway,
Dungeon Keeper in terms of the aesthetic to it, I guess.
Yes, the aesthetic is very Dungeon Keeper. And then the gameplay is my impression of what Pikmin is like. Because I actually never seen it.
So I guess I should say the second Pikmin game has some funny stuff like that. Like, and this time you're going back to save your company from bankruptcy, and the mayor is like hiding under the bridge. Like he's homeless, hiding under the bridge, and he keeps sending you messages to say like, "Hurry up and make money so that I don't have to hide from debt collectors anymore."
Nice.
So that's also funny.
Number 29, Henry Pikmin. Henry Stickmin.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know you.
Deliberately put that next to Pikmin.
Yeah, I think I told you I bought that collection. I started it. I haven't beat the first level.
Yeah, maybe we'll stream that
Seems
one day.
Fun. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Number 38, Cuphead.
Yes.
I didn't know you played Cuphead.
Yeah, I beat it.
Yeah, nice. Wow, impressive. A lot of journalists can't do that. I guess it's on my list of games to play. I think I was turned off a bit by the sheer volume of hype it received, which I know is stupid.
That's very fair. That's the same reason why I haven't watched Parasite yet. After all.
Oh yeah, right.
I can't judge.
You can't judge me. But I know it's good. I do like challenging games. That's one of the legs of gaming that I like. So.
Yeah.
So and the fact that it's hand drawn is also really neat.
Yeah, the
that's
art
one thing I love about
and music are incredibly well done for Cuphead.
Yeah, that's how I same about Hollow Knight. Just one of the things I love about Hollow Knight is it's also hand drawn. The music is fantastic. So I always like that kind of thing. A lot of effort. 37, Silent Hill 2. Yep, played that one on stream. It's a very good game.
Yes.
2 specifically, the best one. Have you? I know I've asked you this before. Have you played 3?
I have not. No,
you haven't. Okay, all right, that's what I thought. Not that I expect you to like 3 more. Just like I think most people like 2 and 3 more than they like 1, just because it's dated. I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, gameplay wise, they're like all identical. Basically, just one looks worse. Number 36, Super Smash Brothers Melee, specifically, the one everyone likes.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah.
It does say specifically in brackets next to
it.
Melee.
Does. It says Melee. I guess if you had put Super, you have to pick one, because if you just put Smash Bros, I would have assumed the first one and been a bit surprised that it wasn't Melee. So.
That game's pretty neat too. The original.
Yeah, I mean they're all good, but yeah, the first one's the the OG.
I think a lot of them tend to get kind of replaced by the next one that comes out. Like, not too many people play Smash 4 anymore now that Smash Ultimate is out.
Oh yeah,
but not
my
so much
impression
with
of Smash,
and not and a little bit not so much with the latest one, or the first one rather.
Brawl was like kind of a little bit different in ways that a lot of people didn't like compared to Melee, right?
Sort of, yeah.
My understanding of 4 is that like the new one, Ultimate, did it even change that much gameplay wise? It's just like new Smash, more characters. Like it is like flat out more of a replacement. That's how I felt about it, at least. I don't really know though. I really don't know.
I didn't play Smash 4 very much, so I can't talk
too much
about.
Which nobody owns.
Yeah, I had the 3DS version.
Oh, I had a friend who bought the 3DS version and the Wii U version. I was like, why?
Lucas was a fan, DLC character in the Smash 4, so I had to buy the DLC just to play as him.
That's fair. Apparently Bayonetta is like super overpowered in the
She Ultimate. Was in Smash 4, and then they nerfed it really hard for Ultimate.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, Melee's, everyone knows Melee's the best. 35, Before Your Eyes, the game that you tried to play on stream and couldn't.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, but you liked that. You liked it.
Yeah, one thing that helps a game get on this list is if I have a memory of some kind of emotional connection to it, and I still tear up when I think about the last couple parts of Before Your Eyes. So.
Oh, sure.
It's a good candidate.
It is. It's an emotion bait kind of game.
Yeah, does it well.
Speaking of which, 34, Okami. Oh, wait, no,
Okami.
I was thinking of Omori. Okami also has emotions in it. But yes. Yeah, well, you didn't put the O, so it's just Okami.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's all right. Okami, yes, we know. Yeah, cool. That's a good game.
Yeah, you love that game, as I remember.
I respect it. Same as I respect Oot. Sonic Adventure 2 coming in at number 33.
Yeah, that game's funny.
Sonic, I like no familiarity with Sonic games. I want to look this one up to see like which one it is.
It's the one that introduced Shadow the Hedgehog.
Okay, cool. Well, it's one of the it's one of the 3D Sonics, of course. Nice. No, yeah. Oops, I lost the list. There we are. Number 32, Super Mario World. Classic. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Played that a lot as a kid.
Yeah, I have a lot of good memories of that game.
Mm-hmm. I have a memory of my save file getting deleted.
Yes.
But yeah, that was fun. I played with my sister all the time. Number 31, Fallout New Vegas. Classic Josh Sawyer experience.
Yes, there may be one more of those on the list.
Yes, maybe close. Yeah, New Vegas, everyone's favorite non 2D pull out.
Yeah, I think
Oh, the Zoomers favorite.
at this point in the list, we have like a JRP or Western RPG cluster, and the reason for that is because I kept like I couldn't decide which Western RPG I wanted to put above the others, so I kept like procrastinating on adding them, and then at this
Oh,
point I realized they were all too low, so I just put them all on at once.
oh, sure. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I do see we do have a few. Well, yeah. So next up is another Josh Sawyer. His passion project came out recently. Pentiment. Pentiment.
Yes, good game.
A pentimento is a type of art, but they cut the O off for the game.
I see.
So it's also a perk in Dead by Daylight. All right, cool. Pentiment. Yes, I want to play that. In fact, I was gonna buy it, but then I saw Dwarf Fortress. I bought that instead.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But I will buy Pentiment probably next time I look at the Steam store. Next is 29 classic Deus Ex.
Yes.
A game that you initially thought would be probably not even on this list, but you grew to love.
Yes, it grows on you.
Good. Excellent. Yeah, the original Deus Ex, not Human Rev.
No, it's certainly not Invisible War.
Oh, you haven't played that one. And then 28 West of Loathing, a game I remember you liking quite a lot, with similar art style to Henry Stickmin, right?
Yeah, so I think West of Loathing wins the Western RPG contest, unless I'm forgetting one.
Nope, yep, that's the last one I'm seeing. No Baldur's Gate or anything like that. No Escape Torment. And what's that new? There's that. Well, we talked about that last. The new Loathing game, the Lovecraftian one.
Oh yeah, Shadows Over Loathing.
Shadows Over, Innsmouth. Shadows Over Loathing.
Next time I have money, I might play that game.
Yeah.
If that ever happens again.
Right.
That and Tunic, I want to get.
Oh yeah, Yahtzee's potential, according to you, his predicted favorite game, or one of them.
Yes, if it does win Yahtzee's Game of the Year, maybe I will buy it.
In celebration, if it wins Yahtzee's Game of the Year, I will buy it for you. As a congratulations for guessing so well. Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
Yes. All right. Next up, yes, the end of Western games. Xenogears.
Yes.
Not Xenoblade or Xenosaga.
No, Xenogears is actually quite different from Xenoblade.
Right. Yeah, I remember you.
I believe they have the same director. Yeah, Xenoblade would be an example of something that has a lot of Animu characteristics.
Yes. Yeah, I watched Donkey's videos and it seems borderline insufferable.
Yeah, I think his videos might actually present a slightly worse portrait of the game than
they usually
deserve. But
yeah, like his Death Stranding video was really hard on that game. Yeah,
but nevertheless.
And next up, Bloodborne.
Yes, or a majestic game.
Yes, also Lovecraftian.
True. Just like Shadows Over Loathing, which is not on this list.
No, it's not. Well, you haven't played it yet.
Yeah.
You'd have to have played it to have loved it. Next up is I was waiting for this one. Wait, no, I missed one. 25, Sonic 2.
Yes.
Second Sonic game, and the second Sonic game on the list.
Sonic 2 is above Super Mario World because I think Sonic 2 has a better fun per minute ratio than Mario World does.
Okay, that is very important. No, yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I can bring this up with regards to Sonic. I had a thought about the franchise, but we can finish the list first.
Okay, Sonic's always an interesting subject.
Yeah, I always have a lot of thoughts on Sonic as someone who's never played games.
Apparently, he's going to win the fan-voted Game Awards. There's like I don't know if it's a campaign or something, but if you check the poll, Sonic Frontiers is winning.
Yeah, I saw the post or I think Mecca posted on AFT. The headline is like God of War and Elden Ring being outvoted. It's like clickbaity. Just say it's Sonic in the title. You fuck.
Yeah, preferably with a lovely picture of Sonic
yeah,
dabbing over the main character of Kratos.
It's a picture of Kratos looking, looking angry, like he always. All right, Sonic 2. Did Sonic 2 improve significantly over the first, or is just your personal favorite?
I think it's Yeah, there's a bit of debate as to whether Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 and Knuckles is best. But
Okay,
Sonic 3 and Knuckles has a lot of these weird gadgets that you have to play around with on the map, so
I see.
the fun per minute goes down because
Okay,
of
for you,
those.
yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Our next number 24. This is the one I was expecting. Is Katamari Damacy? Katamari Damacy.
Yes,
Um,
that's a good game.
yeah, fun. I watched Ego Raptor play it on Game Grumps, and it looked fun. Cool. Next up, Persona 5 at number 23. Persona 5, everyone's favorite Persona game.
Yes, classic weeb friendly game.
Yeah, it's on my list. Not very high on it, but it's there. I'm sure you know what? I'm sure when I play it, I will actually really like it. It's just a long game, and I tend to really not want to start long games.
Yeah.
I liked 3 until I stopped liking it, and that took a long ass time. So, 22, The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker.
Yes, Zelda does pretty well on this list, along with Square.
Yeah, and actually, you have some stats at the throughout at the bottom, like which devs you have. On
Yeah,
Promo,
devs and
right?
systems. I did. I think.
Yeah, I'll those out. But
okay.
Yep, Wind Waker. 21, Super Mario Galaxy, the Wii entry into the 3D Mario games.
Yes.
Have you played Galaxy 2?
I have, yeah.
Because most people I feel like Galaxy 2 more.
Yeah, I like Galaxy 1 more, but it's pretty close.
Okay, no, yeah, that's just curious. Yeah, it's good. I like that one too. Number 20, we have Portal. Portal, classic, the progenitor of 3D puzzle games. No, just kidding. That's Myst, the prequel to Ribbon.
Sure.
Yeah, Portal's great. But you picked Portal and not Portal 2, which, again, I think most people like Portal 2 more.
Yeah, I like Portal 1 more.
Okay, yeah. I think I kind of do too, just because I think part of it is like it's shorter. It's like short and sweet. Really,
Yeah.
Much more focused.
And I just really like the whole section where you like GLaDOS tries to kill you and then you're going around the back alleys of the system to get to her. I just think that whole section is really phenomenal. And there's no part of Portal 1 that quite got the same like hype out of me, I guess, as that part at Portal 2. I mean, although it is a very consistently good game.
Portal 2 has a lot of that backroom stuff as well, but again, it's like for way longer, and Portal 1 already did it.
It feels less rebellious too, because every time you go there in Portal 2, you have a like support character telling you like how to go through it.
Yeah, GLaDOS. It's literally GLaDOS there.
I think Wheatley once or twice as well.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. At the start, Wheatley is helping you. All right, cool. Yeah, Portal. Number 19, we have Metroid Prime, game I keep forgetting that I was trying to beat. Yeah, great game. I have added the Phendrana Drifts music to my rotating soundtrack.
Yeah, that's such a good
part. Yeah, really cool game. I love Metroid, and Metroid Prime is such a just like perfect translation of that series into the 3D space.
Metroid Prime is one of the games that has the most like I guess it has some of that sort of mystique of being a kid and playing games and how wondrous they felt. Because one of the things I always pick up on things like how you can see Ridley flying around in the background for a long portion of the game. That always made me. Yeah, that's such a great area between the music and the atmospheric details and stuff like that. So I always remember it built up this big sense of like really wanting to get to the part where you fight Ridley, you know, and then. Yeah, I remember just like some of the little details too, just like you could see Samus's face through the visor certain times.
Oh yeah.
When like certain reflective surfaces or something came along, and all that stuff was really cool. And like rain would collect on her visor and stuff.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite parts of Republic Commando, which is similar. You get like rain or like blood on your visor, and there's like a laser like windshield wiper that comes across and cleans it.
Oh, that's
Metroid did it first, so
not with the windshield wipers though. That was Republic Commando that innovated that.
That's true. Yes, they had to do something new. Yeah, no, dude. Actually, the mystique of it, that's like one of my favorite parts. That's what I love about Dark Souls, like the exploration of the world, like every new Souls game, and Metroid, especially Metroid Prime. I feel it does that so well, where it's like a new world and really cool like lore to discover and all this kind of thing throughout. So
Yeah, I guess that's what sets that one and the other Metroid game that I have on this list apart from the rest of the series, is my feeling that they do that aspect the best.
Sure. Yeah, like Fusion, I feel like did that kind of the worst.
Fusion had the whole linearity
It was
issue.
very linear, and you're like on a space station the whole time, so it's not like doesn't like feel like you're discovering anything new.
There's
Um,
some atmospheric touches in Fusion that are good, I guess, though.
there are, yeah, I wasn't trying to hate on Fusion, just like I that aspect of it I felt was lackluster compared to some of the others. Um, okay, so next we have Rayman Legends, another one we played on stream.
We played Rayman Origins
Oh
on
wait, shit,
stream.
yeah, right, Origins. You like Legends more?
Yes, Legends is basically the same thing, but a lot better, actually.
Okay, yeah, I think we went over the differences uh, during that stream. But Origins seemed like very fun, and so if Legends is better, then great
Yeah.
platformer. Next up, number 17, one that I played at your and Hal's recommendation, Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger, classic JRPG.
Yes. Game that I have a lot of, another one that I have a lot of very fond memories of from growing up and all that sort of thing.
Same, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, really great JRPG. Great introduction to JRPGs. Not overly complicated, but really nice story, memorable characters. I like the gameplay. I like the battle system more than FF7. You know, with the little combos you can do.
Yeah, that's such a cool feature. I'm surprised more games didn't just rip that off. And I
Yeah,
kind of wish
sure.
they had.
Yeah, totally. They should have. Next up, number 16, that we talked about earlier today, Resident Evil 4.
Yes, that's a game I was
Original.
very pleasantly surprised by because I thought it would be a dumb, mindless shooty game, and it was, but I still really loved
Yeah,
it.
I was going to say it was. It did that so well. Yeah. um, yeah, I have fond memory of, I don't remember where I saw it first. But I guess I'd always grown up like hearing about the Resident Evil series. It was like very famous. And then like when my parents bought my sister and I a Wii, one of the games they bought with it was RE4. I guess they just like my dad might have done some research and just heard it was good. And I was like, oh, cool, a Resident Evil game. I've never played one of these, but I've heard of it. And so it was, yeah, I was like, such a blast, especially on the Wii, like with the Wiimote
Yeah,
as the gun. It's so much fun.
I also played the Wii version, which is a very
Yeah,
good version.
it is.
Somewhat surprisingly, because sometimes Wii version ruins a game, but not Resident Evil
Yeah,
4.
sometimes it's an awful gimmick, but for Resident Evil 4, it worked very well for the most part. Wiggling the Wii remote to run as a boulder is chasing you,
Oh, I forgot about that
little
part.
tedious. Anytime you have to wiggle the Wii remote, it's like, do I have to?
Yeah.
But aiming was great. Yes, I am excited for the remake. I hope that it captures the same feeling as the original. Honestly, it probably won't, but all the RE remakes have been good, so I'm sure it'll be good. Anyway, whatever. Next up, we have Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Yes, another Zelda.
Yes,
So this is the least Zelda-like Zelda, right?
kinda, yeah.
In a way.
But that's one of the things I admire about it, as I think I've said before, is its willingness to gut some of the conventions of the series in the interest of making something new.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing at all. Even though the series, they could have just kept doing the same thing and probably done it very well. I respect the fact they tried something new, and even though that turned off a lot of fans, from my understanding.
Some people, yes.
Some, so I should say some, yeah, not a lot. Some people. Seems like a really cool game. Number 14, we have Inside. Yep, another one you played on stream. Inside,
Yes.
sequel to Limbo.
Yes, very artsy game, very Danish game.
Yes, very Danish. The only Danish game on the list, in fact.
That's true.
Just because the Danes don't make a lot of games. Yeah, that's a good one. Good story, good kind of implicit storytelling.
Yeah, that sequence at the end is very memorable.
It is, yes, where you control the what's it called?
The huddle.
The huddle, yeah, it's the cuddle. Yep, number 13, we have another recent stream, Final Fantasy VI.
Yes. Another one of those games that made me feel how like wonderful video games could feel as a child, with the stuff there is to discover in it.
Yeah, really cool game. I really liked the world ending, and then the game just kind of continues.
Yeah.
Really, really unique kind of story beat. Yeah, overall.
And that whole
Cool
final
game.
boss sequence is so beautifully executed and everything.
Yes, yeah, that was really artistic.
It was.
And
Yes.
the theater performance also stands out in my mind. A lot of fun. A lot of
Yeah,
fun
that's an
moments.
iconic sequence for sure.
Yes, yes. Next up, we have number 12, uh, Omori, a game that I earlier confused with Okami, Bridge Games. So yes, Omori, I know that was the first game you streamed. First game
Yes.
we streamed on this whole channel.
Yes, the
Um,
birth of TMP is with Omori.
and yeah, great game, a modern classic. I think this one will really go down in history as a beloved um, wrestling game.
Definitely an example of a game that can really like mean a lot to the people who play it, and I was among those, I suppose.
Yes, yes, I'm sure it meant a lot to the creator as well, which always kind of I always like that perceived feeling of solidarity. I guess that's yeah, that's what I liked about the Bag of Milk games, or at least my interpretation of them made me feel that way.
Yeah, I can see Bag of
All
Milk
right,
being
next
that
up we
way too.
have Fire Emblem. Oh, sorry.
I can see Bag of Milk also being that type of game for our people.
Yeah, for some people, not it's not like as good game wise. Okay, next up we have Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Not this
Yes.
one,
No.
one that you talked about earlier. um, that's the GameCube one. So
Yep. Pretty cool game. I think we'll stream that one day.
sure, you wanted to play this one so you could play that one.
Yes, that one in Fire Emblem 4 as well, which is a pretty weird game.
Okay. Next up, we have another Legend of Zelda game, Majora's Mask.
Yes.
Majora's Mask. Okay, you don't have Oot on here. You're one of the Majora's Mask lovers.
Yes, no Oot on the list.
It's one or the never both.
Well, I considered putting Oot on as well, I think, and Link to the Past also, but I thought 3 Zeldas was enough.
Sure.
And I'm out of the more classically styled Zeldas, I'm more personally attached to Wind Waker.
You have like one of each, or like each of your Zeldas is a different type of Zelda game. So
yes.
With spread here. Yeah, I did not. I started Majora's Mask and I stopped because I was kind of
Zelda out.
Zelda out after Oot, which is a pretty substantial game.
You might end up appreciating Majora's Mask a little more than Oot.
The longer I go without having actually played Oot, the more I appreciate it. So I don't need to hate on Oot, but yeah, I mean, Majora's Mask. I think based on what I know about it, it feels like the type of thing that would appeal to me more just because of its uniqueness. Not that Oot was also unique with the time jumpy stuff.
It definitely has some artistic aspects to it. Some people who want to hate on it, like even Yahtzee, kind of dismissed the game. He said the story's not up to much, which I disagree with. I definitely think the time skip thing has some very artistic elements to it.
Yeah, I love time loop games, and that's Majora's Mask is one of them.
Majora's Mask is sort of the progenitor of the time loop game, almost. Or like the quintessential.
Yeah, I guess I don't know of any. I don't know of any others even around that time, really. Yeah. All right, yeah, Majora's Mask number 9, classic Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah, Final Fantasy does very well on this list.
Oh, sure, yeah, deserves it. At least those, 6 and 7 both very good. Oh, I do see one higher. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, so I played 7 on stream and really, really enjoyed it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, we don't talk about that much because everyone loves.
We'll see a lot of JRPGs on this list in general, in this top 10. I mean, and when you talked about, I think Final Fantasy 6, I also kind of wanted to think about, something that came to mind that I've been thinking about is the idea that for a while, the way console games, the genre that was exploring the artistic potential of console games really was JRPGs.
Oh, sure.
And so Final Fantasy VII, with the way it, I think at the time it was probably the game that psychoanalyzed its main character the most, at least out of any console game.
So, that's fair. Yeah, that's very true. Like Cloud's internal struggles are a huge part of the game, and that's something that's rare in video games at the time. Is maybe overdone in modern video games.
Yes,
honestly, but
I think it was. I think people kind of forget that nowadays just how revolutionary Final Fantasy VII doing that to the extent it did was at the time.
Sure. Yes. Um, yeah. Um, Next up, we have number 8, Symphony of the Night, which I think is a Castlevania game.
It is indeed a Castlevania
Yes.
game.
Yeah, good one. I played it, and I liked it. Pretty cool. It has the same, of course, it and Metroid, Super Metroid invented the Metroidvania genre basically, and has the same similar vibe of exploring unknown territory and becoming more powerful as you go and facing unique, interesting bosses. Symphony Night has also the unique hidden ending, which is more of like a hidden half of the game.
Yeah, that's such a cool thing.
It's really cool. Yeah, I do. I guess I'm glad I knew about that beforehand, but it would have been like a really cool experience to have beaten the game not knowing about that.
Yeah.
And like, oh shit, I can go back.
That happened to me the first time I got to the end where you just kill Richter and didn't realize. I thought I had beaten Symphony of the Night.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, that was good.
I missed out on the entire second half of the game. That's something that a AAA game would never do nowadays. They'd be too afraid.
Way too risky. Way too risky. Yeah. Even something like I feel like Witcher 2 did like similar, where you can miss a solid third, more than a third, because the last act is short of the game, by picking one choice over the other, and like that's like the most I feel like Halo would do these days. Even that is like very unique, very rare.
Yeah, it seems like Witcher 2 is a pretty artistically significant game in its own right.
Yeah, everyone kind of forgets it because Witcher 3 did everything it did better.
And it was so accessible, I guess. Like, I think Witcher 2 still kind of has a bit of that, like, PC gamer inaccessibility to it that turns people off.
Yeah, a little bit. It is a little janky, and I think it like didn't perform all that well. It was very much a PC game, I think. But anyway, Symphony of the Witcher. Next up, yes, the best and last Metroid game. We have Super Metroid. I know that's your favorite.
Yes, very fond of that game.
Yeah, that was the one that I played and that got me into the series on your and Null's recommendation, as well as like everyone else ever. But
definitely a genre-defining masterpiece of a game.
Absolutely. It's it shares a genre with Castlevania, I guess. But I feel like the things I like in Metroidvanias come more from Metroid than they do from Castlevania, personally.
I think it might be more fun to explore the worlds of Castlevania sometimes, but Metroid does so well on the atmospheric front and stuff. And, as a corollary to what I was saying about, like, JRPGs being what console games use to explore the artistic potential of the medium, I would say Super Metroid is definitely another example of a non-JRPG game that was doing the same thing at the time. Because that whole last sequence with the non-verbal storytelling and stuff really sticks out in my mind as a super notable video game moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, what sticks out is as you mentioned previously, the atmosphere. Which I think is something that I love. Atmospheric games. It's a hard thing to define, but it means also a hard thing to do, and I respect games that can pull it off very well, especially on old hardware like Super Metroid managed to do. It's interesting. Like atmosphere, I feel like is almost something that does directly benefit from like better graphics and visuals, because immersion is a part of it, and it's easier for many people to get immersed in games that look real. I guess. Although it's not a requirement, at least not for me.
I think 2D graphics usually don't interfere too much with immersion, because the worst thing is like pop-in and stuff like that, like stuff that immediately takes you out.
Sure, that's fair. True, actually, yeah, that's like a VR thing, is like if you can turn down your graphics and get higher frames in VR, like avoiding stuttering and weird glitches is the main thing, and your brain will just get used to everything else. So, yeah. All right, anyway. Super Metroid is great. Next up, number 6 is Earthbound, aka Mother 2.
Yes, another game we played on the stream.
That's right. Not your favorite Mother game, but your favorite Earthbound game.
There will be one more Mother game on this list.
Somewhere. We're running out of room. Yeah, solid game with Ness.
Also, definitely a lot of artistic moments that we're exploring what could be done with video games.
Yeah, and some gameplay stuff that I wish, Chrono Trigger did it, where you could avoid enemies.
Yeah.
Fantasy 7.
Earthbound
So
does
that
have
was
the
cool.
feature that it just straight up skips battles where the enemies are too low level, which I still love.
Yeah, that's so good. So yeah, great story, good game, good gameplay. Great game. Yeah, pretty sure you haven't played that one.
Good sense of humor and all that stuff as
Yeah,
well.
true. The world, it's like it's simultaneously Mother 3 as well, but simultaneously goofy and very serious and emotional. That's always can be a
Yeah,
tough thing to pull off. So I do respect it for that. It does it very well.
a very good example of how to combine those sorts of different tones.
Mhm. Next, we have Final Fantasy Tactics. Another one we talked about earlier today. Very relevant. Yeah. Uh, so I enjoyed watching that one as well. Good, surprisingly to me at least, good story for what is kind of just mostly, or what appears to be mostly kind of just a war game. Um,
Yes, quite nuanced morality, at least for again for video games and console games at the time, going on in that one.
yeah, kind of the type of story, like very grounded, something that Final Fantasy doesn't often do. So actually, I kind of tend to like that kind of thing.
Yes, it is sort of
So I appreciate it.
admired for the depiction of a sort of realpolitik sort of vibe going on in that
Yes,
game.
yes. And gameplay wise, like you mentioned earlier, the use of height, all sorts of different classes and abilities, just a really fun
Very deep, yes,
tactical game.
and good pacing too. Its counterpart Tactics Ogre kind of has the problem of like a small level difference makes a really big difference in terms of how much damage you do, and so it can be really grindy.
Okay.
And tactics, as we discussed in that stream, kind of de-emphasizes the importance of leveling up, which really helps the pacing for me
Sure.
personally.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we have another artsy game, Shadow of the Colossus.
Yes, one of the defining examples of video games as an art form, I suppose.
I think so, yeah. Um, yeah, really cool game. That game offers something which I find myself seeking out and failing to find in many other games to the extent that it did, which is like super unique, epic boss fights. I mean, that's basically all the game is. Not to boil it down to just that, because the exploration and travel is also actually a big part of the atmosphere.
Yes, and I guess again pacing, where there's the travel kind of serves to let you decompress or something like that in between these big bombastic boss fights.
Yeah,
But
and
then
like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I guess another thing that really sticks out to me about the game is that it's one of the few examples that has this sort of like classically dramatic, tragic hero behind it. Where I
Oh
always thought
yeah,
it was, I think the story becomes a lot better when you realize that Wander like 100% knows everything that's going on. Like he knows he's corrupting his soul with this demon, and the thing he's doing is like a really fucking bad idea. But he's so passionately driven by the desire to revive his wife that he still goes through with it. And so
his
that
waifu.
yes, that final sequence at the end where you're like the shadow version of yourself trying to run against the wind to catch up to her, but it's just futile. That's a great example of how you can use the medium of video games to tell a story and deliver emotions and all that.
Yeah. I was gonna say the story is also fantastic. It's simple, but the way it's told, like you said, through the medium, and through just subtle, just hints and such throughout. Even like giving personality to each of the bosses. Some are behave very rationally and aggressively. Some are almost like sad.
Yeah, some of them you
Just
feel bad for killing them.
yeah, these little hints just through their behavior, the way they act, and not even really emote, just like the devs did such a good job of giving personalities to these to the bosses, and yeah, the story is like you said, has a lot of extra depth to it, when you really think about the tragedy of it. um
Yes, and
yeah, I
there's
remember like,
also the art direction and music are absolutely top notch as well.
yeah, I almost like, that's something, it's not really a bad thing, but I almost like was disappointed playing the game that there wasn't more to the world. Not because it felt empty or anything, but because I just loved it so much that I wanted to spend more time in it.
Yeah,
But it's really just for traveling through, which is fine. Like that's very intentional. Better than the opposite, where all these AAA games are bloated with like so much bullshit. Um,
I've played the game a few times. Have you ever just like kind of gone into the little corners of the map that you don't have to explore? Because
Yeah. Well, so you get lizards sometimes
yeah,
from those, but yes,
so
I
you
have
can
like just chilled in the game at
yeah,
times. Yeah.
there is actually stuff in the map that's like interesting to look at that there's no purpose in gameplay whatsoever to going there, but I still have actually just kind of poked around the map once or twice over my times playing that game just to see stuff, which I guess really
Yeah.
says a lot about how well done the world building and everything in the game is.
Agreed. That's like what I love so much about specifically Morrowind among the Elder Scrolls games. All the Elder Scrolls games offer this to an extent. Now, I'm not saying I'm like trying to like really compare them to Shadow of the Colossus, but that's just like something that I really like is just a well fleshed out world that encourages exploration for the sake of exploration. And I have very fond feelings towards games that give me that feeling.
I guess it comes off as so remarkable because the temptation, there's so much of a temptation when making a game to like put a thing like a reward everywhere you can go to incentivize the player to go there, and so to
Yeah,
to have the boldness to be like, no, you don't need a gameplay reward, it can just be for its own sake, is
yes.
very noticeable, especially if you're one of the people like me who's very concerned with the idea of, I guess, the artistry that games potentially can have.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of respect the game more for giving you absolutely nothing, like gameplay wise,
Yeah,
for going. You just like enjoy the scenery. Like you came here because you were curious, and this is what's here. And like it always leaves me with this feeling. Well, it's what I just described. This feeling of wanting more. Like I always wanted to like cross that huge bridge, or like go out into the wilderness and see what more there was. And of course, the game doesn't
yeah.
extend that far, but it's just like this feeling of oh, this world seems so cool.
Here's another good example of that, I guess, is that the garden, rather, that you see in the ending is actually accessible in a game, but it requires this like very specific climbing sequence to get up to, or
Oh,
if not even just straight up hacking. But that's another one of those examples of a thing in a game that like just kind of adds this extra mystique and intrigue to the game than if it was just like really easy to walk there, you know?
yeah. No, definitely. I think I might have. I knew about that. I might have even gotten up there once, just like to do it.
Oh, I've never,
Maybe not though.
I've never gotten up there myself.
I might not have. I feel like I would remember better if I did, but but I was. Yeah, I didn't know. All right. Well, wow. We spent the entire half of this discussion talking about Shadow of the Colossus. So next up is a game that I think needs less discussion because it's Dark Souls. So at number three, we have Dark Souls.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, I
definitely.
mean, I love Dark Souls.
Definitely a classic masterpiece and another fundamental example of games as art, or at least of the mainstream ones, the well
Yeah,
recognized ones.
a game that is like so well regarded that even its flaws are basically only ever seen as just like charming, like it's like, yeah, that's Dark Souls. Like
True.
there's cut content, there's certain, I mean, yes, the game is meant to be challenging, but there's certain like just flat out bad boss fights, but
Yeah,
it's like it's just all just part of the experience, part of the game, which is beloved. um the Dark Souls series, I also respect for having like some of the best expansions like in gaming.
true.
The devs consistently like don't phone it in for the expansions, at least. Like even Dark Souls 2, which was perceived by many to be like pretty lackluster, was saved by its expansion content. And then the Artorias X Pack for one, and then um
Legendary. Some of the best stuff in that game is in that. Yeah.
yes, yeah, and then 3 also, the Ring City is phenomenal. The other one's also good, but that one's
Oh
really good.
yeah, the
So
one where you fight Slave Knight Gael or whatever. That's quite a sequence, isn't it?
yeah, in the Ash Field, that's so cool. Um, yeah, Dark Souls is great. And not and Demon Souls as well. I want to put in the same category.
True.
Although I played it recently, and I don't know. Like, I mean, it's still good, but it's like a lot of my just unabashed love for it was nostalgia. I still love it, but I won't necessarily say it's just flat out better than Dark Souls after having replayed it.
Sure.
But I do feel like for a lot of people, at least, the first Souls game you play, because it's such a unique experience, is the one that might stand out to you most. So for me, that's Demon Souls, but Dark Souls is bad. Game. In fact, I'm going to just outright say Dark Souls is a better game. There you go, bold statement. Anyway, all right. Next up at 2, we have the last Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy 9.
Yes, we have not
The
covered
one you
that
haven't
one
played
yet.
on stream, yeah.
That'll probably be one of the next couple of games I play, though.
Sure. And that one, yeah, I know that one's your favorite, right? So,
Yes,
well, obviously it's
strong.
nice on your list.
I have a very strong emotional connection to that game.
That's not the one with Tidus, though. That's 10, right?
That's 10. Yeah, this one's Zidane, the monkey boy, is the main character.
Oh,
Final
yeah,
Fantasy
with
9.
that's right, Monkey Boy. Okay. Well, I don't have anything to say about this one, but later I will.
Yes, we'll cover that one when we get to it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything.
We'll introduce it. We'll be like, this was number 2 on Exdeath's favorite games list.
That's
so
right.
It must be really good.
That's right. I think this is the first one on here that I have basically no familiarity with. That's not true. Like Killer 7, I don't know anything about except the trailer looked cool. All right. Okay, the number 1 is Mother 3. Mother 3. So no surprise there.
I do basically suck that game off at every opportunity. Yes.
Yes, you spent the entire time you were playing it. You're sucking it. But yeah, you did play it on stream. Everything we said positively about Earthbound, Mother 3 does as well, but more. And it's really good. Very emotional. Yeah, the ending was very emotionally hard hitting. But again, the game has like goofy moments as well, fun places to explore. I love the way your village changes throughout the game to kind of keep as overarching events progress and that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's super cool.
I think too bad it's transphobic.
I think Mother 3 is the most human game I've played, if you can understand what I mean by that. Where like it's very sympathetic in the way that it portrays even the harshest flaws that people have.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that. Absolutely. I think that is important. That is like that lends to like the emotional effect it has by with its unabashed representation of, like you said, the fact that people are flawed, and this like the sympathy that it affords them almost, or asks of the player, with like Porky especially.
Yeah.
In the end, the game like basically demands your sympathy, and it's hard not to have it because it's just such a pathetic character.
I always thought Porky in both games he appears in is a really excellent video game villain.
Yeah, I would agree. True, that's right. He is antagonistic in he's not the main antagonist in Earthbound, but he's in there.
And then Flint, I think, is another character that stands out, like with the freak out he has at the start of the game, for example.
Yeah.
We can very much understand and relate to, even though there are a lot of things wrong with him. So
he behaves very unheroically, I guess, but very humanly. And then again, it's very difficult not to sympathize with him, considering what he's freaking out about.
Yes.
Yeah. No, very very good game, very memorable, well deserving of a number 1 spot on anyone's list, and no surprise it's number 1 on yours.
True.
Well, okay, so I can go through games that didn't quite make it.
Okay.
If you want, but that's the list.
Yeah. Are there any surprises or anything like that you want to comment on in terms of the placements or anything like that with this list?
I guess not. Nothing here stood out as. I guess I was a little surprised you didn't put Oot and put Majora's Mask, but that's not like a hot take or anything. Like,
it's not that hot of a take.
No, I just thought I just thought you were a little bit more of an Oot fan, but not to say you don't like it. I was a little surprised at RE4. I know you like RE4, but I didn't know it was in your like top 50. That's not like really a surprise. It should be in everyone's top 50, but pretty high up. You're number 16.
Yes, I think. I guess one thing I could comment is that most of the previous iterations of this list, I had some games, like I didn't really have 50 games that I loved. This was the first one where I felt like I was cutting off games at the end rather than like trying to find a last few to put on. So on previous iterations of this, I've had like Skyrim on, which is a game that I like, but to me, I have like a little bit of hesitation putting it into my top 50 because there's just some parts of it that are just so generic, I guess.
Sure.
Um, and I also am a little bit. There's some games, and Resident Evil 4 is one of these that I'm like used to having at the top from previous times I've done something like this, so I always remember it. But I think I did reflect on it a little bit more this time, and I just, it's just such a good game that even though it's not exactly the sort of thing that I like most of the time, I still have to respect it.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I guess others that stood out, Killer 7. I don't know anything about it. I didn't know you
Yeah, there was a
played it.
time when I would have that as like my number one, or not number one, but like number 5 or something on
Oh
this
wow.
list.
Okay.
It's very unique and very funny.
Sure.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll play that one on stream one day. It's quite cool.
Does seem that way. Just looking through. Yeah, it's a couple others like Owl. I didn't know you played Owlboy and Cuphead. I mean, that's not like super surprising. Just
yeah,
they're there. Live Alive. I don't know anything about that game.
that would be another pretty good stream game. We could do that one.
And you specifically picked Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time.
Yes. I don't think
is that just the best one?
I'd say so. Well, I think people would argue for Up Your Arsenal as well. But for me, I like Ratchet and Clank more when it's more towards being a platformer and less towards being a shooter. So Up Your Arsenal, while a very good game, is a bit too much towards the shooter end of Ratchet and Clank.
Name. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense. And the last one was, I guess I know you liked Pentiment quite a bit, but it got on your list pretty quick, which is that's cool.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah,
put it on. It's towards the middle of the list, which also shows that I put it on without much hesitation.
You did. You put it on New Vegas, a staple of the Western RPG genre.
Yes. That's an interesting debate, I'd say. New Vegas versus Pentiment.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, we can debate it when I play it.
Yes. I also considered putting on Fallout 2 as well, and ended up.
Oh yeah, that's a surprise. I was surprised I didn't see any of the originals.
I think it was kind of because I was cutting some games already, so I thought I'd just put one Fallout game on to represent the whole series, and I do end up thinking New Vegas is the best one.
Okay. Some of when you were playing New Vegas, I couldn't tell if your love of it was sarcastic or genuine. So I guess you did actually like it more than
yeah, I got really into that game.
Sure, yeah.
No, I played it back when I never finished this, but I was doing a project where there was a GameFAQs contest for the best games of the decade for 2010 to 2020, which had 128 games, and I had a project. I got like 20 games into it where I would try to play every game that was featured in that.
Oh, sure.
And I'd like retrospectively declared Fallout New Vegas my game of the year for 2010 when I was doing that, which means it beats out like Mario Galaxy 2 and stuff.
Damn. Well, you like Mario Galaxy more than 2.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that's it for surprises.
Yeah,
there are some interesting choices in your list of games that didn't make it.
Okay, I guess we should cover that then. If
I can go through real quick. All right, so we have Aria of Sorrow, another Castlevania game, another one that I know you like. That I that's the one I started, and I just like haven't finished it yet.
Yeah, I've heard Dawn of Sorrow is also very, very good, but I haven't played it myself.
Yeah, one of the rare like direct story continuations, right? The two Sorrow games.
Yeah. Castlevania doesn't do that too often.
Yeah. Then you have Radiant Dawn.
That's the sequel to Fire Emblem Path of Radiance.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you just like Path of Radiance more.
Yeah.
You have Live Alive. Which
I guess I forgot to remove that.
So there's a few of those. So let's get that. Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. So I guess similar to Final Fantasy Tactics, but you end up liking FFT more than
although Let Us Cling Together is definitely another example of like JRPGs being used to explore the artistic potential of of gaming,
Sure.
with one of the most significant and interesting story choice moments I've seen in a game. Although maybe not the most complex one. So
Sure.
maybe we'll stream that one day too. There's lots of
Yeah, why not?
fun old JRPGs we could cover.
We have a lot. Next is FE4. I'm assuming Fire Emblem 4,
Yes.
which you talked about earlier. Okay. So we'll play that one at some point, sure. Then you have Owlboy, which is in your list. Then you have Victoria 2. Not EU4 anywhere. You picked Victoria 2 specifically.
EU4 was actually on the top 50 until I swapped it out for Journey because I had forgotten Journey.
Okay. So it would have been in your list of games that almost made it. All right, all right.
Yes.
Did you start playing Vicky 2? Because I was like, wouldn't shut up about it. I remember you were apprehensive about it, and then you tried it and seemed to have liked it quite a bit.
I don't know if it was like directly because of that. I think I just kind of got around to giving it another go.
I was just curious. I guess I don't actually care if I get credit or not for that one. I was interested. I'm glad you ended up enjoying that one. You have Civ 5 on here. I know that's your favorite Civ game.
Yes. I still like it when I go back to it, despite my troubles getting into Civ 4.
Sure. Then you have The World Ends With You. I have a good friend who really likes that one as well. It's actually one I would like to play at some point because everyone says it's so good.
Definitely a game that surprised me because it's actually made by the same team as Kingdom Hearts, but the characters actually felt alive in that game.
Yeah, that's what I hear is the characters are good.
I think you do have to appreciate it with a certain like there's some goofy anime stuff. I don't know if I go as far as to say Animu, but some goofy anime stuff, and you have to kind of just accept that that's part of the game. And the soundtrack is also, I guess, maybe a bit hit or miss for some people. I really liked it, but it's like J-pop, like very hard J-pop stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I thought it lent the game a very deliberate and particular sense of style.
Sure. Yeah. It all fits together. That can greater than the sum of its parts, maybe. Even if I don't care about J-pop, just if someone doesn't like it, but it fits well. Hey,
maybe I'll link you one of the songs off of World Ends With You soundtrack, because just saying it's J-pop doesn't fully describe it. There's like J-rap on it too, and it's just some other stuff.
Well, the friend that likes it is super into J music. Maybe that's part of why he likes it.
I would think so, yeah. It definitely helps. I also enjoy the funniness of a J-rap song, or the occasional J-pop, like Cruel Angel's Thesis, of course, for example.
Oh, I love Cruel Angel's Thesis. All right, next we have Summon Night Swordcraft Story 2.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
That's an old, semi-obscure JRPG for the Game Boy Advance, which I also would like to stream on TMP one day. Because I was really, really fond of it when I was young, when I was like a little kid, and first got it.
Sure. Next we have Friday Night Funkin', a game that you like.
Yes.
Kind of a DDR.
DDR by way of classic Newgrounds, basically.
Yeah. Yes, there you go. Exactly. Very moddable. Then you have Alter Ego.
Yes, that game. That was made by a psychologist. It's like a really old text-based adventure game, I guess you'd say.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
Where you go through like the whole lifespan of your character from beginning to end, which tends to always kind of move me because I've always just been really, captivated by the theme of the inevitability of death and aging, which are both things that are explored by Alter Ego. There has been some criticism of it, especially there's a male and a female version. Apparently you should just play the male version because the female version is kind of sexist.
Oh, okay. I was about to mention I'm on Wikipedia. Yeah, both male and female versions. Okay. And then it's 1986, so old. Okay.
Yes, very old. One of the oldest games that I have had an emotional reaction to, I guess, is how I describe it.
Yeah, sure. Neat. Never heard of it. Okay. Then you have Circa Infinity next.
Oh yeah, so you're familiar with that one?
Nope.
It's a funny indie game that was like a couple $dollars on Steam, where you're a man and a woman that just like wander around a psychedelic 8-bit graphics sort of thing. It's pretty cool. Okay. The developer made another game that I played for a bit. I forget the name, but it was like a puzzle game where you split, sort of. I can't describe it very well, but it's really cool and rhythmic and fun too. That game,
Okay.
and I forget the title.
Cool. Sure. Oh, if I look up Circuit Infinity, I'll find it. Next you have Salt and Sanctuary, the one of the first, I think, like Dark Souls 2D clones.
Yeah.
That was a game that I couldn't get into, but I tried again at your recommendation and ended up beating it, and it was good.
Yes, I think that's one of the few games that I beat and then just started it again and beat it a second time.
Oh, nice. To get there's all sorts of endings.
Yeah, I definitely got the one ending where you turn into like the next evil king, and then the one ending where you don't do that.
Yeah. There's a sequel now. They came out with
Salt and Sacrifice, yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. I heard it. I think I heard it wasn't as good.
I can't remember. I haven't played it.
Definitely less hype around it, so I don't know. I'm sure. All right, yeah, no, it's a fun one. Next, you have Risk of Rain.
Yes, I have some good memories of playing that with Null and also my stepbrother.
Yeah, Null loves Risk of Rain. So like a co-op shooter type thing. Well,
I got
two
quite
is
into Risk of Rain.
Oh, nice. Never played it. I think I like told Steam to stop recommending it to me because of how interested I was.
Fucking multiplayer. It was similar amounts of hassle to when we tried to set up Victoria 2 for multiplayer.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I see the sequel being recommended a lot to people who are like, "What's a game that is good?" And everyone's like, "Risk of Rain 2." So, all right. Yeah. Next, you have classic Goof Troop, which you showcased on stream.
Yes, another game. Like I said, I think I said on the stream that whenever someone comes over to my house, I usually always try to make them play Goof Troop with me. It's a little tradition that I have.
That was a fun one because I gave me a flashback of having played and beaten Goof Troop, which was a memory that I had completely lost until so much you played.
Yeah, it's very well designed.
Yeah, I remember it being fun little puzzle type of stuff. Next, you have Mother 1 and Fallout 1 on the same line. I mean, I can see why you excluded Mother 1 since you had both 2 and 3 on there, and 1 is like just kind of worse than the other two, even though it's still good.
I think Mother 1 is the game that begins the era I've been describing of JRPGs being what console games used to explore the artistic
JRPG supremacy.
The medium. Yes.
Sure.
Which is no longer the case because now JRPGs just kind of are shit.
Now they're just Animu.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's as a JRPG hater, that's like part of why is my impression of modern games. It never appealed to me at all until I played some older ones and was like, oh, this is why people like them.
Yeah, I think if you go back over my list of JRPGs, of best games, the only old JRPGs I don't have any like new JRPGs on the list. It's all old ones.
Yeah.
I think the newest one would be The World Ends With You, probably.
Yeah, that's true. That's
newish. Rejects. I think that's like 2009 or something. So yeah.
Newish. Yeah, I was in the.
And then prior to that, the oldest one would be Mother 3, I think, which is 2006. And I guess to continue with what I'm talking about, I would say Mother 3 is the game that ends that era of JRPG supremacy, and is kind of like it's already over, and Mother 3 is like a callback to it, but it's the last one.
Yeah, like Mother 3 is almost anachronistic because when it came out, it doesn't match with games of that time. It's definitely a callback to maybe like when it should have come out.
Yeah. I was gonna say, as evidenced by the fact that there was an N64 version planned that never got released, and also it being on the Game Boy Advance, so it couldn't compete with the most technologically advanced games of the era.
No, never. Next, and yeah, Fallout 1 you kind of talked about. You felt that you didn't want too many Fallout games, and you liked New Vegas enough to put it above 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised you have Fallout 1 listed as a consideration, not 2, because isn't 2 just like better?
Maybe I crossed 2 off the list when I put New Vegas on or something.
Oh, maybe.
Because I do like 2 more. It's Fallout 1 definitely has the better antagonist, and maybe the most standout part of either of the games is the encounter with the Master. But when taken as a whole, I definitely go for Fallout 2 over Fallout 1.
True. 2's antagonist is just like a big guy.
Yeah. He's intimidating because of how big he is, but he's not as interesting to talk to as the Master was.
Right. Yeah. Next, you have Rayman Origins, so that would pretty easily
Rayman
replaced by
Legends beat
Legends.
that one out, yeah.
Next, you have Portal 2, which you just like Portal 1 more.
Right.
Next, you have Lisa. That's a unique one.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool game. They're very enjoyable entry in the mother-like indie game genre.
Yeah, another one that also kind of harps on your emotions and is also kind of silly in a more maybe grotesque way.
Yeah, it can definitely get outright edgy, that game.
Yes.
But I appreciated it.
Sure. Next, you have Walking Dead. I'm guessing this is Telltale's Walking Dead.
Yes, Telltale's Walking Dead. Game I was very moved by as a teenager, but I think, like many games in that genre, looking back on it later on, I realized some parts are not that strong. Some parts are a little hackneyed or whatever. But I still have a soft spot for that game.
Yeah. Like, that game kind of carried Telltale throughout everything else they did.
Yeah.
Because like Walking Dead was the only like really standout game they made, I think.
I'd say so. I know some people really like Tales from the Borderlands, though.
Oh yeah, that's fair. If I didn't hate Borderlands, maybe
yeah. If I had to name like my least favorite games, I'd be like old God of War and then Borderlands 2.
Well, shit, Borderlands 1 is worse than 2. So
oh, is it?
Glad you haven't played that. It's like 2 without any personality.
Well, maybe I might actually like that more because all the times to try to have personality, it made me want to fucking like scratch my own ears out so I didn't have to listen to it anymore.
Fair enough. 1 is like almost aggressive and how much it's like, you thought this game had a plot? Fuck you. Oh my god, I'm done. Uninstalled. Anyway. Then you have Stick of Truth, a game that I keep forgetting I haven't beaten.
Yes, that would be the third Obsidian game if I had included it.
Maybe. I mean, that's like up there with like the best South Park media, right? That's like, it's like genuinely very funny, and
it's definitely the best game South Park has had.
Of the 2?
I guess there's been a lot.
Oh really? Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Fractured Butthole. Yeah, there's the N64 first-person shooter. There's a couple fun games. There's a bunch of stuff.
Oh wow. Okay. I mean, that doesn't really surprise me, but yeah, similar to Indiana Jones. I just never heard of them.
Yeah,
there's a million.
Right. I know the the N64 game was like considered to be notable for how bad it was. You know.
It's almost that they could make an argument it was intentional, like The Room. But
they could make an argument like that, but I wouldn't believe them if they did.
No, I wouldn't either. All right, next you have a similar game, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door.
Yes, which to my mind is a little overrated, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit.
That's the second one, right? Or is that?
Yeah, it's the GameCube one.
First one was just Paper Mario.
Yes, I've never played the N64 one. I would like to.
Yeah, I also haven't played either, but seems like they'd be fun. Maybe I'll buy it for my wife and then I'll play it. Cool. Yeah. Then you have that's right. I forgot. I was like, no Metal Gear Solid games, but here you have 2 as a consideration.
Metal Gear Solid 2, yes, because the main character is a twink.
Sure.
Yeah, like I said, I admire a lot of stuff about Metal Gear Solid, but I guess I wasn't that personally into them when I played them.
Yeah, sure.
So I think maybe Metal Gear Solid 3 is kind of the way you described feeling about Oots, where the longer you go without actually playing it, the more you appreciate it. That's kind of what Metal Gear Solid 3 is for me.
Okay. Yeah. Totally. I get it. Then not finally. And then you have Mass Effect 2. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. I replayed that recently and had quite a good time.
Yeah, 2 is my favorite of the series, and
I think it's pretty clearly the best of the 3 Mass Effect games.
It is. 3 could have been the best had it not been like totally, the ending hadn't sucked so hard.
That's a big problem. I say there are 3 core problems with Mass Effect 3, none of which are necessarily huge, but there's Kai Lang, who's just kind of lame and is around for a long portion of the game. Then there's Shepard having PTSD about the vent kid.
Oh yeah, that was stupid. Yep.
Pretty lame, doesn't really suit the character because he's supposed to be a funny headbutting man. And then there's the ending, which is I feel the ending is pretentious. They thought like because the people admired the writing so much in Mass Effect, they thought they had to do something sort of transcendent for the ending instead of a more straightforward, just the good guys win and the bad guys lose or whatever.
Yeah.
But they just kind of did a stupid version of that, so it didn't really work out very well.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter that it was pretentious. I mean, it does, but like they could have had it be pretentious and good. It's just bad. Like
Yeah.
nothing else matters. It just sucks. So yeah, two definitely. Like one, I mean, the story was good. I don't think it was as good as 2 or 3 in like at its peaks or at their peaks. It started the series, but yeah, the gameplay is just like
Yeah.
2 really, really improved in a lot of ways.
I was surprised by how much I felt to like improve the characters and made me more invested in the world and everything like that too, because the dialogue and all that into was just a pretty big, surprisingly big step up, I'd say.
I think so. Yeah.
The first one.
In two, you could fuck Tali and Garrus.
Garrus,
in one. They're the only 2 characters I cared about. Well, and Rex. I guess it does speak to the quality of one's characters somewhat. That all the best characters are from one.
Yeah, they just kind of
Liara, Rex, Garrus, and Tali.
I just feel like the best parts with them are all in the games after that one, though.
That's true. Yes, that's true. They were
Tully. You basically don't learn anything about at all in the first game.
You're right. No, totally. That's true. And then the first game tries to force you to like Ashley or Caden or like 2 words.
Yeah,
I wish you could kill them both.
The part where you have to pick which one of them to kill would be a lot more effective if they were actually good characters.
Yeah. I think I picked Ashley because I was like, she's just more annoying.
I've done them
Caden's
both.
Bland, but
yeah. The first time I played, I picked Ashley to survive because I thought that she was like more interesting out of the 2 characters because one of them was just really bland and boring, and the other one was mildly abrasive. I do think people kind of overstate how annoying she is.
But, yeah, she's not really that bad. She's just not a good character. But I think I was wrong. I think I actually did make her survive the first time because I was like, well, at least I can fuck this one.
If you're
she was the one I was romancing.
If Caden survives until Mass Effect 3, he like suddenly becomes bisexual and you can date him.
Well, everyone has to be in the
well, Garrus isn't. He's just
really straight. No, he's not. He's straight. Fair.
Which is, you know, the male players really like miss out on being able to romance Garrus, I think.
Yeah, I like Tali and I always romance Tali.
True. I wish you could romance Legion.
Oh yeah.
I wish you could romance Morden. He's actually my favorite character.
But Legion is voiced by what's his name? The Wesker voice actor that sexually assaults people.
Oh no, that's not good. Never mind.
Anyway.
I guess I'm not allowed to like Legion anymore.
No, you're not allowed to like Legion anymore. It's Wesker. I can't remember his name. I know, whatever. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Anyway, ME2 is good. And then finally, you have Jak and Daxter.
Yes.
The inferior version of Ratchet and Clank.
Exactly, yes.
So, fair enough.
I really like the first Jak and Daxter. If I made a top 100, I guess all of those games would be on it. But Jak and Daxter would be probably really like 51st or something.
Well, yeah, I think our main, when I talked to you about it in relation to Ratchet and Clank, our kind of complaint was, or take, and my other buddy that I talked to about it was like, it just took a weird, edgy shift in tone between the first and second games.
Yeah, Jak 2 is almost definitely the weakest one because of that. And then 3 gets it back on track a little more, but is still not as good as the first game, which is just a very good, 3D platformer game. And then I think I forgot about Knights of the Old Republic because that's another game I would have considered too.
Oh yeah, that's right. If you have Mass Effect, you gotta put KOTOR above it. That's the rules.
Then you have to put KOTOR 2 above KOTOR 1.
That's right. That's the modern take.
That's the son of a true connoisseur.
True connoisseur. Yeah. I should play. I want to play KOTOR 2 with the. Maybe that'll be lame though, because you asked me to pick a game whose story I love. Like KOTOR, but I feel like I'm struggling with that because I want to pick something like genuinely unique. But all the games whose story I love are like games that everyone fucking gushes about.
Fine.
It's boring. No, it's not. I'll figure it out.
Well, the main reason I asked is because of the observation I shared when we were doing Professor Layton that you say like games have good stories, and I think they have really messed. I feel underwhelmed by
Yeah.
them, I guess. So,
Well, I mean, I agree with you though. Like Modern Conflict and Second Sight were the two examples, and yeah,
hmm.
like they're like, yeah, that sure, that was fine. That was fun, but that's the extent. So yeah, games whose stories I remember loving as a kid include some of the ones I mentioned, like Mafia and like all the Bioware games. Um,
Do you think Mafia would hold up, or do you think that would be another like Second Sight type of example?
I think Mafia would hold up because it's not. At least I hope so. Maybe that's one I'll play and we'll see. Like, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't. It's fine. But it's like it's kind of a tries to tell a serious like Goodfellas-esque story.
Yes,
Obviously, it's
good
not. It's
fellows. My favorite.
Goodfellas. Obviously, it's not going to hold up to like any of those movies. But
No,
um, it's not like Second Sight is like goofy and it's like fun, whereas Mafia like I think is at least I remember it being well written, but
yes.
you know I keep saying that. So
Of the two of them, I definitely liked Second Sight's story more than World in Conflict, I'd say.
yeah, I think World of Conflict relies on the human element that doesn't get enough attention.
Something
Uh,
like that, yeah.
like it hints towards trying to be more interesting with the characters than it ends up being. I mean, and the big example is Loose Cannon Bannon. But once his big twist is done, that's it.
He
Like
was the
the rest,
most nuanced character in that
he
cast, I'd
was,
say.
and he's gone. And then the rest of the story just trudges on without him.
Yeah, and I still have a
Uh,
lot of like misgivings about the whole his whole death scene because
well, yeah, yeah.
I do think it was a little bit forced. The thing they do that he has
It
to
was
nobly
no,
sacrifice himself for.
it was extremely forced. Um. Anyway, well, that's your list. You have 12 PC games, 18 Nintendo, 19 Sony, and one Sega.
Yes, that being Sonic 2. Although this is counting them according to like what system I played them on, because Sonic Adventure 2 was also originally for Dreamcast, but I played the
Mhm.
GameCube version.
You have a total of 13 games developed by Nintendo and its studios, and 8 by Square. So those are your big standouts.
Yes, and I know 2 Obsidian, but I'm not sure if there were any other companies after that that had more than one.
I don't think so.
So a very quite varied list. You have to give props to Nintendo. You have to suck them off a little bit by
No,
having.
that's fair. As far as like best games ever made, they have. Although your most beloved series is Final Fantasy with 4.
Certainly, yes. But after that, those 4, there aren't any Final Fantasy games that would even make like the top 100 probably.
Okay.
So it's a big drop off for me.
Wow. Not even Lightning Return. Not even Final Fantasy 13 2.
I think Final Fantasy 13 might be my next favorite after that, or
Okay.
perhaps Final Fantasy 4,
Sure.
which is a classic, but it feels a little old now, I guess. And Final Fantasy 5 as well. I like those two are still good, and then after that, it gets a little questionable.
Sure. Well, that's your list. Good. Yeah, that was a good bit of discussion. I thought
Yeah, we spent a good amount of time on
we
that.
did.
I think most of the games I've praised before, I sucked off before, so no huge surprises, I'd say.
No. The only surprises were like I just didn't know that you had played and liked those games, but none of them were like, what you like Cuphead? Nobody likes Cuphead. You know? So, yeah, cool. Cool.
We'll
I
have,
should do one of these sometime, but it just
oh
feels
yeah,
like a lot of thinking. I'm really bad at ranking things.
it helps
I get
when
way
I
too
have done it
stressed.
before. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I think
that's true.
that's why I just throw it together in like an hour without really thinking.
That's what I'll have to do. If I do, I should do that for Sunday's stream, and
That'd be
I just need
fun.
to just slap it together, and then
Yeah,
yeah.
totally. And then we'll have an excellent Pentiment versus New Vegas to debate sometime.
Yes, absolutely. And on the schedule. All right. Well, how are we doing in
We're closing out this next map. I lost an important character to a fucking critical hit from the enemy, which was very disheartening. It
No.
was Marek, who's one of the magic using characters we have, and he has like unique access to a spell called Excalibur that's just very powerful. So it's gonna be,
Uh,
it's fine. He's not necessarily like a top tier character, but a little sad to lose him. He's also Marth's close friend from childhood in the lore.
no, no. Well, he'll come back then.
He is in the next. He is in the sequel to this one.
See, there you go. So,
Well, we have done 4 hours, but if you don't mind going for like another hour, we could do my other big subject that I want to do on a game we can just talk over, which is Franco-Belgian Comics. My foray into Franco-Belgian Comics.
I thought we were done with that. No, yeah, it's fine. Let me order food real quick because I'm kind of hungry. But yeah, I'm down to keep going.
All right, sure.
And by let me order food, I mean I'm just gonna be doing that. We don't actually have to pause or anything.
Okay. Sure. Well, let's see. So I've been reading a bunch of old French comics. I got like a bunch of Spirou comics off of the off of archive.org, and now I have finished them all, which represent most but not all of the Spirou stories that have been collected into albums, which is by no means exhaustive as to what stories have been published. And then I also have read the first few Tintin comics.
Okay.
And I guess that about covers it. I did also read one Marsupilami, which is a spin-off of Spirou, sort of. And the first one kind of like rehashes storylines that were actually already published in some of the Spirou albums. So I guess we'll talk about Tintin first, because it will be the shorter subject, because I've only read a couple of them.
Okay.
And
but let me get a drink real quick.
Okay.
I'll start, and then I'll
sure. Oh my god. Okay. So the most notable thing that happens with Tintin in the first few albums is that they're now controversial. So the first one is like he goes to Russia. He goes to Soviet Russia, and it was criticized because it heavily depicts like the Bolsheviks as villains. Like they start trying to assassinate Tintin and stuff because he'll expose secrets. And then he eventually finds a bunker where Lenin and Trotsky installing all like a bunch of stolen wealth they've stolen from the Russian public. So I've heard of Tintin being known for having like fascist sympathies, and I think, as far as I can tell, the big reason for that is actually just that it criticized communism very heavily with the Soviet Union.
I see.
And but the thing about that is all the stuff that he like accuses the Soviets of doing in the album is true, and we found out since then that they did all of that stuff. Like they did just straight up assassinate journalists that were critical to the government, and they did just steal and misappropriate large amounts of wealth from the public. So it's kind of aged surprisingly well.
Right.
And it is to the point where Hergé, the like artist behind Tintin, did actually change certain parts of some of the earlier comics, particularly the second one, Tintin in the Congo, which we'll cover next. I think he changed some.
Like that'd be a hot one.
Yes.
A Belgian comic about the Congo? Oh no.
Yeah. I think he changed, or at least he expressed regret about some of the stuff he put in Tintin in the Soviet, like Tintin in the Land of the Soviets, saying that it was like the bourgeoisie propaganda he learned at the time, and that he was raised in a very Catholic landscape that associated communism with atheism. But again, it's like not so. It's hard to be too upset about the album looking back, because we kind of learned that everything he showed was actually warranted. So.
Yeah, it almost feels like criticizing like the Chinese government, right? It's like some people will be like, "You can't do that. That's racist," but it's like, no, they're doing bad things that we know about. I
I
think it's
guess
almost like similar.
it's worth remembering that this album came out like 1930 or something like that, so we didn't know as much about the atrocities being done by the Soviets.
Sure, sure. So back then it might have been a little more spicy.
Yeah,
The respectable Soviet government? No way.
and France at least had some communist side to it, so it maybe
Oh yeah,
sympathized a little bit with the
yes.
international
As
cause of the Soviet
revealed
Union.
by the famous Hearts of Iron 4 mod, Kaiserreich.
Yes,
Commune of France is one of the superpowers.
absolutely.
Yep.
And Tintin in the Congo, the V for Vendetta review that we'll eventually cover. I found that website because I looked up like Google like Spirou, and I found an article complaining about how racist Spirou is. And in that article, someone like kind of stuck up for Subaru. It was like, sometimes Franco-Belgian comics are really racist. Like Tintin in the Congo is absolutely excusable to any right-thinking person. So,
okay.
knowing that ahead of
What's
time,
in
I
there?
was a little bit disappointed by the level of racism. Like I was hoping it would be really like over the top,
Yeah.
absurdly, hilariously racist. But
You mean you were pleasantly surprised at how little racist?
yeah, I guess both. Well, the
Yeah,
album is
sure.
controversial both because of the racism, which a big part of it is, well, just everything. Like the way black people are drawn is very stereotypical.
Oh yeah.
And like a stereotypical racial caricature sort of thing, which
Mhm.
Spirou does also have this problem, even into like the 90s.
Sure.
And also they're just portrayed as very like over the top primitive, so it's quite understandable. There's one of the changes that Hergé made was that like in the original version of Tintin in the Congo, there's a part where Tintin is asked to like teach some of the native Congolese people at school, and he gives them a speech about their like homeland, their motherland of Belgium, which was just changed to a math lesson later on because
Okay.
he in retrospect he kind of rejected the like patrimonial view of Belgian
Yeah. Like we're your
colonialism.
caretakers.
Yeah, it was kind of just the way it was perceived at the
Yeah.
time. So, at least from an artistic point of view, the album does accomplish being a capsule of its era, showing you what was believed at that time. It's just that maybe you shouldn't show it to your kids because you should like read it and analyze it from a historically critical perspective.
Wait till they're old enough to know what to take from it and what not, I guess.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, like it's people use product of the times as an excuse for whatever. It's like, no, that is bad and they were wrong, but it's not like they were trying to be malicious. They were just, I don't know, ignorant is maybe the best word.
I think with both of these comic book heroes, Tintin and Spirou, there's lots of times when you can criticize them for being racist, but
yeah, sure,
and
totally.
especially having like thoughtlessly included racial stereotypes, but the overall intent and sort of themes of both stories are very much like anti-oppression, very much I guess non-racist, even occasionally being anti-racist. And both of those characters, Spirou and Tintin, will have lots of friends with that are characters of different races and all that kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah, that's good.
Yes. We wouldn't want any
Could be worse.
Belgian comic heroes going around or anything.
Right.
And the other big thing that Tintin in the Congo is now criticized for is the game hunting aspect of it, where Tintin is actually quite a prolific animal murderer throughout the course of the comic.
Yeah.
One, which again, I don't even really have much of an issue with. Like, I think the racism aspect is much more objectionable than that, although I understand that, like, again, this is something that the point of view has very much changed, and it's now seen as really passe and shitty to kill animals like that, which I agree with, but I just am not that disgusted by it, I suppose.
Right. There are worse things, but it doesn't mean that. It's like the existence of worse things doesn't mean that should be ignored, but it's like I guess I agree with you. It doesn't seem to be like the biggest issue, so.
Yeah, it's not as bad as the racism, for example. It's on display in the same album.
It's like it's like less dangerous too, where it's like if you show that to a kid, what are they gonna do? Go hunting? Like, I mean, like by the time they're old enough to make that decision, it's probably not an issue anymore.
Yeah.
So
true.
I guess it's just less dangerous in that way if I phrase it that way. I guess. Whatever.
Yeah, so there's
Alright.
some like quite over the top sequences. There's one more Tintin, like he needs to kill a gazelle to have a meal, but he accidentally kills 15 because like he shoots one and then it falls, and then another one pops up and he thinks it's the same one, so he just kills
Oh.
15 fucking gazelles, and then just
That's
only
like
takes
black
the
humor.
one. Yeah,
Jeez.
there is some black humor throughout the a decent bit of which got censored. And there's another sequence where Tintin kills a rhinoceros by drilling a hole in its back and planting dynamite in the hole. Which that was changed to have the rhinoceros accidentally shoot itself with Tintin's gun by the creator for a later edition.
Okay. That's fun. All right.
Yeah. Again, it comes off as a little bit passe now, but it's like it's just how African colonialism was seen at the time.
Yeah, exactly. These rhinos and Africans don't have feelings.
It's fun and exciting to shoot rhinos.
Right.
There's a Spirou story
It is.
about rhinos, but they don't kill any rhinos in it. They just have to capture them. So Spirou is more of an animal lover, I suppose than
I mean, you know,
Tintin.
it probably is fun and exciting to kill rhinos. Just
Probably
you
is.
know, doesn't
Still
mean you
don't
should
do
do it. Yeah, just because something's fun doesn't mean you should do it.
It could probably be fun and exciting to kill a human being as well.
The most dangerous game I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Okay, so that's that, and then after that he goes to America, and there's also some fairly offensive portrayal of Native Americans as well. Including Tintin's dog Milou is like afraid when he finds out that they're gonna go to where the Native Americans live. Milou expresses like misgivings about doing that.
Why? A specific reason or just
no, he just
okay.
He doesn't specify. He's just
I
kind
see.
of
I was
afraid
like, they eat dogs. That's not even a real stereotype. No. Okay.
That's only Chinese people who do that.
Right, exactly.
There are definitely a lot of times in Franco-Belgian comics where Chinese people eat dogs is used as a joke.
I mean, that's like I get it's a hurtful stereotype. I'm not trying to say like all Chinese people eat dogs, but like dogs are eaten in China. Like that is a thing that happens.
Yeah. But I think
especially like in more rural communities, like it's apparently very, very common.
I think just playing it up to the extent that some of these comics do, I can see why people would object.
No, you shouldn't joke. Like saying that to like a Chinese American is offensive for good reason. Well, in general, it's like don't generalize. People don't like it. That's all. Okay.
So yes. Now, when you compare those two heroes and the two magazines that they're both part of, they actually both have an associated art style with them as well, where Hergé and Tintin founded what was called the Ligne Claire art style in comics, which is just a very, like, I guess you could almost say minimalist, like clear, simple shapes and such are emphasized, which is contrasted against Spirou magazine's style, which is called the Marcinelle school, because that's where Spirou magazine was, which is actually not that different, but it tends to have like busier and more active fight scenes and stuff in it. So if you go to the Wikipedia page for Marcinelle school, it shows like a scene of Spirou and the Marsupilami fighting some bad guys, and there's big action lines and stuff all over the place. So that's my very, very novice understanding of those two schools of comic book art.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, this is like shit that people get degrees in, so I'm not expecting you to give me a full rundown. That's
and
cool.
Then, relatedly to that, they are two fairly similar characters whose the adventures they get up to are kind of similar, and I like them because they kind of cover a wide range of what comics can do all at once. Like Spirou stories will have a little bit of mystery and a little bit of action and a little bit of adventure to them all in one.
Yeah, romance.
Not really, actually. Spirou is like it's been observed that he is a notably like chaste figure.
Okay.
To the point where there's even one adventure where there's like a femme fatale, and the bad guys recruit Spirou to help them deal with her because he's like such a famously uninterested in women sort of person.
He's such a famous Sigma male.
Exactly.
All right. Okay.
They say bachelor, but the word for bachelor in French has the word like not chaste, but something similar to that in it. I forget.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Well, but yeah, because back in the day, like if you being married and having sex was generally much more related. Like there was much less, I guess, casual sex. I don't know. Maybe
True.
not. At least publicly. So if you were a bachelor,
I hadn't really
what's
thought
wrong
of
with
that.
you? You don't like women?
Well, there is the term confirmed bachelor in English as well, which is, as Paul New Vegas explores or tells us, is a synonym for
Right.
homosexual.
Yes. But you don't have to be gay to be a bachelor. We're
No.
here to tell you anyone can do it. Today for dinner, I had ham and vodka. Sometimes it's fun to live the life of a bachelor for a night.
You're LARPing as a bachelor.
I'm LARPing as a bachelor. No wife to cook for me. Anyway.
Hanging out with other men. On the
Naked.
internet. Yes, exactly. We're both also LARPing as British Marines by bonding while naked.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what? Oh, yeah. I remember. Oh. Yes. Old British Marines. All right. So, doesn't like women. That's okay. Not everyone does.
Yes, apparently there's more gay jokes in it nowadays because he is always like very close friends with Fantasio, who is another man, of course. Another young man, although he's prematurely balding. So Spirou is the attractive one of the two. He's got a charming, like, redhead, spiky red hair.
Sure. I remember that from the game that you played that you were really good at.
Oh, yeah, I was a master. Yeah, I'm gonna reset because I just lost another character to a random crit.
Oh no!
I'm sick of it.
No! Fuck that. Yeah, we don't accept that.
I'm very close to the start of this map too.
Okay.
That was bullshit. I disapprove of that.
Sounds like it. No argument from me.
One character getting killed like that I can accept, but two, that's too far.
That's untenable, yeah. What is this, XCOM?
Exactly. So I think this is partially a consequence of another one of the mechanical particularities of this game, which is that in later Fire Emblem games, there's like the enemy will have their intrinsic crit chance, which will be reduced by your luck, but in this game that luck aspect isn't part of it. It's just intrinsic, unavoidable, unreducible crit. So that sucks.
Gross. Yeah.
Yeah. Not the best design choice.
It kind of has to, like... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you do your one.
Well, I was going to say, like, it has to be that sort of thing has to be a balance, because, like, some games have, like, too many stats, like WoW. Few, like, I don't know, quite a number of expansions ago had, like, hit chance, which was, like, rolled against the enemy's, like, dodge chance, and it also just kind of increased passively with you getting better armor, so it was just, like, kind of really pointless. Then, like, not having that kind of thing, like what you just described. Sounds like those are two stats that kind of counteract each other, and that's a good balance.
Yes.
It wasn't very interesting.
Another somewhat related fact of this is that in some older RPGs, magic and magic resistance would be the same stat. Pokemon is actually an example of this. In the original generation of Pokemon, there was the special, which was both special attack and special defense, and those would be split into just two stats for later generations. Yeah. And that I guess there's nothing too wrong with that as a design choice, but it did create a lot of weird mechanical particularities that are unique to that generation of Pokemon. So, for example, Slowbro was really good because he had the move Amnesia, which would boost your special by 2 stages, which would be in both special attack and special defense. Yeah. And Mewtwo also had the same thing going for him. He could do that as well.
I guess that kind of thing, like, just sounds like it would, in general, just make buffs and
debuffs.
Debuffs, thank you. buffs and debuffs like way more effective, basically doubly effective because they always affect both attack and defense. So like
Yeah,
supporty type moves.
I guess that's how it affected itself in Pokemon, was that if Pokemon knew the move Amnesia, which would raise your special by 2 stages, it was really good in Generation 1.
Mhm.
And then ever since then, the move Amnesia now it does the same thing with just the special defense and is now not even that good a move at all. So
I see. Yeah, see that makes sense.
And Fire Emblem 1 has a bit of a similar thing where there is a resistance stat in this game, but nobody has any resistance. So the only way to raise it is to use the magic barrier staff that Wendell joined with.
Okay.
And there's no magic stat either. Magic just has the, like, for physical attack, you have your strength plus your weapon damage minus the enemy's defense. For magic damage, you just have your magic. The spell you're using is weapon strength minus the enemy resistance. So, which is kind of weird. It means that every mage does like the exact same damage, and the only differentiation is which spells they can use.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess there's not like resistance, elemental resistances and stuff like that. So
no.
Yeah. So yeah.
In later Fire Emblem games, there are elements that are like spells that have effective damage on certain types of enemies. Like wind magic is eventually good against flyers. But I don't think that is in this game at all.
They stole that from Pokemon.
Yes. Two RPG series with a very linked history. They both had
a high number of characters.
True. They both had magic and resistance as sort of the same stat at one point, and they both had winds being good against flying things.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we'll go back to our comics discussion.
Yeah. I didn't mean to digress. Talking about video games.
Let's see, for early Tintin, the other thing I noticed, I say so far that I like Spirou better, but it's not really fair because I've only read like the 30s Tintin stuff. And you can't even really read the oldest Spirou stuff. Like the earliest albums start with Frankion's era, which I think is the 40s onwards, and the longest of the eras. Because the other particularity of Spirou is that French comics seem to be fairly like auteur-driven and much fairer to their creators than American comics, with the famous story of how Superman's creators both got completely fucked over being a good contrast. And the rights to characters and everything almost always seem to stick with their original creators, with the exception being Spirou, whose original creator, Rob-Vel, just kind of sold the rights to the publishing company. And so that makes him one of the relatively few comic book characters who's had multiple different like official teams working on him over the eras, with quite a number of changes. I think it mostly only pops up otherwise when somebody dies. Like I think for Boole and Bill, the guy who made that, he like bequeathed the series to a successor when he died. But up until that point, it was from the very start. It was always him, and he did it for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yeah, so for Tintin, it's always the same guy creating it, and so there's changes in the era and as his career goes on and stuff like that, but there aren't the seemingly more dramatic changes of just the team making it straight up changing. But the first two people who made Spirou albums were Rob-Vel, I just mentioned, and a guy named Gigi, who I think is like what considered the progenitor of the Marcinelle school. But I've only read like a handful of stories from each of them, like 1 or 2 stories from each of them, because they just don't tend to be collected in the albums, and they only really start the albums with Frankion's run. But they feel really ancient, actually, like to the point where I don't enjoy them as much from my vague impression, because they just feel so old and so different compared to the new stuff.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, that's good. A lack of this kind of I think it benefits a character to have them in kind of the same hands or like-minded people. You get consistency. Not like like a counterexample would be like Batman, right? Who's like depending on who's writing him can be like decently written or just like an edgelord, fucking annoying. It just depends.
Yeah. I think the Spirou example, like the way it's handled by that property is a little better because they tend to have one official team at a time, and then it changes like in a given era. So he
Sure.
hasn't had as ridiculously broad a number of different interpretations as Batman has, which makes things a little.
Sure.
It's kind of a decent balance between like changing the artist a bit once in a while creates a certain variety, but
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
if you change it too much, it would get to the point where it's like really hard to follow. And it's a little bit like that already. Like if you did want to read every Spirou story, you would really have a big task on your hands just to find
Sure.
them all.
A task that you have undertaken.
I guess so, but I don't really have any illusions of actually being able to read every single one. Um, I'll read all the albums because there were a couple that the collection I read didn't have. So again, if I have money at some point in the future, I will buy them.
Sure.
Yeah, when contrasting Tintin, I think the biggest thing that occurs to me is that Tintin is very wordy, much more so than Spirou, to the point where there will be some panels that are like almost completely covered with just text, just really long text.
Mhm.
And even there's sometimes the artist uses a technique where like there'll be so much text that he has to like hyphenate a word to put it because the art like overlaps with part of the bubble, so he has to like hyphenate a word and put half of it like on one side of a character and the other half on the other side of
No.
it. Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of a limitation of the medium, but one that you should be aware of and work around maybe better than that, I guess.
Yeah,
It does sound a little clunky.
you just have to sort of edit the text down a little bit so it's not quite so long. Oh, and he also there's quite a few instances of handwritten notes. Like one panel will just be somebody reading, like zoomed in on a handwritten note, which I'm sure this is very much a like me issue. But I have a lot of trouble reading the French handwriting and understanding
Okay,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I usually just like skip those panels and then see the character like telling me, like summarizing what they read in the next
Sure.
couple panels or whatever.
Yeah. No, that sounds like it could be tough.
Yeah. Well, it's not a big problem, but
But yeah, like you said, I wouldn't be I would be surprised if they didn't talk. You couldn't get it from context clues later, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I read Spear first and got a little bit more familiar with French before I started trying Tintin, because I would have gotten very exhausted at the start of all this if I was reading some of the long dialogue panels back to back that Tintin has.
Mm-hmm.
But that, again, would be much more a problem that's particular to someone learning the language and reading the comic at the same time, and probably wouldn't be that noticeable if you were an actual French speaker reading it.
Yeah, or got it translated.
Yeah, I just read one of the many English publications of Tintin comics that are available. See, with Spirou, there's only like 20 albums, something out of the 50 that are actually published in English at this point, but with Tintin, they're all in English if you want them. I just chose to read them in French as an excuse to study more French or whatever, to try and pick up some more vocabulary, really.
That is the most fun way to learn a language, I think, is reading things that you enjoy reading.
Basically just an excuse to read comic books all day and pretend I'm doing something productive by learning French.
Yeah.
But it has actually also improved my French vocabulary. So yeah, I guess to quickly describe each year of Spirou. So the Franchion is considered to be like the best. He's very much a important author in the history of Franco-Belgian Comics, and he at some point leaves Dupuis, the publisher for Spirou, and takes some of the properties with him. So he introduced a bunch of characters. He introduced the big extended cast of Spirou, besides Spirou and Fantasio and Speep, their pet squirrel, including the Count of Champignac, who's a mushroom-based inventor.
He invents things using mushrooms.
Yes.
Okay, or he is mushroom based.
No. See the name the name Champignac, which is a town he lives in, is like derived from champignon, which is a mushroom.
Oh yeah. I knew that from my French class.
Yes. And so he's just really obsessed with mushrooms. He's a mycolog, or mycologist is the English word.
Right, yes.
And he can make like incredibly futuristic shit with mushrooms if he wants to. Because you know, the inventor character often will be like a we need a plot, insert plot here thing. Okay, I just lost another character to a crit.
No.
Now we lose Jeigan. That's okay. He was falling off already. We'll go on without him, I guess.
Sure.
This is the emergent storytelling of Fire Emblem.
That's right.
Very much XCOM style emergent storytelling. The whole emergent storytelling is sometimes you randomly lose characters to a critical hit.
Yeah, it's all death based.
Yeah, so he also invented the Marsupilami, of course, which is like a monkey. It's a funny monkey with a really long tail who gets his own spin-off comic at some point. And he also invented Gaston, who's a really big figure in French comics. He's a funny, like, he works at a publication. He works underneath Fantasio. He was the editor. And he just kind of is a dipshit that fucks things up all the time.
Sure.
A comedic dumbass, I guess, or goofball.
Gaston is a very French name.
It is indeed, yeah. His name is Gaston Lagaffe, which again is derived from the word gaff, meaning like fuck up.
Funny, yeah. Or yeah, goof. I gotta go get my food real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry.
And we'll continue this video essay. Okay. Should have given Abel a steel sword at some point. I'll have Caesar give his. I only added him to the party here to give his live staves to someone else. I should have just had him deposit them. Oh shit, I put Keshima in the way of what I was trying to do by moving him. Oh, well. We'll just use physic from one tile away. Why not? Yeah, I didn't think he'd quite kill. Oh, he doubles, wow. And miss. Okay, best not to risk it. I think Bantu can tank really well without the mage. I should have had him tank instead of Jeigan. He could have had barrier on. Okay, that guy runs away. Just sent someone to help Marth here. He's gonna get really like clogged up over 3 turns killing these archers. Should have kept George with him, I guess. I hope he can one round with a steel sword. Oh, for fuck's sake. Maybe I'll send someone over just to warp someone over just to save time. I'm not really warp skipping on this playthrough after all. He's at full health, right? 1 HP is missing.
Okay, I'm back.
Right, you're back. So where were we? I think I was going over all the wonderful characters that Andre Franchian invented for Spirou.
Yes, I think so.
I think I mentioned the Marsupilami and the Count. So we also created Santa Fio, which is the most recurring. There's very few recurring villains in Spirou, but Santa Fio is the main one. He is Fantasio's evil cousin, of course. He has a funny mustache and he's really evil. That's basically his character.
Well, that's a classic villain.
Exactly.
That's Null's favorite villain archetype. Funny mustache, kind of evil.
Yes. There's one part where they think they've like reconciled with him and he's going to be good from now on, but then he turns out to be a dictator of a South American country in like the next album after that, which was one of my favorite albums actually.
That does sound interesting.
Yes, it's called The Dictator and Mushroom.
Of course.
And it's another Marsalami related one where they try to return him to his native land of Palumbi, which Franchian would use like funny versions of real life places instead of actually calling them the real life name. So Palumbi is Colombia, and like you can actually there's one point where it's like shown where it is on the world map and is in Colombia, I think. Or at least it's either a Colombia or a country bordering it that it would be in. So they go to reintroduce the Marsupilami to Palumbi, and then they find out that like Zantafio has taken over the whole country, and then he wants them to be his generals, Spirou and Fantasio. So the front cover of that album is like Spirou and Fantasio dressed up as Nazis, basically. And they have to, pretend to go along with his plan until they can foil it at just the right time. Because
they're just pretending.
Yes, Franchian's run is very pacifist as well, like philosophically. That's very important to it. To the point where I think it's like militantly pacifist. Because there's one other album where there is a man, the Count of Champignac calls a scientific conference because he's discovered a living dinosaur, basically, and invites all his like scientist friends over. But he also invites this like nuclear physicist who's working on an atom bomb over just so he can bully him. Like he deliberately trips him when he's trying to walk by and stuff. And then that guy just gets eaten and dies. Like he gets eaten by the Brontosaurus and dies. And everyone's just like, oh well, he was a nuclear physicist working on an atom bomb. He kind of deserved it. Which is very much in contrast to the, Western comic book attitude of the rest of the comic where people usually do not die. And Spirou is a very like non-lethal type of hero as well. Like him and Batman could get along about how much they don't like guns. So that's one of the tricks. There's two main tricks that if you're a Spirou villain, you need to know, which is that if he's holding you at gunpoint, he will never actually shoot you. And
Okay.
secondly, do not tie him up with like rope, because Speep will just come along and chew through the rope and free him. So
Okay.
a lot of villains, a lot of Spirou villains make that mistake. That's the classic amateur mistake. So yeah, all that happens. They have to foil Zantafio from taking over Pellamby, and then at the end of the comic, they like do reintroduce the Marsupilami to the wild, and they complain about how they've had to come all this way and solve a like humanitarian crisis just to do that. And then the last panel is them like trying to row away back home, and the Marsupilami is just on their boat. He just came back already. So I really liked that ending. I really appreciated that. That was a good way to end the story.
Yeah.
So
It's fun.
yes, it kind of speaks to the sort of wit that Franquin had that makes him remembered as such a crucial figure in Belgian comics. And he's also like one of those depressive creative types. So he also did a thing called like idée noir, which is like black ideas, I guess, or dark thoughts would be a better translation.
Probably.
That's a separate thing of his more edgy comics, which I would like to read. I actually haven't yet though. But I guess the criticism I would have of him is that I find that I like Spirou the most, and I guess a run of Spirou I like the most, the more it focuses just on Spirou Fantasio and Speep, and they're just discovering new things and new characters each album, which is very much contrary to Franquin's approach, where he adds this whole extended universe of different characters who then kind of are focused heavily on for the rest of his run.
Okay.
Like the Marsupilami kind of makes Speep redundant because like you don't need two animal mascots, right? So Franquin tends to, as he goes on, focus much more on his creation, the Marsupilami, and leave the poor squirrel to the wayside, which is too bad.
It's not super uncommon, like in media, where you have like a new character introduced that kind of replaces an existing one. I don't know. I'm trying to think of examples, but I know I've seen it before.
Robin, there being like 10 different Robins.
Well, yeah, that
kind of an example of that.
Yeah, sure.
I think again with comic books, the way that they go on for so long. Spirou is at like 75 years or something of stories being told about him, and Batman and stuff are the same way. That these types of things tend to happen. Key characters, either their identity will change significantly, or they will be replaced to some extent.
Right.
And then when Franquin leaves the like company, and I think he founds his own one, he gets to keep a lot of the characters that he created, so they can like no longer be in Spirou. So you never see the Marsupilami again until I think he comes back like in the 2010s or something when they reacquire the rights. But it's very random. I'm not sure quite how it was decided, because like Dupuis is allowed to keep Zantafio and the Count, but they lose rights to the Marsupilami and Gaston. Yeah. So those characters stop being in it, and Franquin makes his own comic books about those characters instead.
Are those comics popular?
Gaston especially is, I think, even more popular than Spirou.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because this is something that could be said, is that there was the battle between the two magazines of Tintin and Spirou, and Spirou kind of won that. It was generally always the more popular magazine. But I think of the two flagship characters, Tintin is considered much more iconic and recognizable and everything. And so Spirou kind of won on the strength of its catalog rather than its flagship property, with characters like the Smurfs and Gaston and some others. But those are the two that come to mind for me immediately. Oh, and also,
I never heard of Spirou. Oh, sorry.
No, you can say yours.
Well, I was going to say I never heard of Spirou, but I'd heard of Tintin. So is Tintin more popular internationally?
I think both internationally and in France he's more popular, and in the French-speaking world, that is. And he's also first, not by too much, but he's first. And so Spirou, when it starts, is probably like influenced by Tintin.
Oh, sure.
Because it's a very similar style of adventures, and they both have an animal mascot, like Spirou has his dog, or Tintin has his dog, and Spirou has his squirrel.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both journalists and all that stuff. Well, Spirou is a bellboy originally, but then he very quickly becomes a journalist and stops being a bellboy.
Right.
So there's that. Okay,
Have
so
you recovered from your grand mistakes in the game?
Yeah, I guess so. we lost Jeigan, but we decided to continue on without him.
He's old. It's okay.
Terrible shame, yeah. Yeah, if only there was some way to reduce. I could have actually defended with my dragon guy, because it is another particularity of the mechanics game. But onto the dragonkin that you get is really good in this game, and is absolute dog shit in the remake. So. One of the things is that everyone can only go up to 20 max of a given stat in this game, where they can go to potentially as high as 30 in the remake, depending on the class. In this game, the caps are 20 for every class and every move. But in later games, it depends. Like Paladins and stuff will have like 25 or so as the cap for every stat. Whereas Sword Masters, which are the speedy men, have 30 as the speed cap. And Warriors, like the axe users, have the 30 strength cap. And so when you're only aiming for 20 as a stat, certain characters whose stats are more towards that threshold end up being better.
Right.
Because of how the math works out and everything. So Marth is actually another example of this, because he cannot promote, which is important, but he can reach around 20 stats, which is the max anyway. And so that's one of the reasons why he's not that good in the remake, but he's very good in this version.
Okay.
But anyways, yes, I think I basically just about covered Franchion. Very, very talented, but his one downside is that, to me at least, is that he kind of relies too much on a sort of extended universe. At least as a Spirou creator, that helps him when he's doing other things. So then after that,
sometimes you just want more Spirou. So.
Yes, exactly. That's kind of my attitude these days. So after him, you have a guy named Jean-Claude Fournier, I think is his name, who isn't too different. He kind of carries on the pacifist tradition that Franken started, but he's also very anti-nuclear. There's one album where there's like a nuclear power plant being created in Brittany, and Spirou and Fantasia have to go and like shut it down, basically. And there's also this like personification of death who is like really upset. He's really angry about the nuclear factory. I guess because it will put him out of work. He calls it a factory of death or something at some point.
Of course.
And he like really is happy. He says, like, for the first time in my long career, I wish someone a long life to Spirou and Fantasia because they shut down the nuclear power plant.
Right.
Yeah.
Interested, but okay.
Which comes off as kind of weird soapboxing, especially because, you know, nowadays it's cool to like nuclear power plants. This was also before Chernobyl, even, that he made this.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Ahead of time. Times.
I guess so. Well, France, I think it might have been around the time of France, like, becoming the next nuclear power.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was a big thing in history. America didn't want them to have nukes, but they wanted to have nukes for themselves, so they went against that was like around the same time that General de Gaulle left NATO, or left NATO High Command, or whatever it was that he did.
I mean, every country that has nukes is a country that America did not want to have nukes. Except
didn't they share some of their nuclear information with Britain, though?
Yeah, that's right.
I heard that they helped Britain out and they didn't help France, so France had to like develop it on their own.
Yeah, France, Israel has India developed it independently. Pakistan, I think, stole it from India.
Something like that.
Soviets stole it from the US, so yeah. Anyway.
Classic. Yeah. Fournier's pretty good. I think he's one who Spirou and like Frankion's area just wore the bellboy outfit. I think it was Franchion who makes him wear a turtleneck instead. He keeps the hat.
Oh.
He keeps the hat and he keeps the red pants because it's always like he's very red and Fantasia is very blue, of course.
Right.
But they got rid of that. They got rid of the bellboy uniform because it didn't really make sense for a journalist to be wearing that.
Yeah, maybe he just liked it, but yeah, fair.
Yeah. I think they do make a joke like that. There's one guy who like gets stranded on an island, and when they find him, there's a abandoned like hotel on the island, so his normal clothes get all destroyed, and he has to wear a purple bellboy costume. And so he's like, "Excuse me for this shitty outfit I have, or whatever." And Spiro's like, "Oh no, I think it's
Wow.
very stylish."
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, I guess apart from the nuclear thing, nothing too much sticks out as like the defining characteristic of Fournier's run.
Okay.
But he did a fairly solid job. Kind of, I guess he sort of continues to build on with what Franken already established as like the way to do Spirou now. And I think it's after that. I heard there was like a controversy, like Franken or Fournier got fired in the middle of doing a story, and then the
Oh.
editor in chief or whatever appoints this new team, which is the Nic and Cauvin team, which is so in the for the 50th anniversary or something I read they did like a retrospective of all the different creators who worked on Spirou at the time, and it was by the magazine, so it had like a promotional capacity, and they wanted to like say nice things about each creator, you know. But for Nic and Cauvin, they said these two only did 3 albums and they weren't the best either. So that really speaks to how, I guess, negatively that run is remembered in the grand scheme of Spirou. Although I didn't mind it. I thought they're maybe a little bit overly hated on compared to other things. But I think what happened was the reason they didn't last very long is because at the same time that they were doing it, the next team was like getting started, but like Nic and Cauvin was officially the Spirou team, but there were other stories being done by the Tome and Janry team, and everyone just liked those way better because that's the other really big like defining era of Spirou is the Tome and Janry one, which was also just really good. So I thought the Nic and Cauvin stuff was fine, but it kind of had to like compete against a team that was just like one of the best teams to ever do it. So that it kind of looks worse in comparison, I guess.
Sure.
And another weird editing thing, and again, with my theory of it, I kind of end up liking this, but the editor or whatever just said that Nic and Cauvin were not allowed to use the like extended universe of Spirou characters. So the Count of Champignac, who is almost always in like every album ever since he gets introduced, is not in their albums, which to fans made it feel like a weird alternate universe or something. But to me, it was kind of a like nice change of pace, I guess.
Yeah, refreshing.
Yeah. Because I do think it's nice when people just focus on the main core cast of characters, which is just Spirou, Fantasio, and Speed. I guess
like these.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say, sounds like these poor guys got a little bit fucked over. So
a little bit, yeah. So Fournier had just gotten fucked over, and so did Nic and Cauvin after that. So it's a bit. I guess this tends to happen. Sometimes the editors do shitty shit. Yeah, but at least it led to a good team getting control of the property afterwards, because everyone really likes the Tome and Janry era of Spirou. So yeah, so Tome and Janry, they're very funny, I guess. Janry's art style is kind of more of a like caricature type of look to it too.
Okay.
Which is why it was one of their albums that the website I mentioned earlier criticized for being really racist. Mainly because
I see.
The way they draw Chinese people is quite over the top. So.
Sure.
Yeah. But they do a very good job of all the, like the creativity and the way they structure their stories and everything like that is very good. And they create one of the other recurring villains of the property, which is Vito Cortisone. So he's a parody of like The Godfather. He's an Italian American mobster who's very villainous, and he also has a like rivalry with the Triad in New York.
Okay.
The Chinese Triads. So that was the album that was so racist. That one. It was racist both against Italians and Chinese people. You see.
Yeah, well, that's equal opportunity.
Well, and in the same, we should read this. We should critique this eventually. This like comments thread underneath the Spirou review, because they talked about how like it sometimes an over the top racism can actually be less harmful than the more subtle kinds seen in such shows as The Sopranos. So they also have a bone to pick with the depiction of Italians in The Sopranos.
Sure. I remember you bringing that up.
Yes. I thought it was a little bit funny. There might be some legitimacy to it, though. I don't want to completely dismiss it. I've only seen one episode of The Sopranos, and it had funny ducks in it.
The ducks are the best part.
I like when he like
from there.
almost has a heart attack over the ducks. That was my favorite scene of that episode.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I guess something in that run, the Tome and Janry run, that kind of clarifies what I was talking about, where there's some thoughtless inclusion of stereotypes, but the overall message of the comic is very much like anti-racism. Is that they actually do make a like very blatantly anti-racist album, which is called the Le Rayon Noir, so like the black beam, where Count Champignac invents a beam that turns people black.
Okay.
And Spirou gets like accidentally turned black by it and then immediately arrested, of course.
Oh
So
no.
it would have been very relevant if it was set in America. Because the police like think he's impersonating Spirou, because it also turns his hair like more afro-like and his lips get thicker. So
Of course, yeah.
yeah, when they adapt that episode for the TV show, he's just a palette swap of himself, which I actually kind of think is better.
Sure. A little more mild, I guess.
Yeah, but you know, Black Spirou is still very much the same hero that the white version of him is, and he when in the town, like half of them get turned black, and the black ones and the white ones start fighting with each other. And so the whole thing is just a big polemic on how stupid racism is, basically.
Right.
That one hasn't been published in English yet.
It'd be too much for us Americans to handle.
I think so. Even on the like cover of it is like the black version of Spirou looking in a mirror, shocked at the fact that he has become black.
Oh well, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but that would be all over fucking like Twitter and shit.
Yeah.
Like out of context, you know, like oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Just change the cover though.
In context, it is very much an anti-racist album.
Yeah, yeah.
It was one of the first ones I read, which remains one of my favorite stories. Is in this era, it's like the Valley of the Banished or something like that, where they're going on a quest to discover this like it used to be like a Mongol site where like the Mongols would send exiles to, and then it's a two-parter, and in the second part they are actually in there, and it's just well, what happens is Fantazio gets like bitten by this magical mosquito that if you get bitten by it, you become like really aggressive. So he spends the whole rest of the album trying to murder Spirou, which turned out to make for like a very intense and pretty cool storyline, and very perilous, which is one of the other mix of things that they have: a bit of adventure, a bit of peril, a bit of mystery, you know.
Definitely. I'll be right back there to wash my hands.
All right. I just realized that I actually do need the Worm Slayer. I was just gonna not get it. Oh my god. I'll warp Julian over to it.
Okay. I'm back.
All right. Okay. So for after Tome and Janry, it's I only read like 2 of these. I think it's Morven and Mirai is the team.
Okay.
This is the late 90s into 2000s that you do.
Okay. Catching up to modern day.
Yes. So I can't say too much about them because I only read 2 of their albums, but they seemed good. They did one where it was called like Paris Under the Seine, which is the river nearby there. Where
Yeah.
there's this mad inventor woman who used to be friends with the Count de Champignac, and she like drowns Paris underneath. Like she, as I mentioned, it raises the water level until Paris gets like drowned underneath the river.
Sure.
During which time, oh yeah, they said there's an interview with them in the album, and they talk about how they have this intention to sort of explore the, I guess, inner psyche of the characters a little more, or the emotions of the characters, which is something that mostly isn't done. They say that Tome and Janry started it, which they somewhat did. There's definitely one of the strengths of the album is sort of the bond of camaraderie between Spirou and Fantasio. But it is true that they're mostly just very, capable, straightforward, energetic hero characters that don't really get their like mental state explored all that much.
Yeah, that can be really like hit or miss, right? Sometimes like shows or media will try to really get into the heads of the characters, and it's kind of the wrong step because it's not really the tone that the original media was going for.
Yeah, for just an action hero sort of guy like Spirou, it's okay for him to just be a very straightforward character.
Right.
I guess I should have said a couple more things about the Tome and Janry run, actually, because I was just remembering certain interesting things they did. So they made Petit Spirou, which I haven't really read much, but it's basically a spin-off comic. I think it was for the 40th anniversary or something of the first one. They did this like little throwaway story about Spirou's childhood, which then spawned a really popular. I think it's actually more popular than the real Spirou now.
Oh wow!
Spin-off comic. Yeah, which is it's quite dirty, I think. Petit Spirou, so very much in contrast to grown-up Spirou. One of his main concerns is like learning more about the female anatomy. That's that sort of thing. So very,
He must have learned something that really put him off.
Yeah, something like that. Well, one of the other stories later on, they kind of like start letting people who are not the official Spirou team make like a one-shot Spirou album. And one of the most notable ones is The Diary of a Naive Young Man is probably how it would be translated. It's the Journal d'un Ingénu, which is set like just before World War II in Belgium. And Spirou is just like this poor bellboy working at an inn right before World War II is about to start.
Sure.
And he meets this Russian girl who like breaks his heart and then has to go back to Russia because the war's starting. And so for that guy, the explanation of his like reticence towards women is that he's still like never gotten over that one woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. His first love.
The Russian. Well, he could go find her maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
A comic about that.
That does well. There are more after that one, after Journal d'un Ingénu, but I haven't read them yet. There's it's called like Hope Despite Everything, and it's about the occupation era of France and Belgium. Yeah, it sounds quite interesting. It's an interesting era of history.
Yes, very, very important to France specifically.
Yes, the humiliation. They always want to recover from it.
That's right.
That first Journal d'un Ingénu was very interesting because it explores a lot of like harsher subject matter that you normally don't see those characters involved with, because they're very comedic figures, and so like there is still jokes about like Fantasio cross-dressing and stuff in that album, but at the same time they're trying and failing to prevent World War II from happening. And also,
what I was gonna say is like that this, especially the occupation one, sounds like it definitely covers darker material than is generally covered by the series.
I think one of the things I've learned is that like French, I guess European comics are a little less overly sensitive than American ones. Like guns exist and people are allowed to smoke and drink in Spirou.
Oh, sure.
But not that much. Like some of the stuff that Japanese comics that are supposed to be for youth and stuff do are really over the top compared to what like European ones can get away with. So I do think this World War II comic is a little bit more serious. And another thing this is going back to the Tome and Janry thing. Their last album was called like Machine That Dreams, which is basically like Blade Runner but Spirou.
Well, yeah, I was actually gonna make a joke about Duane Fred's dream of Electric Sheep.
Yes. Machine Key Rev, and it also had a different, like slightly more realistic art style, and it was kind of trippy, and I liked it, but it was like very commercially unsuccessful, so that was the reason that that team got taken off and wasn't allowed to do more Spirou. Because their last album failed, so they just did Petit Spirou from then on.
Just do what's profitable.
I guess it was pretty trippy. They did like non-linear storytelling where he would like go and do something and then he'd like pass out almost very suddenly, and then it would cut to like a completely different place and time, which was interesting. It was kind of fun to watch. And then there was a big twist where it was like the Spirou we were following was actually an android version of Spirou.
Wow.
And then another one that's maybe the real one, or possibly also another android shows up and like takes over.
And that inspired Professor Layton and the Curious.
Yes. A very Blade Runner type of thing, I guess. Where like, is Deckard even a replicant or not? Is a thing in Blade Runner.
Right. No. Yeah. Absolutely. From what I've seen of that movie, that is a big flop.
Oh, you've only seen it? You haven't seen the whole movie?
No, I saw the whole movie.
I still don't really like Blade Runner 2049.
That's okay.
People
I know. I'm not Mecca. I don't give a shit. I liked it, but not everyone has to. I feel like I should rewatch the first one.
I like the first one more out of the two.
I know it's a bit controversial in that some people find it insufferably boring. So I'm curious how I'll feel about it on a rewatch.
When was the last time you watched it?
It was a while ago. I watched it like with my parents when we used to do like when I used to live there and do like nightly movies. So one of them was Blade Runner, and I remember I think I liked it. Yeah.
I see.
But I might have just liked it because I knew I was supposed to. So I have to rewatch it.
I think both Blade Runner movies have really good visuals, but I'm a little less convinced by the stories in both cases, I guess.
Sure.
I really do think a lot of Blade Runner 2049 story was just kind of lackluster.
Yeah, the overarching plot. I mean, yeah, it was fine, I think, but I can see why. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you weren't like impressed by it.
Yeah, like Adam from Your Movie Sucks was like, oh, this is incredibly ambitious storytelling. I'm tempted to give it a 9 out of 10, or 10 out of 10, or whatever.
Oh, no.
To me, I just can't really see that. I don't get
like, yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't know what's ambitious about it. It's cool. I thought it was cool. I don't know.
Doesn't really do
Red Letter Media did like an in-depth discussion of Blade Runner 1 with two of their guys. One of them loves the movie and everyone hates it because it's too boring. So that was interesting. Like just certain like if you look at it from like Deckard is objectively an awful detective. Like anytime they made fun of when he like tries to talk to this woman and he puts on this like shitty accent.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And like she doesn't even know who he is. Why is he trying to disguise his voice? Like it's shit like that. But anyway, that was
fine. That's the sort of thing that you just kind of let pass. And
yeah, I know it wasn't like a legitimate like I'm taking a star off for this. It's just like that's kind of stupid, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is interesting though. Blade Runner Spirou.
It is. It was a pretty ambitious, but also kind of weird album. Yes.
Sounds like it. Yeah. Sounds like exactly that.
I liked it though.
Sure.
I think it's a bit of a shame that the often like the overall very, very good Tome and Janry run had to be drawn to a conclusion over that.
Yeah, that's lame. Just make that another spin-off. Who cares if it's successful?
I think it is basically treated as non-canon.
Oh yeah, I mean that kind of thing often is.
Yeah. Well, I guess the main thing. So the next run is there's like a several-year break of like Spirou's not having mainline stories after that, and then one of the like little I don't know continuity changes that was introduced by Machine Key Rev is that Sekotine, who's like another character Franquin introduced that I forgot about, who's sort of a rival journalist, and there's kind of a recurring joke of she always like shows up Fantasio and beats him to the scoop or whatever. She wants to be called I forget, but like her first name, Sekotine is her last name. She keeps insisting in Machine Key Rev that they refer to her by her first name. And so the next time they do an album, they like make a point of having her in and having her be referred to as Secatine again. So sort of be like, you know, don't worry, that story was non-canonical.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, yeah, like Star Wars is a great example of, I don't know, like the story becoming such a mess that when Disney took over, they're like, no, none of that counts.
Yeah, with the extended
Scrap
universe and
all
stuff.
of it. Yeah.
True. Which is like, I don't really blame them for that decision. There's a lot. I think
No.
everything else Disney did was terrible, but there's so much to go over with the extended universe that you'd have to like spend years. Each director for a new film would have to like spend years catching up on the lore to avoid fucking it up. Like,
Yeah.
creating
Right.
continuity errors.
You would
and
have to become a dedicated Star Wars director. Like, you don't make movies anymore. You just make Star Wars movies for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
Which probably results in better movies. Actually, I don't know. Now that I say that, we've seen some bad examples, but variety is not a bad thing inherently. Whatever. I didn't mean to turn this into a Star Wars discussion.
That's
Just reminded me of that.
I think we're just about covering all my thoughts on Spirou, anyways, at least broadly.
Well, it's still so Spirou is still going. Who's in charge now?
Actually, he's dead now.
Oh, well, rest in peace.
Yes. Quel dommage, c'était un homme bon. Quel pour y passer à mourir.
Who's in charge now then?
They've had a new team for the very latest album, which was
Okay.
The Death of Spirou, where apparently they killed him off for real. And I think this is the first time he's been killed. So
wow.
Very restrained, a very good restraint compared to what Superhero Comics did. But they will probably bring him back. It is still comics after all.
It's like Sherlock Holmes. Even if they want to kill him, he probably makes too much money to actually.
Well, again, I think it is the larger catalog of Spirou, the comic magazine, that makes the most money, and the character himself is not as big of a deal.
Yeah, but.
And also, I think the magazine has seen better days when it comes to finance, because it's hard to compete with online distribution and such.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little surprised, you know,
it's
when
still
we talked
going.
about this. Yeah, it's still going, and Tintin as well.
No, Tintin's done actually.
Tintin's done. Okay, see, well, I was wrong.
Yeah, Tintin's stories have stopped being a thing since I think like the 80s. Like it died with its creator.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tintin magazine also, I don't think it lasted too much longer after that, but Spirou magazine has survived.
Wow, the superior magazine.
It was always more popular, as far as I know.
That makes it all the more, you know, a little bit more interesting that Tintin is the one that I feel like most people have heard of.
Yeah, that's why I think it's like Tintin was carried by its flagship character, and Spirou was carried by its catalog. If you think of it in game console terms, you could say like Tintin is the Nintendo, and Spirou is the Sony / Xbox. Because Nintendo always has the very significant third-party title or first-party titles, but they tend to lag behind in terms of the third-party representation.
Right, overall catalog, like you said.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Tintin magazine doesn't last too much longer after Hergé dies and new Tintin stories stop, from what I remember of my study of Franco-Belgian comic history.
Poor Tintin. He got a movie though, and Spirou didn't.
Spirou actually does have a movie, but apparently it's absolute dog shit.
Okay, that's why I haven't heard of it. Yes.
Yeah, it's only in France, is it? No, there's actually both a live-action Spirou and Fantasio movie and a live-action Petit Spirou movie, and apparently they're both complete fucking trash, and everyone hates them.
Oh no.
Whereas I think Tintin's movie was CGI, done by Steven Spielberg, and was okay.
It was. Yep. It was CGI. There is Spirou and Fantasio's Big Adventures.
Yes,
Wow, that's recent.
That's the movie I was thinking of. Yeah.
Sony Pictures, yep, well known to release the shittiest movie ever made. movies.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
As far as there's also a couple of Spirou cartoons, which I think did okay in France and Belgium. Like I've been watching the one. It's definitely like noticeably not as good as the comic books though. Yeah, and especially when they adapt stories that are direct from the comic books. It's just kind of a worse version that misses out on usually the most interesting and creative things that were in the comic.
Okay.
And then it also is very heavily reliant on like recurring villains and stuff like that, which again to me is maybe because of watching the cartoon is one of the things I associate with like the weaker Spirou runs. So almost every album has either Vito Cortisone or Cianir, who's the android that's also the antagonist of the game, because she's so common in the show, who only has one appearance in the comics. She has her first appearance where she shows up for that album, and then she's gone, and never seen again. But because they have, I suppose the creative team for the TV show just isn't as talented as Tome and Janry, they kind of have to rely on all these recurring villains all the time.
Sure.
And they also give Cianir a more like butch sort of look to her, like she's got short hair and everything. Whereas her story is that she was supposed to be like created by this lonely engineer as like a companion. So in the comic book, she starts out with long hair and a dress and stuff like that, and then she puts on a factory like supervisor outfit later, which was cooler than just kind of her being butch for some reason.
Yeah, generic cyberpunk woman.
Yeah,
it's kind of like a butch look, I think.
A little bit. So you do just kind of get sick of seeing her in the TV show.
Sure.
Because she just shows up every single fucking episode. It's like, oh god, the electrical stuff is fucking up. It's fucking Cianir again. Which is, not the response the audience should be having to your villain showing up.
Right, they should cheer and clap.
Yes.
Like in Marvel movies.
Like when Porky shows up, that's how I react.
Hell yeah.
Who is a villain like that? I feel like there are examples of media where like the villain's the best part, but like I can't remember.
Thanos in the Avenger movies is so fucking. I don't know.
Oh, Robbie Rotten. That's a good example.
Yeah, everyone loves Robbie Rotten. He made that show.
That's a villain where when he shows up, the audience cheers and claps.
Yeah. No offense to that actress, but Robbie Rotten carried it.
Stephanie was good too. That whole show.
No, I mean she was good too, but without Robbie Rotten, I mean that's.
No, he's definitely the best.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is he's the best. I don't know. There's lots of examples. I can't think of. It's like fucking.
Oh yeah,
games.
Jack Spicer and Shaolin Showdown.
Hell yeah, Jack Spicer, yeah. Agent Smith in The Matrix. There's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Everyone loves Agent Smith. He was in every movie incessantly a million times, literally.
I also tend to go back to the movie Meet the Robinsons. The villain in that definitely kind of steals the show.
Yeah, Robbie Robinson.
Yes, that's his name. AKA the bowler hat guy.
Right. What's his name? Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, he's fun.
Classic. I don't know. There's lots of good examples. No, yeah. I feel like a lot, even like superhero media, a lot of good superhero media is carried by, not necessarily carried by, but greatly enhanced by its rogues gallery.
I feel
like
that way
Spider-Man
about
tends to stand out, and Batman. Yeah, Spider-Man and Batman both have I think a standout rogues gallery compared to many other superheroes, and that really helps their characters.
I'd say so. I think when I think back of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, the two villains are the ones I remember, like the parts I remember the most. But for the first movie, it's kind of unfair because the villain's being played by Willem Dafoe, so it was
he's
inevitable.
Fantastic. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Yeah. Well, the second Doc Ock is great in two.
Yes, surprisingly nuanced sort of villain.
Yeah, I don't even know who the fuck that actor is.
Me neither.
Spider-Man 2. I mean, I'm sure he's in other stuff, but he doesn't. Oh, Alfred Molina. Yeah. What else has he been in? And yeah, Batman. Of course, the Joker. you know,
Two-Face. In The Dark Knight,
Two-Face.
the depiction of both Joker and Two-Face is very interesting, and that really adds a lot to that movie. And then
Right, yeah,
I
yeah.
know it's controversial, but I'm still very fond of Dark Knight Rises Bane, mostly because he has such a funny voice.
Yeah, but he's not he's just like a dumb villain.
Yeah,
I like Tom Hardy, but that was stupid. But yeah, I mean he's memorable.
very quotable character and
Yeah.
all of that. That's what we look for.
Like Mad Max. Mad Max movies consistently.
Morton Joe is probably a more memorable character than Furiosa.
Oh yeah, yeah. More memorable than Max. Max, his name is in the title, but he's not like that interesting.
True.
I mean, it's true for all of them. I think like Mad Max 1. I mean, there's like the biker gang, if you count them as one villain, and then 2, or Jigsaw, any horror movie, any horror.
Pretty much, yeah.
So
Hellraiser would be a very good example of that. Definitely the villain is the most interesting part of that.
It's true.
Are there any horror movies with the heroes? I guess like Ripley is a fairly iconic character.
She is, but I mean, still like the alien is.
Yeah.
Is the alien, but yeah, that's true. Ripley is cool, and then Laurie Strode from Halloween. I don't know if she's like that memorable, if they just keep bringing her back. So
I don't know. Another example. Oh, shit, I was gonna say I had another example and I forgot it. As like I was forming the sentence. It's kind of like similar vibe to Alien or Terminator, which is not a horror movie, but Sarah Connor, especially in the second movie where she's fucking insane, is a pretty cool character.
Yeah, she's insane and like buff.
What other movies are there that are like that? That's a horror movie.
Yeah, I mean, Halloween is actually pretty similar. Michael Myers is kind of a Terminator, and Laurie Strode is kind of Sarah Connor. But or the Halloween series, not the first one. They keep dragging it out, making it that way. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Silence of the Lambs, where
oh hell yeah,
Hannibal Lecter is definitely the main one that you remember, but Clarice is at least an interesting enough character that has like her backstory is what the movie's titled after and stuff.
Well, Lecter isn't even the villain in Silence of the Lambs.
That's true.
So
he's the greater evil that she unleashes in order to defeat the first guy to beat Buffalo Bill.
I mean, any of the Hannibal Lecter Red Dragon is the same. Where he's helping what's his face. It's the same plot. He's helping a investigator find a serial killer.
I haven't seen any stuff since after Silence of the Lambs.
Red Dragons. I guess I don't know if it came. I think it came out after Silence, but it's a prequel. That's a good movie. Just surprisingly, I was like, oh, a Hannibal Lecter spinoff. I thought those all sucked, but Red Dragon is actually
what I heard was that they were all trash after Silence of the Lambs.
Nah, Red Dragon is legit. I vouch for that one, and just that one. It has Will Graham is Edward Norton plays the main character, and Ralph Fiennes plays the villain. So good cast, I would say. Anyway, what else? We don't have to keep thinking of. But, Star Wars. Yes, Darth Vader.
I was thinking about mentioning Star Wars.
There you go.
I liked Kylo Ren the most out of the characters in the new stuff, but that's not saying very much.
No, I was like, you like Kylo Ren the most out of the new ones? Okay, fair. I remember watching. I watched Force Awakens with Zero and Omega, and at the end we were like Kylo Ren is just like a kid. Like he wasn't intimidating at all. Well, that's what they were saying. I was like, that's the point, though. Like,
yeah,
let's see where this goes. It could be interesting.
He's not supposed to be intimidating.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, he's not supposed. He's almost like a satire of Darth Vader, unintentionally.
Yeah, I think
actually, no, I like
the backstory about how Kylo Ren becomes evil. I thought was the dumbest shit in the entire world.
Wait, what? Oh, Luke,
Luke Skywalker wakes up one night. He's like, I think I'm going to murder my sleeping nephew today.
but then they tried to like play it both ways, where they're like, but then Luke wasn't gonna do it, but Kylo thought he was.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not even Luke's fault. It's like, no, it totally is. You can't fucking do that. Cop out bullshit.
Yeah,
But he
totally.
stopped at the last second. It's like, fuck off.
Kylo
I like
Ren
his
definitely.
original story where it was like he just thinks his grandfather was super cool, and it's like this misplaced like idolatry. It's like stupid, but it's like intentional, you know.
It does
Just
actually
go with
seem a little
that.
more interesing to me now
Yeah.
that you've
It's like,
mentioned it
no,
again.
Kylo, you're being dumb. He's like talking to Darth Vader's melted mask and shit,
Yeah.
which is ironic because Vader was like redeemed and is now has a Force ghost, which the new canon states only light-sided people can have.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, whatever. All my favorite Star Wars games, the last boss is a Force ghost, so I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah. That's definitely Disney sticking their dick in it again.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. As we're talking about the extended Star Wars Rogues Gallery, you can bring up characters from Knights of the Old Republic and such.
You can. Revan is both a hero and villain. Spoilers.
Yes, and then there's Kreia, one of the great video game crones,
yes,
of course.
I was gonna say like the what's his name, Darth Darth
Malak.
Payne and yeah, Malik and the other one, whatever, Darth Nefarious.
Not to be confused
no.
with Doctor Nefarious from the Ratchet and Clank games, of course.
Right? Yeah. No. I mean, it doesn't matter. The soul sucking guy.
Yeah, the guy from Knights of the Republic 2.
Yeah, the one on the cover. The one who's on the cover as though he's the main villain, even though he actually has like less of an arc than Scion. Darth Scion is the other one, the cracked one.
Yes. Not to be confused with the amazing character from League of Legends, of course.
Yeah. Or my friend Scion.
Yeah, not to be confused with him either.
Yeah.
Does your friend Scion main Scion in League of Legends?
I don't know if he played Nihilus, Darth Nihilus, the other guy.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't think he plays League of Legends.
That's
He's Korean though. He could. Oh, I gotta take a quick restroom break.
All right. He's still at level 1. Let's not use Kane. He's a little low level for this task. Let's use Abel. Let's throw javelins. Oh, and miss. Oh no. I thought he would double even with the javelin. I was very mistaken. She has a Night Killer. Can she reach? No. Oh wow. He would have lived, but jeez. Wolf. Still has a door key, right? No. I think Zagaro has it. Nope, fuck. Oh, luck charm. Was I gotten that? Okay, Wolf's in pickle here. We have to get him out of danger. I'm gonna try to have him get himself out of danger. I bet if he hits with the steel bow, he kills. Yeah. Very dangerous relationship, Wolf with a Pegasus Knight. Either one of them can kill each other quite easily. Yeah, we should have George do this. Maybe I should have her kill that guy. I think Wendell can do it. I want Cheetah to be further towards the front lines. We're gonna need a new tome for Wendell. Oh, that was a waste of a Night Killer usage. We're just waiting for Sheeta to get a promotion item now. Actually, shouldn't even be giving her experience, I don't think, because she barely ever gets strength. And she's capped speed. So she'll just promote at the earliest chance, and I'll probably level up Abel and stuff instead. Yeah, I need to do something with this key situation as well. Somebody in my party had a key, but I forget who it was now. Maybe it was Wolf. I thought it was Zagaro. Yeah, it's Wolf, okay. Do a trade chain to get this. Abel can participate. I think Marth's inventory is full. Yeah. He doesn't need the armor slayer. It's actually redundant. Oh my god, these guys' inventories are full. Hello?
Well, anyway, yeah, my point was all of the villains in KOTOR 2 just serve to kind of showcase Krea's failures. You're right that she's the interesting one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Classic character. Oops. You could say that the game is as much about her as it is about your character, if you really wanted to.
Say anything.
I did hear that, I think this is unsurprising, that she was sort of a second take on the character of Ravel Puzzlewell.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense a lot, actually. If that is true, I wouldn't be surprised. She's not your lover, though.
I doubt Ravel was either, to be honest.
Yeah, fair. Well, yeah, that's right. The Nameless One tricked her, but they probably never actually fucked. Tricked her into thinking he loved her.
That would be one of the most unsexy sex scenes possible.
She probably changed. I always assumed she changed shape or something, but maybe not. You know.
Who knows with Ravel?
Who knows? She's dead.
True. They're both characters who sort of are there to challenge what the main character believes in and try to expose more about them through that.
Right.
Pray
Yeah.
and unravel.
I love that aspect of Kreia. I feel like Jolie Bindo kind of served similar purpose in a lesser sense of like kind of breaking down the game's like light side dark side mechanic into like real philosophy. And Kreia kind of took that farther.
True. The old people are the most interesting in Knights of the Old Republic.
That's right.
You know, Revan is probably somewhat old himself.
I don't know.
I guess not like geriatric though.
No. He shows back up in the MMO.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And he's fine.
The audience is expected to applaud.
Yeah. He's like in his 50s. Yeah, that was a weird one. They're like, we can't have enough Revan. Let's make him both the antagonist and protagonist. Actually, it's the same plot as fucking Planescape. Spoilers for Planescape. But where it's like his dark half is doing evil things, and his good half, which got split off somehow, is here to help. So no matter what choice you made in KOTOR, it's all valid, just like Deus Ex.
Yeah, always a tricky thing.
And then the great he went off to like fight some great evil in the unknown parts of the galaxy, who also shows up in the MMO, and it's just like it's the Emperor. It's not the Emperor, but he's called the Emperor, and he is in charge of the Sith.
Okay.
And that's it. He's just a big evil guy.
Yeah.
Honestly, kind of uninteresting. Although he does like eat a planet. So that was kind of cool.
Oh, like Unicron.
Yeah, he just absorbs all the souls on the planet and makes it into like a hellscape. So that's kind of neat.
Makes it into a planescape, one might say.
A planescape of torment, yes. One might say that. And then I stopped playing the game.
Yeah. Obviously, that great evil idea was just intended to be like a unexplored, unanswered question originally, but then for an MMO, they're like, ooh, if we can profit off of this.
Yeah, it's just like a way to like, where's Revan in KOTOR 2? He's really far away. That's it.
Yeah.
That was the entire intent at the start. Fine. I hear that the story was actually like decent. I don't know. I guess I don't even know that because people were bitching. Like people's main complaint about the MMO was that it wasn't just KOTOR 3, and then they made it into like a story focused thing because nobody was playing it. But like the story still wasn't like much better. So it was just like a half-assed KOTOR 3 in the end, kind of, I guess, with MMO gameplay mechanics. So. Not that KOTOR's combat was like good, so I guess it's not that much different.
Yeah, it had real quests in it, which MMOs tend to have bullshit quests because they have to mix so many, I guess.
Well, the main story quests in Tor were like, I mean, they were real. Like, I don't want to say like some were good. Like some of the main plots were actually like pretty good, I thought. And the best way to play that game was like they had like a promotion where you got like triple. Or no, it was obscene. It was like 9 times XP.
Yes, that's right.
You could go through the whole game just doing the main quests, and it was like the best fucking way to play it. And then when that went away, I was like, no, now it's just an MMO again.
Yeah.
I can't do it. It was good. It was almost good.
Imagine. This game would be good if you just took like 9/10 of the game out.
Yeah. This game, I mean, yeah. This game would be good if it was just KOTOR 3 like we asked for.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of it's another case where if you chase 2 rabbits, you will lose both. Because they started out wanting to make an MMO, and then there was just no clear vision, is the issue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I guess I feel like the vision was make an MMO, but make it more story focused. So like it is kind of a case of 2 rabbits, but I think that vision worked. Whether it was worth pursuing or not is a different question. But like I enjoy it as basically like gameplay wise like a Star Wars themed WoW clone, but like the stories were like the individual character quests and some of the planetary like main quests were like actually enjoyable. Nothing to the extent of like what KOTOR did, you know. But that was probably one of my top 2 MMOs that I ever played.
What, with WoW?
Yeah, that's not true.
Not Final
One of
Fantasy
my top
14.
3. No, I didn't. I might play that for like 4 hours. I was like, yep, it's another one. I already did this.
Indeed.
I'm sure I would have enjoyed it if I wasn't like just so fucking permanently burnt out MMOs.
Apparently in Final Fantasy 14, whether there's an event going on or not, you can just play the whole game, like all the whole story through, and that's the way to play it.
Oh, yeah.
Again, the strategy is engage with the actual game as little as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Because I thought I got into the wrong mindset by trying to actually play it and like do the clothes making mini game and stuff.
No,
You're not supposed to do that.
It's not a game. It's an MMO. You gotta treat them differently.
Yes, exactly.
No, I had some really good times with my friends in high school playing like a few different. We played a lot of Champions Online, which was a superhero-based MMO before superheroes were insanely tiresome. But then they like
Guild Wars 2. Yeah,
that was fun. That was also towards the end of my MMO enjoyment period, but no subscription. The gameplay is fairly engaging. I like the combat better than WoW, and it's really accessible.
There's platforming too, right?
There's platforming. There's the mounts are cool. They all behave differently. We're like in WoW, like every mount just does the same shit, but in Guild Wars you have like all sorts of different ones
that's cool.
Like maneuver differently. Yeah, and it's pretty easy to get to a point in the game where you can access all the content. Or like in WoW, if you want to like raid like competitively, like not being a detriment to your team, it takes quite some time to get up to that level.
Yeah.
Whereas in Guild Wars, it's much quicker.
So that does sound better.
It is much more accessible for. It's still an MMO. Like you're not going to get away from
grinding.
Grinding, but it is probably the best one in that aspect. I don't know about FF. I haven't played enough FF14. My understanding of FF14 is like the end game is the best among like the big 3, which I would say is like.
And apparently the story gets some props too. So there is a like portion of the Final Fantasy 14 fandom or whatever that just like, rushes through the main story quest and watches the cutscenes.
Well, at the time I was playing,
was really weak, but I was in the first expansion, so maybe it gets.
Yeah, I think the base game. That's what I've heard. Is like the base game story is whatever, and then it gets really good after that. But I don't know. I hear that a lot.
Yeah,
it's not true. But who knows? But when I was playing Guild Wars FF14, like when I was into MMOs, I think FF14 hadn't had one of its like really good story expansions yet. So people were like, "Yeah, just get to the end, and it has really good bosses." Which is my favorite part, but I didn't want to fucking level up another game.
Not worth it. So you can play a game that has really good bosses and doesn't have a million hours of grinding to get
Shadow of the Colossus
or Dark Souls.
Yeah, man.
Although I guess Dark Souls 1, some of the bosses were a little janky, but that's okay.
And every Dark Souls game has some like hit or miss, some miss bosses. DS2, people complained about like too many bosses were like just big humans.
Yeah, humanoids. Had that criticism.
Yeah, but like those are all the best ones from Dark Souls 1. So,
true. At least
I guess it was just too much. I don't know.
I guess it's sort of like there's some bosses that are good in different ways. Like the Gaping Dragon is a really cool design, but the gameplay of that boss isn't really that good.
Yeah, it's really easy and not that fun.
And then there's, I guess, the ones that do a fairly good job doing the full package are Artorias. So yeah, that's a humanoid one.
Yeah, Artorias. Gwyn,
Ornstein, and Smough, of course.
Yeah, both humanoids. Yeah.
Gwyn also comes to mind. Manos, Father of the Abyss, is also somewhat humanoid.
No, yeah, I guess somewhat. I would count him as one of the monster bosses. Beastly. He's a good one. And then like in 2, that was the main complaint, and then like all the expansions, all of the best had that same issue, but like the bosses were just way better, so people stopped complaining. Everyone fucking loved the like Fume Knight, who was another humanoid, and oh, there was a dragon in the the toxic dragon, whatever his name was. I was like, oh my god, it's Calamite. I love Calamite.
Yeah, people like Calamite too. So all the bosses from the Dark Souls 1 expansion are really good. The Beast Man that you fight at the start is good too. That's
I was gonna say that's like the weakest one, but yeah, I mean he's still good.
Yeah.
And 3 has Gale, another human
Slave Knight Gale,
like, yeah, one of the best bosses in the series again, similar to Artorias.
I guess Bloodborne might be the main exception, but the final boss fight also against the humanoid is one of the things people remember the most from Bloodborne.
Yeah, and Father Gascoigne.
He turns into a werewolf at least.
He does, but I think like his humanoid part is the best part, isn't it? Maybe not. I don't know.
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
I think they're both good.
All right. Oh yeah,
Bloodborne has a lot of fucked up bosses too.
Which one?
Bloodborne.
Oh yeah, they're all like Lovecraftian.
Yeah, Lovecraftian.
This one's a living placenta.
Yeah.
Elden Ring has way too many bosses. Some humanoids, some not. Let me think. Who are the best bosses in Elden?
Bloodborne has Ron the Vacuous Spider. That's a good boss.
That's a beastly one. That's a good one, just for the name.
Yeah, mainly for the name.
Yeah. Elden Ring reused that arena. One of the bosses you fight in an infinite plane of like shallow water.
That's a really cool moment, is jumping into the water to get to that boss.
Yeah, Elden Ring, you don't.
I guess that's very similar to jumping into the abyss to get to the Four Kings in Dark Souls.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I love the abyss. It's such a cool area.
Oh, there is like... Sif, the Great Grey Wolf. That's a non-humanoid boss that's really good in the first one. Or this people like a lot.
Yeah, people like Sif because...
I like that boss because it reminds me of the game Okami.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Although Amaterasu doesn't hold the sword in her teeth because she's too
no, she paints it onto the world.
Yeah, no, she has it on her back. On her back. Yeah.
Do you think those two would be friends? Do you think Isun would make a nice painting of Sif the Great Grey Wolf?
Sure, as long as they didn't try to take the whatever the ring.
Yeah. But I guess that's the problem, is Sif all he or she ever does anymore is hang out at the grave and attack people who try to go near it. So there'd be no opportunity. Maybe Amaterasu could use one of her celestial brush techniques to befriend Sif, even so.
Wow. What beautiful fan fiction.
Thank you. I pride myself on my writing skills.
Hell yeah.
Recruiting Princess Minerva of Macedonia. Now she's a dragon knight.
So she is.
Her elder brother Michel is given Dur much support. That's the villainous faction of the game.
Game also has kind of a political bend to it.
I guess so, yeah.
Slightly.
Well, it is based on old mythology, so there's some lore of warring nations and stuff.
Oh, sure.
I guess one of the things, the biggest thing this has to a political message would be that certain factions and opportunistic people just attach themselves to like the really obvious world-ending villains for their own personal gain, which is what Minerva was just describing her brother doing. So that guy's kind of a dick, I think. Oh, there's the reinforcements. That took a while.
We are approaching 6 hours.
Yeah, after this map, I guess we'll stop, which is very short now, but we have to keep watching these enemies move every turn.
Sure, sure, sure.
I think we covered most things that could be imagined to be talked about on this.
Yeah, I was like, I'm running out of things to talk about. um, list more villains, but I think that's fine.
I always thought Batman, the character of Batman himself, was not that interesting, and it was the villains, the rogues gallery, that was the interesting part.
Yeah, I feel like that's a weakness of a lot of superhero media is when they try too hard to make the hero interesting. Like, not to say the hero can't be interesting, but I don't know, like Batman, it's always like playing up the dead parents. That's like the only thing. That's the only
Yeah.
part of his personality. Like at least Spider-Man.
I guess you can take the like rich psycho aspect of Batman, which is kind of what Frank
Yeah,
Miller version does.
sure, Frank Miller.
I guess. Yeah, Spider-Man. I think I guess when I was back in this period, I just had the like Marvel, the heroes were good, the villains were never great, and DC was the reverse.
Okay.
But I guess I would mainly just be thinking about Batman and Spider-Man, and the villains in Spider-Man are good anyways, so I don't know what I was on.
They are, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, there's good ones and bad ones, but there's enough solid ones.
The MCU, I guess Thanos has changed his perception a little bit, but the villains all really sucked in the MCU for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. It really was like, and that was a complaint by even like fans that they kind of fixed with Thanos. And Thanos in the comics is not nearly as
nuanced,
interesting. Yeah, I mean, not to say he was like all that nuanced in the movies, but more so than in the comics.
No, well, as we discussed on a previous stream, he does have the problem that his whole plan is really fucking stupid.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, exactly. His plan and his reason for it is really dumb. You have a glove that can create resources, and he just decides to remove people
That's
instead.
his best solution, is to just kill people.
Yeah, in the comics, he's in love with death. So
yes,
and he keeps getting cucked by Deadpool. So that's it. That's his arc.
That's not too interesting, no.
No, it's just kind of funny, but that's kind of the end of it.
I think Doctor Doom is the good bad guy that Marvel has in comics, and Slade, of course, but only in the Teen Titans TV show is Slade good.
Right, yeah,
because he's voiced by Ron Perlman.
Yes, the famous Ron Perlman from Fallout.
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor Doom. Yeah, he sucked in all the movies, but in the actual comics, he is interesting. He's whatever, like pure of heart, even though he's the bad guy. There was some like I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. There's like this. He had to like undergo some test, like a sphinx or something. I don't fucking know. Like read his heart to see if he was worthy of not dying, and he like genuinely believes that his way is the only way humanity will survive. So it's like, cool, that's neat.
That is pure of heart. Well, I guess that's kind of what is interesting about Thanos in the MCU, is that as stupid as his plan is, he like wholeheartedly believes in it.
Yeah, like he's doing it. He genuinely thinks he's doing something good. So I guess they kind of took the interesting thing about Doctor Doom and just applied it to someone else, which is fine. I mean, who gives a shit? But
yeah,
that I guess the point is that is the only interesting thing that any villain has in the entirety of Marvel, and they have to keep shuffling it around to different characters.
I guess so. That even is kind of what was interesting about Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2, was that he was trying to like create good inventions for science, but also that once everything fucked up, he actually did play a role in fixing it as well.
Yeah, he was just like, oh shit.
He sacrifices himself in the end in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
That was more nuanced.
Dr. Freeze also just wants to save his dear wife.
Oh yeah, he's cool.
He is.
Whereas the Joker is just very funny. That's what's interesting about him.
Yeah, what's interesting about the Joker is like the unabashed like ridiculousness and over the topness of his just like chaotic evil. Which
I did like in Dark Knight his sort of personal quest to prove the hypocrisy of Batman. That was a cool thing.
Yeah. Give him like a real like I just want to sow chaos. It's not like that's cool, but you know he had something else. That really did feel like almost like two movies masterfully stitched together, where you have like yeah, I really felt the second half of the movie with like Joker, when Joker was really trying to prove that when Two-Face was introduced, was like pretty different from the first half, but worked.
That's when it really gets interesting, I guess.
Agreed.
Is the later part. Look, we beat the map. We can
Oh, thank God.
stop
Okay.
now. We look at the history of Franco-Belgian comics as
We did. Now we never have to talk about them again.
as typified by Spirou and Tintin.
Well, I'm curious to see how Spirou fares now that it's a new team.
Now that he's dead.
Now
that he's dead.
Now that he's dead, yeah, exactly. Just stays in the hole.
Maybe they'll just have Fantasio and Speak doing adventures now.
That could, I mean, hey, anything could be interesting if it's well written. So you let me know. I won't read it, but you tell me what you think.
All right. Well, in the meantime, this is TNP.
This is TNP.
A couple of characters died to random crits, but otherwise this was a cakewalk. So
just the game. That's life, man. And we'll be back. I think I'll confirm, but I think Sunday, and I think I'll be playing Hitman, codename 47.
That's your game that you love the story of.
No, it's just what I'm playing next. It's the game that I will be using to walk through actively throughout. So we'll see if I beat it.
All right, so join us on Sunday for Hitman.
Yay!
Thank you for watching. This is a cakewalk.
Yep, don't watch too hard. Bye.